So that was what he really wanted, a sparring partner for his prospect. I'd seen the two girls fight before. While they both possessed remarkable spirit, they weren't physically capable of doing much damage. It seemed strange that he wanted to train them, but I wasn't going to fight him on it. I lifted my shoulder. Seems reasonable. Excellent, he murmured, flashing his teeth in a rather threatening smile. We begin tonight, when they return. I frowned. When they return? My prospect is still here. He shook his head. No, I arranged for her to be escorted to class after you left your quarters. My heart skipped a beat. She's at the university now. As she should be, yes. He gave me a look. Is that a problem? Yes, it's a fucking problem. I didn't have a chance to warn her. No problem, I managed to say in as nonchalant a voice as possible. I fucking hate these games. These political maneuvers and word plays. I thought Khalid despised them too. Apparently not. Good. He set his coffee mug down. I've always admired you, Cedric. I suspect this experience is going to bring us closer together. Another threat. A way of saying he intended to get in my head and fuck around. And there wasn't a damn thing I could do to stop him because of his royal title. I'm looking forward to it, I lied. Me too, he replied, his blue-green irises sparkling with challenge. And I very much look forward to getting to know your Lily better. My blood went cold. He's been spying on us. It shouldn't surprise me. Khalid thrived in the shadows and adored collecting secrets. I just hadn't expected him to care enough about me to bother with my private matters. It's a beautiful name, by the way, he continued conversationally. I chose one for Prospect 139 as well. She'll share it with you later. He pushed away from the table and stood. I've arranged for a midnight chase to warm up the prospects. See you then. He phased from the room, dismissing me and our half-eaten breakfasts. What the fuck are you really up to? I wondered, his enigmatic nature making him impossible to read. I suddenly had a new appreciation for Lily's aversion to our games, because something told me the one we were about to play with Khalid would come with high stakes. High stakes that might just cost both of us our lives.
Chapter 27. Lily. My nightmare is my reality. It's been that way since the moment I'd woken up to a human standing over me with a set of clothes.
You have 15 minutes to prepare,
He'd said. I'd obeyed. Then I'd been put in the back of a van with Prospect 139 and unceremoniously returned to the university, without a single word from Master Cedric. Not even a note. I'd attended my service course because there was no alternative option, all the while wondering about my fate. Master Cedric had made it seem like I would be spending the next month with him and only him. Either I'd misunderstood him, or he lied. I suspected it was the latter. The notion of it left me feeling hot, and not the good kind of hot, when he touched me. By the time the bell rang to signal the end of today's class, which had focused on serving dishes and proper kneeling by tables, I was on fire. He lied. Of course he lied. Why wouldn't he lie? He probably failed me again, too.
Prospect 407.
A gruff voice said, sending a chill down my spine. A lycan. Swallowing, I turned toward the dark tone. Yes, Master?
Follow me.
He didn't give me a chance to reply, just turned on his heel and started walking. Is this some sort of sick joke? I thought, following him. Did Master Cedric send him here to taunt me about my moon chase fate? Was this lycan taking me to another trial run? Did he intend to chase me himself? The flames roaming through my veins iced over, each step behind the lycan feeling heavier and heavier. Is this a new game to test my reactions? Or was this all just a game in general, one I'd failed by letting Master Cedric talk me into expressing my own wants and desires. It had all felt so genuine last night, and the pleasure had been insurmountable. I'd felt alive, like I could breathe for the first time. Was it all a trick? A way to make me wish for death now? The lycan led me down a set of stairs to a cold-looking tunnel, one that reminded me of last night when Master Cedric had entered a similar one. Is it the same one? Am I being led out to the training field again? I hadn't even been given breakfast today. Or water. I'd intended to eat midnight lunch. Apparently that wasn't happening. Perhaps it was for the best. Whatever this lycan had planned couldn't be good on a full stomach. I gripped the straps of my bag, my hands clammy. The books inside weren't very heavy, yet they reminded me of boulders now. The lycan said nothing as he walked. Then he continued his silence up an additional set of stairs that led to another unimposing door. He opened it to reveal a barren courtyard and an endless night sky. Outside the building walls, just like last night. The hulking male stopped and looked at me.
Run.
Shit. I dropped my bag, not wanting the extra weight, and took off into the desert. Panic thundered through my heart, sending it into a chaotic rhythm. There was no finesse or analytical thought, just pure terror pushing my legs as I fought to outrun the lycan behind me. I had no idea if he would give me a head start or not. Except, it really didn't matter. He'd catch me with ease, perhaps even in wolf form. Oh, goddess. I'd seen lycans shift into their beautiful beasts, silky white fur, piercing gazes filled with intelligence, giant paws. They looked magnificent. Until they ripped apart a human with their teeth. I shuddered, already picturing my death when a pair of hands grabbed me around the waist and took me down to the sand. A scream locked in my throat, my training kicking in and silencing me right at the appropriate moment. Not that it mattered. I was face down in the sand. One inhale would suffocate me. Is he going to take me like this? Make me choke on sand while he fucks the life out of me? I wanted to fight, to squirm, to do something other than allow this fate. But something Master Cedric had told me registered in my thoughts before my limbs could move.
A spirited human with a virgin pussy.
Lycans enjoyed the chase and the fight, so I went limp. I didn't even try. I closed my eyes as the lycan flipped me over, my limbs completely dead. It took effort not to gasp or pull in the air my lungs desperately needed. Instead, I inhaled very softly, providing myself with just enough oxygen to remain alive without making the need obvious to the predator above me. But then, a hint of mint teased my senses as lips ghosted across my cheek to my ear.
Very clever little flower.
Master Cedric breathed.
You almost appear dead, apart from your pulse.
He kissed the spot on my neck, his tongue teasing the pressure point. I immediately grabbed his shoulders, intent on shoving him off me and raging at him for this cruel game. But his lips took mine in the next instant, silencing me with his tongue. He caught my wrists and pulled them over my head, pinning me to the sand beneath him. His blood trickled into my mouth, forcing me to swallow. A subtle amount, but enough to set my senses on fire. What is he doing now? I wondered, dizzy from the fear-induced run that had ended in the heady sensation of having him on top of me. I sucked on his tongue, wanting more of what he had to offer, if anything, to help calm the ache in my stomach. His essence provided a renewed sense of life and strength. It was addictive, sweet. Him. He growled against my mouth, but gave me what I wanted, filling me with his blood while drowning me in his scent. Then, he kissed a path along my skin to the top of my breasts. One of his hands held both my wrists as the opposite ventured south to tug down the fabric along my neckline, exposing more of my flesh. There was no bra beneath, as I wasn't permitted to wear them. and he took full advantage of that by sinking his fangs into my bare skin a mere inch from my nipple. I gasped, arching off the ground as the endorphins flooded through me to stir an exquisite feeling in my lower abdomen. It burned and pulsed and begged for release, something he gave me by pressing his thigh into my aching center. An orgasm slammed into me, ripping a moan from my throat that couldn't be silenced. He wasn't going easy on me, his mouth voracious as he sucked the life from my being. But he stopped almost as soon as he'd started, leaving me dizzy and oddly sated. He grinned, his nose nuzzling mine before he kissed me again, this time with a tenderness that stole all reason and thought from my mind.
Are you done?
A deep voice drawled. Master Khalid. Master Cedric hummed in response, his mouth hovering against mine.
You said this was a warm-up. That's precisely what I'm doing. I meant for sparring.
Master Khalid almost sounded amused.
Sparring is still foreplay.
Master Cedric replied, finally looking up at the other man.
I know you agree. I didn't argue the point, but I want to continue this in the Sapphire Courtyard. Noted.
Master Cedric released my wrists and rolled off of me and up to a standing position in mere seconds.
Time to go, little flower.
My eyes widened at his use of my nickname in front of Master Khalid, but the other vampire simply smirked in response. That was when I noticed he had Prospect 139 beside him. Her frightened eyes met mine. There was an open wound on her throat, leaving blood to trickle down her neckline to discolor her white shirt. A glance down showed I wore a similar wound, except on my breast.
Up.
Master Cedric said, his tone holding a hint of command in it. I moved, only to feel a bit woozy as I did, but he caught me by the hip. A slight shift of my gaze to the side told me that Master Khalid had a similar hold on Prospect 139. Is he playing a similar game with her? It made me wonder if this sort of thing happened often, vampires taking humans and playing with them in this manner. Except, isn't that what they always do? I asked myself, frowning a little. Humans are toys for their pleasure and food, nothing more. An important concept to remember. Because while Master Cedric might say all the right things, I was a passing amusement for him. He'd been upfront about my fate, although he'd also told me he'd try to change that fate. So what am I to him? I wondered, feeling dizzy.
Sapphire Courtyard.
Master Khalid reiterated.
1 hour.
His gaze slid to my breasts before shifting to Master Cedric.
Heal her. Feed her. Make sure she's prepared.
He wrapped his arm around Prospect 139 and disappeared. Master Cedric said nothing for a long moment. Then he grabbed me in a similar way. My stomach screamed at the wrongness of being whisked through time and space. It went on far longer than ever before, my skin clammy with sweat and pebbled with goosebumps by the time we finally stopped. The tunnel-like sensation left me dizzy to the point of exhaustion, causing my legs to buckle beneath me. But then a soft pillow met my head, and I realized Master Cedric had phased us back to his room, from the university. I gaped at him and our surroundings. How?
I can phase for a mile or two at a time.
He shrugged and vanished. Then he reappeared a second later with a damp washcloth that he pressed to my forehead.
I didn't feel like driving today, so I ran instead.
Ran, I repeated to myself. Right.
Do you know who Khalid is?
He asked as he drew the cool cloth along my temple to my cheeks, gently providing me with a comfort I hadn't even realized I'd needed. A master like you, I replied.
Yes, but no.
The cloth continued downward to my neck.
You know all the royal names, yes?
I frowned. Yes, and Alpha's too. He nodded, the cool sensation dropping to my breast as he gently cleaned the wound he'd created. Then he bent to seal it with blood from his tongue. I wasn't sure how it worked, but it felt divine. And when he finished, he kissed me again, giving me more of his essence. I no longer felt hungry at all, or tired, just alive. And safe, I marveled. He makes me feel safe. Which was insane. I couldn't be in more danger than I was now, and not just because of his power over me. It was the emotions he awoke within me that were the true danger.
Tell me the names of the vampire royals,
he instructed. I started down the list. Jace, Kylan, Claude, Goddess Lilith, Silvano, Naomi, Sahara, My eyes widened. Khalid. He waited. Prince Khalid. I started to shake, my head moving back and forth. No, he doesn't look like... I trailed off, thinking of the images I'd seen of him. He's always wearing a scarf.
He likes to hide.
Master Cedric replied.
But yes, it's Prince Khalid, and for whatever reason he has chosen to train you and Prospect 139 together, in both combat and sexual gratification.
My lips parted. I'm to please him? A royal? A prince? Someone who isn't Master Cedric? My legs crossed on instinct. I didn't want that. I didn't want that at all.
Maybe.
Master Cedric didn't appear all that thrilled by the reply, his gaze narrowing as he set the washcloth off to the side.
For now, he's only requested that your female-on-female course be redesigned to focus on just Prospect 139, with us being your instructors instead of Master Peyton.
Oh, my brow furrowed. That didn't sound all that bad. Okay. He arched a brow.
You want to learn how to please women?
I don't know. I'd only ever been with male partners. My advisor recommended it.
Yes, but do you want to fuck women?
He asked. I swallowed, unsure of how to answer. He leaned over me, his thigh parting mine as he forced my legs to uncross. His lips whispered across my cheek as he hovered over me with his hands on either side of my head.
Does it make you hot, Lily? The idea of your tongue between another woman's thighs?
He licked the shell of my ear, the heat of his body branding me.
Of taking a woman's nipple between your teeth and nibbling it, teasing her, drawing out the pleasure and tormenting her with your mouth, kissing her, eating her pussy until she screams your name.
I shivered, his words doing weird things to me. I liked hearing those words from his lips, but more so because I wanted him to do those things to me.
I can smell your interest, sweet flower. Does that mean you're interested in doing those things to another woman? Or are you imagining me doing those things to you?
You, I whispered, uncertain of how to voice my desires and thoughts. I like your tongue.
I know you do.
He kissed a path down my neck to my breasts. This time he lifted my shirt rather than tugging it down, and captured a nipple between his teeth, just like he'd whispered. I moaned. Yes, that.
Do you want to do this to a woman? Does it make you hot?
He asked, laving the taut peak while holding my gaze. I tried to picture it, to imagine doing this to another female, but all I could see was Master Cedric. I shook my head. I don't know, because I didn't. It was too difficult to imagine. All I wanted was him, his touch, his tongue, his mouth, his hands, his cock. I want you. He grinned, his teeth grazing my sensitive skin.
If I tell you to eat her pussy for me, will you enjoy it, knowing that it turns me on?
That thought had my thighs clenching against his. If it was a show for him? Yes, I would like that a lot more. He hummed, drawing his mouth back up to mine.
Good to know.
He kissed me softly again, his body hard against mine.
You need to eat something before sparring. Come, sweet flower. I'll make you something in the kitchen. Then we'll head outside.
I blinked as he slid off of me, his dark gaze beckoning me to follow. So mercurial, I thought, breathless, so impossible to read. And now it wasn't just him, but Prince Khalid too. None of this could bode well for me. However, I already knew that. This evening's little chase had only solidified my fate even more. It was all a dark game, one meant to prepare me for Blood Day and the savagery that would follow. Less than a month to go now. Then I'll run until I die. Just like Master Cedric had told me to do in my nightmare.
Chapter 28. Cedric. Lily's form had improved while I'd been gone, as had her stamina. Khalid moved in a circle around her and the other female, his expression borderline lethal. He scrutinized every kick and punch, correcting both of them before making them do it again. And again. And again. They'd been sparring for nearly 3 hours, which was far longer than their usual course time. It showed in the way they were both beginning to lag now. Lily tripped, nearly falling, but Khalid caught her by the arm and righted her, the touch making me want to growl. However, he promptly released her and took a step back. "Again," he said. Both girls visibly flinched. Then they did as he demanded, executing the movements in near-perfect synchronization. "Again!" Prospect 139 straightened, her eyes going directly to him.
No, Khalid. I need water and food.
My eyebrows hit my hairline. She'd been perfectly obedient since the moment we'd stepped out here, doing exactly what he'd demanded without a single comment. Yet she spoke to him now with an authority that very few others would ever dream of using in his presence. Khalid paused and canted his head at the female. Then he smiled. "All right, Habibti. I'll give you some sustenance." Her gaze narrowed.
Food, Khalid. And water.
"You'll swallow whatever I provide." She folded her arms.
I'm not a puppet.
"Wrong, pet." He grabbed her by the back of the neck and yanked her into him. "You're my puppet, darling Mirage, and you're misbehaving."
So bite me.
"Maybe I'll push you to your knees and make you eat Lily instead," he replied. "Would that satisfy your need for sustenance?"
That's not food, Khalid.
"Some would say it provides life and joy," he countered. She sighed.
I'm tired. I'm human, and I need a break. Please.
His thumb skimmed her pulse. "Only because you said the magic word, my darling Mirage." He spun her around in his arms, his gaze meeting mine. "Evening breakfast tomorrow, 8 o'clock. Bring Lily." They disappeared before I could agree or say a word. Not that I knew what to say, because that had been unexpected. "Have you ever heard her speak like that?" I asked Lily. She stared back at me with wide eyes, her head shaking back and forth.
Is he going to hurt her?
Maybe, but I suspect he'll make sure she likes it. Because he definitely hadn't seemed angry with her, just amused. Which was shocking, considering she'd behaved that way in front of me. Except he knew about my name for Lily, suggesting he likely knew I'd given her other liberties as well. Such as my blood, I thought, recalling his words from earlier where he'd told me to heal her. Was he treating his Mirage similarly? She never did say her name. Perhaps I would ask for it tomorrow and see what happened. "Well, it seems your female-on-female course for this evening has been rescheduled," I said conversationally, somewhat relieved to be dismissed by Khalid. "Perhaps I'll test your oral skills for myself instead." Lily's lips parted as though she was already prepared to perform, her cheeks turning a pretty shade of pink. "Let's have dinner first," I suggested, taking her hand and leading her out of the sapphire courtyard, which was a slab of marble framed by statues adorned in sapphire gems. We moved past the fountain beside it and through an arch into another courtyard area, this one decorated in pillars embellished with opal stars. I could have phased with Lily back to my quarters, but she didn't appear to be a fan of the motion, and I liked watching her admire her surroundings. "You did well with Khalid," I praised her. "You didn't formally address him at all."
You told me not to.
She replied, her blue-green eyes finding mine.
You said he doesn't like to be acknowledged.
She was right. I had told her that while eating midnight lunch. However, I wasn't sure if you'd be able to turn off your programming. Her attention shifted to the outdoor swimming pool as we started down the long path around it.
I thought of him as Master Khalid instead of Prince Khalid, which helped.
And how do you think of me? I wondered aloud, my gaze following hers to the waterfall in the middle of the pool. She seemed to be entranced by it.
As Master Cedric?
She whispered. What if I want to be just Cedric? Her nose scrunched.
You'll never be just Cedric.
Why is that? I asked, pausing mid-step to pull her around to face me. Why can't you think of me without the master title?
Because you're Master Cedric.
She swallowed, her eyes finding mine.
I like thinking of you that way.
Why? She lifted her shoulders.
I don't know, it's
Her brow furrowed a little.
It's comforting in a way that I can't explain.
Because you've been taught to think of all vampires as superiors.
You are superior.
She replied.
But no, it's not that. It's respectful?
She seemed to be struggling to explain herself, the question in her voice coming through.
Do you not like me thinking of you as Master Cedric?
I would like you to think of me as your Cedric. A dangerous request, one that could cause confusion and harm later on, yet it was the truth. I don't want you to call me Master or Sire or Sir, just Cedric.
While alone.
She clarified. While here. I cupped her cheek. You can call me Cedric any way you want on these grounds, even in front of Khalid, as he'd made it very clear this evening that he didn't mind dropping any and all formalities. If there is someone visiting, we can review the title again, but for right now, I want to be Lily and Cedric. Which wasn't even remotely fair, given what would happen in a few weeks. But life wasn't fair. Sometimes one just had to live in the present and take advantage of the moment, such as now. Are you hungry? I asked her softly. She considered and shook her head.
I'm more thirsty than hungry.
I nodded and used my free hand to pull up a screen from my wrist. Her gaze widened at the display of technology as I typed out a quick note to the palace staff. We'll do a snack and drinks out here, I said, noting the nearby tables and lounge chairs. It's such a waste to have these amenities and not use them. I glanced at the pool. And I believe I promised you a swimming lesson. Her lips parted.
Now?
With a reaction like that? Yes. Strip. A sweet little flush started at her neck and moved upward into her cheeks. My darling little flower enjoyed my demanding side, which was good, as I had no intention of changing for her or anyone else. Her sweet tongue snuck out to dampen her lips, then she pulled the shirt up and over her head, exposing her gorgeous tits. They were pale beneath the moon, making her resemble a goddess of the night. An image that only strengthened by removing her shoes and pants, leaving her gloriously naked before me. Stunning, I whispered. It didn't matter that I was exquisitely familiar with her body. Every time I saw it felt like the first time. Now undress me. Lily stepped forward, her hands going to my belt first. I observed her as she worked, enjoying the way her blush seemed to spread across her skin as she unfastened my pants. I helped her with my shoes, lifting my foot slightly as she knelt to slip them off with my socks. Then she remained there to pull down my trousers. She stood, taking them over to a chair and folding them neatly before returning for my shirt, which she added to the pile. My shoes went under the chair, where she added her own as well. Then she fetched her garments to pile them beside mine. It was meticulous and beautifully done, and ended with her going to her knees before me, her head bowed. "We're not having our oral lesson yet, sweet Lily," I said, even though I was hard for her and very ready to feel those velvety lips around my cock. "I want to swim first." I held out my hand for her, my desire clear. She gave me her palm and allowed me to pull her up from the ground. This would be a good exercise in trust. I led her to the stairs near the center of the pool and started downward with her at my side. Her grip tightened as we reached the bottom, the water already reaching her neck. "This is the shallowest area," I warned her, "but the waterfall in the middle has a ledge. We're going to swim to that." Well, I would swim, and I'd be taking her with me. I slipped through the water to stand in front of her, my hand releasing hers to grab her hips.
I don't know how to swim, Cedric,"
she stammered, grabbing my shoulders. "I know." I pressed a kiss to her thundering pulse and inhaled deeply, loving the fragrance of terror surrounding her. "Your fear is intoxicating, Lily." I wanted more of it, my predatory side growling with excitement. She didn't disappoint, her gasp a beautiful sound in the still night as I pulled her deeper into the pool and away from where she could stand. Her arms circled my neck, her heart thudding rapidly against my chest. "So alluring," I whispered, my mouth still near her pulse as I used my legs to keep us afloat. "You would scream if I shoved you away right now, or your programming fracturing in your brilliant need to survive. That's what my kind truly craves, that ultimate realization when a human realizes she's going to die, and her natural response to it. No amount of teaching can kill that instinct, Lily. Humans were trained not to react, but it didn't matter. When faced with a terrible death, they always begged. The reason some stay silent is simply that they can't speak." My fangs skimmed her throat. They're either too far gone or drunk on pleasure, but inside they're screaming, begging to be saved. I kicked us to a deeper section where I could no longer touch the ground. She trembled violently against me.
"Cedric."
"It would be so easy," I whispered. "One push. You'd scream until you gargled, trying futilely to claw your way to the surface only to fail. My blood in your system would prolong the torment too. A cruel death, one I wouldn't wish upon anyone." I shifted my hold on her hips, and her arms squeezed, her skin breaking out in goosebumps as true horror gripped her heart. I inhaled again, my cock rock hard against her lower belly. There is nothing more alluring than terrified prey, little flower. I kissed her neck, my hands gently exploring her sides, prolonging the torment.
"Please,"
she whispered, quivering in a way that made me want to fuck her right here, right now. She would cry, she would scream, she would end up coming all over my shaft in an exquisite display of fear-induced passion. Then I'd pull her underwater just to force that sensation to build even more. But that wasn't what she needed for her first time. It wasn't what she deserved either. That would be an advanced course, one we'd try when she trusted me more. I lifted one of my hands to her hair, fisting the still dry strands and pulling her slightly back. "Take a deep breath."
"Cedric."
"Take a deep breath, Lily," I repeated. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she did as I asked. Then I took us both under to dampen our hair. She froze against me, her arms locked tightly around my neck. I waited a beat, then kicked us back up to the surface and used the momentum to take us toward the waterfall. A sob ripped from her mouth as she attempted to inhale. It was a beautiful sound, one I shouldn't enjoy as much as I did. But it was so filled with life and expectation that I couldn't help indulging in it. She made me feel. And while some of that feeling was tainted with regret at having stirred that sound from her, most of it was pure elation over feeling anything at all. This little flower was turning me into a human, giving me a healthy dose of humanity, and reminding me what it was like to truly live again. I kissed her as I continued toward the waterfall, my arm encircling her lower back while my tongue relayed my gratitude. She was so perfect, so exquisite. She made me want to believe in something more, to explore emotions I'd never considered before. Take another breath, I told her, only giving her seconds to obey before dunking us both beneath the waterfall. Then I went to the bench behind it, the seats allowing a good platform to sit and watch the water flow from overhead. I sat and allowed Lily to curl herself in my lap, her sobs echoing in the small private space.
I hate you,
she whispered. I know. I nuzzled her neck, loving the way her pulse still sang with terror. But you want me too. I slid my hand between her legs, feeling the natural lubricant that differed from the water around us. She tightened her grip around me and buried her face against my chest.
I hate you,
she repeated, her voice hoarse. I kissed the top of her head as I slid 2 fingers into her, my thumb grazing upward to find her clit.
I hate you,
she said for a 3rd time, her pussy clenching around my fingers and demanding more.
I hate you, I hate you, I hate you.
Straddle me, Lily, I whispered. Show me how much you hate me. She shuddered, her hips shifting as she pressed herself against my hand. I hooked my fingers in a way that I knew would drive her mad, eliciting a choked sound from her throat. My opposite hand went to her hair, fisting the strands and tilting her head back to expose her expressive face. Tears tracked down her flushed cheeks, her lips parting on a strangled moan, her eyes glazed with hateful passion. Straddle me, I repeated. Her gaze narrowed, the words "fuck you" glittering in that look, but her body obeyed. I pulled my hand out from between her legs as she slid over my lap, those slender thighs parting around me in glorious invitation. Her nails dug into my shoulders as though she was afraid to fall backward into the pounding waterfall, which only made me want to push her in exactly that direction. I caught her wrists, let go of me. Her lower lip trembled as she forced herself to comply. Then I guided her hands behind her back and bent her arms in a way that made it easy to clasp her opposite elbow. She was essentially crossing her arms just backward and behind her back. Her pupils were dilated with a mixture of terror and arousal, painting a beautiful sight before me. Don't let go of your elbows, I demanded, my palm going to her breastbone while I kept my other hand loose at my side. Her pulse picked up again, her breaths coming in pants. Inhale, I told her. She did. Now exhale. She shivered but followed my command. Good. Inhale again. Her nipples tightened with my words, her chest moving to comply. Then I slowly pushed her backward. She immediately tensed. Hold your breath, Lily, and close your eyes. Her fear perfumed the space between us as I guided her back into the waterfall. I only allowed it to run through her hair and along her closed eyes, careful not to let it touch her nose. She didn't know how to properly exhale yet, and I didn't want to spoil the moment with her truly choking. My opposite hand remained close, ready to grab her if she flailed, but she remained perfectly arched on my lap, letting me control her every move. Fuck, you're beautiful, I whispered, in awe of her obedience. She didn't realize what this meant, how this served as a balance of trust. But she would one day understand the gift between us, that delicate foundation that gave our relationship wings to fly with. My palm slid upward to her throat, making her swallow, then around to her nape as I pulled her back to me. She resembled a goddamn siren, her long blonde hair darkened with water, her eyes glittering with an intoxicating mix of arousal and fear-induced tears. I kissed her, my need to possess her claiming my focus and driving my tongue into her mouth. She bit me, angry and scared and silently begging for more. I squeezed her neck in reprimand, my opposite arm wrapping around her to bring her impossibly closer. "I'm going to fuck you, Lily," I warned her, my tongue throbbing from her vicious little bite. "I'm going to fuck you right here, right now, because I can't take another second of living without knowing what it feels like to be inside you." I wasn't asking for permission, but I also wanted her consent, a conundrum that left me breathless as I waited for her to speak. Her thick eyelashes parted to reveal an illustrious ocean of desire, her fear having melted into a smoldering pool of exquisite need.
"I hate you,"
she said for the millionth time. Then she pressed her slick cunt against my shaft. "Do you want me to fuck that hate out of you?" I asked, my thumb grazing her pulse as I pushed up against her, the head of my cock finding her clit.
"Yes,"
she whispered, her head falling backward in clear invitation.
"I want it to be you."
She wasn't looking at me, her voice a rasp of sound that I barely heard over the flow of water behind her. But as her beautiful eyes returned to mine, I saw the answer I needed before she even said the words.
"Fuck me, Cedric. Make me hate you a little less."
Or a little more, I mused, kissing her before she had time to ponder what I meant. Then I angled her hips to where I needed them, and thrust upward, claiming what was always meant to be mine.
Chapter 29. Lily. I screamed, the unexpected pain shredding through my mind and yanking me back into the moment. A moment filled with danger, unadulterated terror, pounding water, bottomless floors. I'm going to die here. I could feel it all the way to the core of my being that this vampire was going to change me irrevocably. He already had. But this union, this moment, felt pivotal. Like the rest of my life hinged on whatever happened next. And there was a very good chance I wouldn't survive it. His grip on my neck tightened as a low growl rumbled through him, vibrating my nipples and sending a shudder through me. He didn't otherwise move, our bodies locked together as his eyes held mine. A myriad of emotions burned in his gaze, darkening his irises to a black shade. There wasn't much light coming through the water, the moon above only providing an eerie glow that added to the threatening ambiance. I held my breath, his devastating expression promising violence. My nails dug into my elbows as I fought the urge to grab him, to hold on to him for dear life. He wasn't my savior or my hero. He was the villain in my world, the one who demanded I bow and give him everything before tossing me away to the literal wolves. Yet I couldn't stop this fascination brewing between us, this impulse to claim him in some way, this foreign need to ensure he never forgot me. I desired him more than air. It was dangerous to my health, an addiction that would absolutely kill me. But I refused to deny myself this one pleasure of choosing him. He'd phrased his desire to fuck me like a threat. I'd accepted it and turned it around by telling him it was what I wanted. Now we were joined, his cock so deep inside me that I felt every inch of him like a hot brand against my very soul. This felt more intense than simple intrusion. It was as though he'd locked a cage around my heart and stolen the key that would allow my emotions any freedom. He owned me, possessed me, enchanted my very being. His name was the only one I knew, the world around us redefined by this meaning of existence. I didn't understand it. He hadn't even moved other than to thrust up into my untouched center, stealing my innocence and claiming it as his. His lethal features remained unchanged, his dark irises burning with a fury I didn't understand. Did I do something wrong? Is he going to fuck me until I drown? My pulse raced, my heart beating so wildly that it made me dizzy. His thumb brushed my throat, telling me he could hear and feel my reaction. His other hand squeezed my hip, guiding me off of him just to shove back inside again. I gasped, the sensation even more intense this time, but in a warmer way, causing my muscles to spasm around him in a silent demand for more. He slid forward on the bench, taking me with him, and I suddenly had an image of him pushing me beneath the waterfall again to fuck me while I choked to death. It was a strange mix of arousal and terror, exciting a thrumming need inside me that I didn't quite understand. I liked his power over me. I liked how easily he could kill me. Because deep down, I knew he wouldn't. I trusted him to hold me, to give me the air I required to survive, to provide me with a life worth living. It was a heady realization that had me panting for more, my mind utterly lost to his presence. He introduced me to an entirely new world, one where my pleasure mattered. That's why he stopped moving. He'd wanted me to acclimate to his presence inside me. I wasn't sure how I knew that, but the moment I thought it, the more real it became. Everything Cedric did was meant to help me in some manner, to guide me to a refreshing existence. It was temporary, we both knew that, but he wanted to provide me with enough memories to last a lifetime. How do I know that? I marveled, seeing him in an entirely new way. Where are these realizations coming from? He still wore that same expression, sending a chill down my spine, but one twist of his hips chased away the cold, replacing it with a searing kiss against my skin. My stomach twisted, my thighs clenching around his legs. I needed something more from him, something I couldn't define. His fangs? His kiss? His power? My elbows ached from grasping them so hard. I wanted to release my arms and hug him, touch him, worship him with my hands. But I didn't want to risk destroying the moment by moving without permission. His nostrils flared, his pupils conveying the predator lurking within. He was eyeing his prey and debating what he wanted to do. Play a little more? Slaughter her? Devour her? Worship her? They weren't my thoughts, his deep voice seeming to whisper the questions into my mind. I shivered. Cedric. I wasn't sure why I said his name, just that I needed to speak. His silent intensity overwhelmed me. It left me feeling uneasy and uncertain, which of course only made me burn that much hotter, because I didn't know what he intended to do. That passionate blend of fear and lust created an inferno of demanding need inside me. I arched and nearly lost my balance with my arms behind my back. His grip loosened, suggesting he'd let me fall. Yet deep down, I knew he would pull me back up again. I almost let it happen just to prove my point. But his palm tightened again as he yanked me more firmly against him and captured my mouth with his. Adrenaline surged through me as he dipped me backward again, his tongue following mine all the way into the water behind me. My nails bit into my skin, my instinct to grab him hitting me hard in the chest. But he stilled, keeping me just on the surface with my nose above the water, allowing me to breathe while he dominated my mouth. It was an intoxicating embrace that left me completely at his mercy, forcing me to trust him. So I did. I relaxed my shoulders and arms, still clasping my elbows behind me, and gripped his shaft with my core. His tongue expressed his gratitude, his thumb gently stroking the column of my throat as he pulled me up again. I felt even closer to him now, connected in a way I couldn't define, not just because of his presence inside me, but something more. He didn't want to hurt me, scare me maybe, but he would never do anything to cause any true damage. He just wanted me to live, to be who I wanted to be, to express my emotions and desires and break the mental construct inflicted upon me by the university programs. It was another of those bursts of knowledge that I didn't understand, coming from a place blossoming between us.
Tell me what you want, Lily.
he whispered into my mind, his voice surprising and yet oddly right.
Tell me and I'll give it to you.
Am I imagining this? I wondered dreamily. He didn't reply, his lips instead leaving mine as he speared me with another of those dark looks. I wasn't sure if he'd really spoken to me or if I'd made it up. Perhaps I'd merely created the statement as a guess regarding his intentions. He'd told me last night to voice my desires, so I did it again now. I want you to fuck me, Cedric, I said. Show me what it's like to be yours. He smiled.
A dangerous request.
There's no alternative. He would always be dangerous to me. Yet something deep down whispered that he would also be dangerous for me, that he was making decisions and choices that put himself at risk, and he would burn the world down if it meant saving us both. The ferocity of that knowledge licked a hot path up my spine, painting a brand new reality around us. One he embraced by saying,
Wrap your legs around me and grab my shoulders.
I didn't waste a second in considering my options. I simply obeyed. The action of wrapping myself around him deepened our connection both physically and spiritually. And then he started to move. Really move. To the point of pain. Exquisite, blissful pain. He grabbed my hips with both hands, directing my body to receive his punishing thrusts. All I could do was hold on and take it. But oh, it was beautiful, intense, exotic. It hurt in the best way, his carnality consuming me and drowning me in a sea of Cedric. Dominating me, completing me, ensuring I would forever remember this first time, branding his name into my very soul. I attempted to meet his movements, but the water slowed me down. It didn't bother him, his speed and agility and power, plundering me with little resistance. His lips went to my neck, his tongue tracing my sensitive skin. Bite me, I begged, needing that final intrusion, the one that would claim me just as fiercely as below. He drew a circle with his tongue instead, prolonging the moment while my body begged for more. It was so overwhelming, my vision coming and going as he took me with a strength that could easily kill me. But he wouldn't let me die. He wanted me to bloom, to live. I felt that truth in my spirit, that link between us wide open and pulsating with renewed vigor. His incisors struck then, drawing me back down to our reality, reminding me of his power and virility. I screamed, his name a curse and a prayer as my world dissolved into rapturous waves of nonsensical bliss. Air no longer mattered. The water around us was no longer a threat. All I could feel was the orgasm ripping apart my soul and destroying me entirely. Cedric, Cedric, Cedric. His name whirled through my mind, slid off my tongue, and echoed all around us. He didn't stop drinking. He didn't stop fucking me either. He just forced me into a darker oblivion, demanding more pleasure from my body and leaving me weeping against him. I couldn't take any more, not another second. Yet he forced a third climax through me, stirring sounds from my throat that were inhuman in nature. Only then did he follow me over the edge, his own orgasm drawing a thundering growl from him that would haunt my dreams for eternity. So passionate and intense. Monstrous and savage. Oh, goddess. He was breaking every part of me, dismantling my views on the world and compelling me into this new one. An existence where our souls danced, where our hearts beat as one, where his sole purpose in life would be to protect me. An impossible future. One I knew was a fantasy more than a reality. But for the moment, I contented myself in believing this could truly be our destiny. I absorbed his pleasure and allowed it to fuel me, loving the way our bodies connected and reveling in the sensation of his hot arousal inside me. We were nowhere near done. something he proved as he phased us to the familiar surroundings of his shower. The cold tile made me hiss as he pressed me against it. Freezing water followed, but he took the brunt of it with his back. Then the warmth slowly trickled in, and he started to move inside me once more. Slow, steady, purposeful movements. So intensely right. He kissed me, letting me taste my blood on his tongue. Then he added his own essence, feeding me his power. It invigorated me in an unexpected manner, one I hadn't felt before. Because this kiss felt like a promise, a forbidden vow, an ancient claiming that I didn't fully understand. Yet the truth of it whispered between us, some term I'd never heard before. Erosita. I shivered, the power of that single word caressing my soul.
You're mine now,
Cedric whispered, his voice again in my head.
Your life is tied to my immortality.
How? I breathed against his mouth.
Blood and sex.
His tongue traced my lower lip as he slowly moved inside me, his cock stroking a place deep within that had yet another orgasm stirring.
We've shared blood too many times, and your virgin cunt claimed me.
He sounded amused, yet darkly troubled at the same time. I don't understand. I arched into him.
It's a scarcely performed ritual.
He drew his nose along my cheek, his lips finding my ear.
One that allows vampires to claim human mates.
My eyes widened. I'd never heard of such a thing.
The only way to break it is to allow another man to fuck the mate.
He continued, his words holding a hint of ice to them that left me feeling cold.
Which means you're mine until someone else fucks you. Then the mating is shattered.
I blinked, my nails digging into his skin. You'll let that happen? He didn't reply, his mouth returning to the open wound on my neck. He traced a sensuous path with his tongue, humming with satisfaction. Yet the answer whispered in his mind, words that had me clenching around him.
I won't have a choice.
Meaning he would share me and allow someone to break this bond. Not necessarily because he desired it, but because he would have to. My heart shriveled inside, my mind blanking out for a fraction of a second, until he began to move again, reminding me of his claim. The bond thrived, forcing my body to react favorably to his intrusion. Another climax belt, spilling through me in pleasurable agony. But in its wake was a weakening heart. A heart that had just begun to beat for the first time. Just to startle at the realization that Cedric could only temporarily be mine. Our destinies were simply meant to cross for this brief moment in our lives. In a blink, that link between us would end. He would go on surviving, while I would suffer a fate worse than death. All because he chose to mate me for a brief experience, knowing I could never truly be his. He kissed me, his tongue voicing an apology I didn't want to feel. But he left me no choice, his body still taking mine, his arousal a hot brand that demanded release. When he came, it was my name he whispered. However, it didn't sound pleasurable so much as pained. A pain I very much understood, as it rivaled my own ache deep inside. This was the cruelest game of all, a glimpse into the life we could have had, knowing full well it would die just as quickly as it had begun.
Chapter 30. Cedric.
You'll let that happen?
Lily's words haunted me, keeping me from chasing her into her dreams. She'd been physically sated and emotionally exhausted, her mind easily taking her under for some much-needed rest. But not mine. My mind refused to do anything other than repeat that phrase and the feelings that had followed. I hadn't been able to answer her, not out loud anyway, because I didn't much care for the response. I won't have a choice. Silvano would force me to break the bond. He didn't allow for such complications, and as my maker, I would have no choice but to follow through on the command. He'd take my sweet flower and ruin her, unless I killed her first. I drew my fingers through her hair, reveling in the silky texture. Her soul had married mine, making her immortal, which meant her life would be prolonged to withstand eternity, an intimate gift vampires very rarely bestowed upon a human mate. Lily would be much harder to kill now, and if something did happen, her spirit would simply draw energy from mine and revitalize her, at least until the Erisita bond broke. That act required one of two things to happen: my death or intimacy with another male. Oh, but not just any intimacy. I could share her with a friend, let him fuck her mouth, and she'd still remain mine. But vaginal intercourse, and anal, would shatter my hold over her. Only I could intimately penetrate her. As I'd never intended to take a mate, I didn't know much about the fragile link other than the basics, such as the origin story, which claimed that the supreme goddess of all, Nyx, had gifted her vampire creations the ability to take mates after her first line of blessed ones had voiced sadness over outliving their human counterparts. But there were rules that accompanied the magic that tied humans to vampires, and faithfulness was one of them. As with all things my kind did, they tested the boundaries. Vampires could in fact take more than one Erisita, and several had done so once upon a time, and they could share to an extent. Male Erisitas could not receive anal, unlike female Erisitas, an interesting distinction that once cost a vampire his mate. Or so the story went, anyway. But that was often the case with the Erisita bond. It was once so revered that few vampires spoke about the nuances, as they considered the details to be too intimate to disclose. Having undergone the process now myself, I understood the desire to remain silent. It felt too special and rare to discuss with anyone other than Lily. And yet Silvano would likely require me to provide every bit of information regarding my bond to Lily. He'd be furious with this development. While Erisitas were once cherished among my kind, they were now strongly frowned upon. Humans were too weak to be worthy of such a connection. However, I found Lily to be the worthiest of them all. A dark part of me had recognized what our frequent blood exchanges would lead to. It only took 3 complete exchanges, 3 different instances of her imbibing my blood and 3 occasions of me drinking from her to initiate the bond with a human virgin. All I'd needed to do at the end was deflower her. Had anyone else come before me, even a human, the magic would have lost its power. But she was still untouched where it mattered, allowing me to claim her. The blood exchange might have been why I'd felt so compelled to take her, to keep her, to make her mine. Except I'd been infatuated with her from the moment I'd laid eyes on her. All this silky hair, long stem-like legs, air of blissful innocence, a spirit that refused to die. Then she'd hit me with those breathtaking eyes, begging me to teach her how to pass my class. I'd been lost to her ever since. And it didn't improve now as her thick lashes parted to reveal her stunning irises. They practically glittered in the dark, drawing me to her that much more. She'd been awake for the last several minutes, listening to my mental musings because I hadn't bothered to shut her out. I let her hear everything from the history of the Erisita bond to what little I knew about it, to the fact that it was frowned upon in today's world. I even went as far as to share some of the old world with her, providing her with memories of life when lycans and vampires lived in secret. Her mind soaked up the information like a needy sponge, lost to the world I once knew. I also supplied her with a glimpse into the current political games, and told her how any sort of relationship with a mortal was considered to be a sign of weakness. Only 2 humans could be turned immortal every year, a rule I didn't technically break as Erisitas were still allowed, just frowned upon. I could fight to keep her. I might even try. Political nonsense had never appealed to me. There was also a sovereign in Jace region who had recently taken an Erosita. The difference, of course, was that I answered to a self-proclaimed sadist, while the other sovereign reported to a proverbial saint. Oh, Jace wasn't perfect. He had his own tastes. But he wouldn't try to destroy his sovereign's new toy the way Sylvana would mine. It helped that Darius, the sovereign in question, had mated a rare blood virgin. Her addictive flavor would protect her, assuming he willingly shared her with Jace, which rumors confirmed he was doing, and frequently at that. Lily possessed a sweetness I found alluring, but it was a sweetness Sylvana would sour immediately. I would sooner kill her myself than place her in his path. She shivered, hearing that threat. But rather than slide away from me, she rolled closer and pressed her lips to my jaw. It served as a silent kiss of forgiveness, one I didn't deserve. I should have killed her months ago and saved us both the eventual pain. However, I'd been too consumed by her to end this unhealthy infatuation. All I had been able to think about while away from her was how soon I could return, just for a month, not even 31 days, where she could be mine. I palmed her cheek, my thumb tracing the hollow beneath her eye. "Good evening," I whispered, my voice deep with false sleep. I had never really rested, but I hadn't spoken either.
Hi.
She pressed another kiss to my jaw, then moved to hover near my lips. I didn't speak or issue a demand. I merely waited for her to do whatever she desired. I owed her that much after everything I'd put her through, after everything I would put her through, too. She heard every thought, every intention, every regret. I kept nothing hidden, including the knowledge of my ability to shut her out, which meant she knew I freely gave her this access to my mind. She marveled at that, stunned by how easily I'd let her inside me. But when she realized the extent of my feelings for her, she understood. It surprised her. I heard that shock in her thoughts as she tried to process her reactions to everything I'd shared. Then she shut it all off and kissed me. She didn't want to think, she wanted to feel. And I was very on board with that decision. I pulled her over me, loving the way her legs automatically parted around my hips. Already wet for me, I mused into her mind, my beautiful weeping flower. She hummed back, her tongue sliding along mine as she pressed herself against my hardening cock. Fuck. I arched up into her. "You're so goddamn perfect, Lily." Maybe she was my weakness after all, an addiction I couldn't stop tasting. I threaded my fingers through her hair and deepened our kiss, needing more of her. She acquiesced, giving me all the control. My name rolled through her thoughts, the warmth underlying her tone doing something to me. Something dangerous. It made me want to hear that voice every day for the rest of my life. That soft, whispering caress filled with desire and trust. I gripped her hip with my opposite hand, shifting her in a way that allowed me to slide into her. There was no resistance, just a subtle clench that begged for more. "Lily," I breathed. "Sweet, beautiful Lily." Most humans would be sore after everything we'd done, but she wasn't mortal anymore. She was tied to an ancient bloodline, my bloodline, which left her feeling very much alive, strong even, and beautifully wanton. She gave a tentative flex of her hips, taking me deeper inside her. A soft little moan left her mouth, and then she began to move. I let her lead, my palm resting on her thigh as my other hand moved to the back of her neck. It was my way of telling her to play, and she didn't disappoint. She kissed me and rode me and ran her fingertips all over my abdomen. I loved it, feeling her take her own pleasure and indulge her needs. She eventually sat up, the new position causing her head to fall back on an alluring sound, reminding me yet again of a siren. Her breasts swayed as she moved, a pretty flush dancing along her skin. My palm slid from her thigh to her hot center, my thumb finding her swollen little nub. She jolted in response, goosebumps pebbling down her arms. Her nipples tightened into enticing peaks, that blush spreading and darkening as her pleasure mounted. "Are you close, sweet flower?" I asked, my gaze catching hers. I knew she was, but I still enjoyed her hissed response.
Yes.
I applied a little more pressure. "I want to feel you tighten around me, Lily." I stroked her a little faster. "I want to listen as your mind unravels." Her movements were erratic now, her irises glazed with passion as she chased her pleasure. "Will you do that for me?" I asked softly. "Will you shatter for me?" An unintelligible noise escaped her lips, the words sounding like strangled consent. "Now," I added, lacing a subtle demand through my tone, "come for me, Lily." Her back arched as she fell apart on top of me, her quivering intensity vibrating every inch of my being. It was so fucking hot that I nearly followed her over the edge. But she moved, taking away her sweet cunt, and replacing it with her mouth. "Fuck," I grated out, both shocked and enthralled by her abrupt move. She was still coming, her moans teasing my shaft as she took me deep into her throat. No gag reflex, no hesitation. I hated to admit how well the university had trained her, but I couldn't deny it in this moment. She took me so damn perfectly that I couldn't stop the growl rumbling in my chest. "Lily." Her throat contracted, reminding me of her pussy, and her continued pleasure swirled through my mind. She was stroking herself, teasing her clit with her fingers, prolonging her orgasm while she sucked me off. It was the hottest goddamn moment of my life, except for maybe last night. Or maybe all of it together qualified, fuck if I knew. All that mattered was her and her rapturous tongue, her sweet little mules, the scent of our arousal, her striking eyes. Fuck me, she was staring right at me, taking me deep, swallowing around my head, watching my cues while playing with herself. I wove my fingers through her hair again, applying just enough pressure to tell her what pace I liked. But she didn't even need it. She knew, because she was fucking made to be mine. "Just like that, Lily," I said, pumping into her and loving how beautifully she took me. "Fuck, you're killing me." I was so close to exploding, and I sensed her own climax rising for a second time. "Get yourself there, sweetheart. I want to feel your moans around me while I calm down your throat." She released a little moan in response, providing me with a preview of my request. Then she took me impossibly deeper, proving that her high marks were more than accurate for this activity, and brought herself over the edge. The power of her orgasm rippled through me via our link, her mouth vibrating my shaft with the sounds of her ecstasy. It was the most exquisite combination of sensations, causing me to explode down her throat in a near-violent manner. But she embraced it, swallowing me and my essence and sucking me dry, all while riding the high of her own orgasm. The moment that last drop hit her tongue, I grabbed her by the hair and yanked her up and over me. Then I claimed her mouth in a savage kiss filled with blood. Mine, hers, ours. It wasn't human, it was animalistic, just like me. This woman had just blown my fucking mind. I couldn't think beyond claiming her, cherishing her, thanking her with my tongue. She shuddered against me, her heart thudding madly. I rolled her to her back, my lower half settling between her splayed thighs. But I didn't fuck her. I simply continued to kiss her, sharing with her via my mind how much I adored her, how much I wanted to keep her. I hated this world. I hated the rules. I hated what I knew I had to do. Breakfast this evening was proof enough of how little control I actually possessed in this current world. The royals made the rules. However, I'd always been a rebel. I didn't care much for authority, which put me in a very dangerous position indeed, because I wanted to slay the world for this woman. I wanted to claim her for always, not just for a month. A lethal desire, given what it would cost. But maybe she would be worth it. Maybe we would be worth it. I didn't have to decide now, or even tonight. We still had a few weeks. Assuming Khalid didn't lose his shit over this development. Because he would know the moment we arrived at breakfast, a shared knowledge that had Lily tensing beneath me. She saw where my thoughts went, and the very real concern that Khalid might exude his power over me and break the bond himself, in which case this would end before it even began. There were many vampires I could kill with ease in this world. Unfortunately, Khalid wasn't one of them. If he wanted Lily, he would take her, and my bonding her had just made her that much more valuable. Vampires loved a good power play, and I was about to deliver Khalid a winning hand at breakfast. The question was, would he play it, or would he leave it for another day? Chapter 31. Cedric. There were two ways I could approach this. Pretend I didn't give two shits about Lily and present a stoic facade, or reveal all my cards. One look at Khalid this morning had me choosing the latter. Not that I ever fully intended to go with the former. Perhaps I would have with Silvano. But the moment he touched Lily, the facade would have fractured, which was a problem. This whole situation was a problem. Yet I couldn't find a single ounce of guilt within me. Not even when I considered what this would do to Lily. Because it all felt too right to deny ourselves the intimate pleasure of the bond. A fucked up assessment, one I should feel bad about. Alas, I'd lived a very long time, and I wasn't going to reject something that made me feel. I placed my palm against Lily's lower back, expressing my claim as I held Khalid's burning gaze. His irises had shifted from turquoise to dark brown orbs, suggesting the mug in his hand wasn't coffee this morning. His prospect sat beside him with her blonde head bowed, the fire from yesterday nowhere to be seen. The prince murmured. "Seems you had an eventful day." I pulled a chair out for Lily, then took the seat between her and Khalid. "It's been an eventful few months." "Indeed." Khalid glanced at his prospect and set down his mug. "Well, my darling, it appears you won't be eating dear Lily for evening breakfast today." His dark eyes returned to mine. "Unless, of course, you wish to share." The words were a test, one I couldn't pass. If I agreed, I would risk a strongly possessive reaction that might result in physical harm to someone in this room. If I refused, I was admitting my weakness. But hearing Lily's whispered thoughts, all of which centered around my pleasure and not her own, had me replying, "No, I do not wish to share." "A sentiment that I'm sure Silvano will adore," Khalid mused. Then he leaned forward to steeple his fingers together against the dark wood table, his expression turning serious as he evaluated me and then Lily. I said nothing, because there really wasn't anything to say. I knew the dangers of my actions, just as I knew how my kin would react. Khalid possessed the authority to take Lily from me right now, bend her over the table and demolish our bond. I could react. I could attempt to save her, but it would be at the expense of her life, and potentially even mine. Yet I wasn't sure that cost would actually stop me. Already I could sense my irritation at Khalid for just being in the same room as Lily. The notion of him touching her had me wanting to kill him without question. It was a thread he seemed to sense because his eyes narrowed in blatant warning. "That won't end well for you," he seemed to be saying. "Try me," I replied with a look. He might have been deadly, but so was I, and I had more to lose than he did at the moment, which made me even more dangerous than usual. Lily's hand found my thigh, the touch sending a jolt through my heart. She was seeking comfort in the midst of the aggressive storm unfolding around her. Yet she was also providing support, too. She confirmed with a whispered thought that she would do whatever she had to do to ensure our survival, including letting Khalid have her, which I immediately shot down by telling her that's not going to happen. I wouldn't allow it, something I knew firmly now that we were sitting here staring each other down. He would have to hurt me to be able to touch her, and I wouldn't go down easily. Khalid continued to study me for another beat, his expression calculating. "Silvano will destroy her." I know. He cocked a dark brow. "And you willingly put her in that danger." Willingly isn't the term I would use. I hadn't exactly planned to make Lily mine, although I certainly didn't regret it. "I like you, Cedric." Khalid spoke the words with a lingering undertone of a threat, almost as though he wanted me to be aware that his fondness for me wasn't entirely a good thing. "If you ask me to break this bond for you in a humane manner, I will." It was an offer to free me and Lily from the mating link, one very few of his stature and age would ever voice in such a way. A gift of friendship in a dark sort of way. One I should accept because it would save Lily from Silvano. Yet I couldn't find the words or the will to let it happen. "I appreciate the offer," I said, meaning it. "But I can't." My soul wouldn't allow it. The second Khalid tried to touch Lily, I'd react violently. I could feel the possessive energy clouding my mind and refusing to abate. Lily was mine, perhaps temporarily, but I would fight like hell to keep her for as long as I could. "The offer stands until Blood Day." Khalid picked up his mug again to take a sip, his turquoise gaze flickering with dark embers again that made his gaze molten brown. "After that point, you're on your own." Understood, and thank you. It was a generous offer, and a reaction I hadn't fully expected from him. Most royals in his position would merely take Lily to prove a point. He was respecting my wishes and offering to help me in his own way, and I truly did appreciate the demonstration of compassion. "Obviously, her schedule will require changing now," he added. Yes. The Erisita bond would be evident to anyone who knew her scent. It was a subtle change, one some might not pick up on, but anyone who did would create a problem. It wouldn't be considered proper to allow an Erisita to attend classes with other humans. My bond to Lily not only elevated her status by marking her as a vampire possession, but it also made her temporarily immortal and had granted her access to one of my kind's most precious secrets. All of that together made her an inappropriate candidate to attend Blood University. "We have two choices," Khalid said after finishing the contents of his mug. "We either mark her change of status in the system, or I merely approve your original request to keep her off-site for hands-on training. The latter originally might have piqued Silvano's interest, which I'd been wanting to avoid. However, the former will absolutely intrigue him, and I don't much fancy a visit from your maker. Therefore, we will opt for the schedule change instead." I tried not to let my surprise show in my features. I'd assumed his revision of my scheduling request for Lily had been a power move on his part. However, he'd been trying to prevent soliciting Silvano's attention, something I very much agreed with him on, as I didn't want Lily anywhere near my maker. If Khalid put her new status in the system, Silvana would be on his jet in hours, heading straight here. He would be pissed, and I'd be forced to endure whatever punishment he wished to give, which would be at Lily's expense. Hence, Khalid's offered to remove our bond and save her. Now he was protecting her in a different way, at least temporarily. "She'll still need to attend Blood Day," Khalid continued. "As you've said, you're not a true sovereign yet. You have no power or authority to claim her. And if anyone sees you together, they'll know what she is to you." I clenched my jaw at that. He wasn't implying that my possessive nature would be obvious, although I suspected it would be, but that the scents would give us away. Lily's sweet perfume held a hint of my vampiric cologne, one that those who knew me well would notice. Everyone else would just assume that was her natural scent, or that maybe a vampire had intimately touched her prior to attending the ceremony. Unless I stood nearby. In which case, my fragrance would be all over both of us, openly claiming her as mine, just as it did now. A natural sort of protective shield, one that activated when nearby. However, if I was away from her, it would be faint and almost undetectable. Unless someone bit her. If that happened, her blood would give it away. I'd never bitten someone else's Erisita, but from what I understood, there was an addictive element to the flavor that ignited a competitive instinct in my brethren. Vampires loved power plays. To find an unguarded mate would prove fruitful indeed. She would become a bargaining chip, or simply a toy to be tormented, knowing the vampire half would sense the pain. Erisitas used to be revered, but not by everyone. And now, they were seen as emotional connections, weaknesses among my kind. Khalid didn't seem to share that opinion, as he appeared to be trying to help me, at least for the next few weeks. That was likely why his offer stood until Blood Day. After that point, she would belong elsewhere, and my link to her would inevitably lead to my pain in addition to her own. The smart move would be to let him end it all now. Cut this off before the emotions grew stronger between us. But I couldn't. I wanted this experience. I wanted to know Lily. I wanted her to know me. "I'm a terrible mate," I acknowledged, "but I refuse to let you go, Lily. You're mine, even if only for a few weeks." Her palm remained against my thigh even as a myriad of conflicting thoughts blended in her mind. She wanted this feeling too. But she also hated me for skewing her view of reality. Despised that we'd created something so special between us that neither of us could keep. Yet was thankful for the experience at the same time, and grateful to me for making her feel something warm, something intense, something pleasing. I placed my hand over hers and gave it a squeeze, an action Khalid tracked with his eyes as though he could see straight through the massive wooden table. "Lily will need to continue her schooling here with Emine." Khalid's gaze returned to mine. "That will need to include some sort of sexual training and fighting courses. They are evenly matched, and Emine needs practice." I assumed Emine was his chosen name for his prospect. "I understand, but I'll handle Lily's sexual training." "We will handle it in some group sessions," he corrected. "Emine needs to learn how to properly behave in certain situations, and the information will benefit Lily too." I considered him for a moment. "My response to that demand depends on what you have in mind." He grinned. "Let's eat breakfast first. Then I'll have Emine demonstrate." His blonde prospect shivered in response, her blue-gray eyes darting up to Khalid as her cheeks turned a pretty shade of pink. Whatever he meant by demonstrate seemed to have her intrigued. He reached over to brush his knuckles across her cheek in an endearing sort of manner. Then he picked up the bell on the table to solicit service. Apparently, that meant his comment was a demand, not a request. That didn't surprise me. He'd been overly generous this evening. It was time for his motive for that generosity to appear. in the form of a group session. Lily squeezed my thigh, her nervous energy loud in her mind. But she didn't outwardly react at all, other than her grip on my leg. I ran my thumb along the back of her hand. Whatever Khalid intended for us, we'd survive. Hell, we might even enjoy it. Be sure to eat everything I put on your plate, little flower. I suspect you're going to need your strength. Especially as Khalid had a penchant for drawing blood and testing sensual limits. Just like me, only with a bit more violence. And lethal toys. Like knives.
Chapter 32. Lily.
Strip.
The single-word command felt like a whip against my senses, causing my heart to skip a beat. My eyes automatically shifted to Cedric. He dipped his chin in confirmation, telling me to do as Master Khalid had indicated. Prospect 139, whom Master Khalid had called Emine during breakfast, removed her clothes without hesitation. All the boldness I'd witnessed in her yesterday seemed to have disappeared. I swallowed, then did as commanded, and bowed my head to match Emine's position, which was what I should have done from the beginning.
First lesson.
Master Khalid started, his voice soft.
I'm a royal, Lily. You obey me, not your mate. When I ask you to do something, you do it without question.
I shivered. Yes, Master. My prince. I winced. Master Cedric told me not to call him that, but how could I not, after that last rule?
Don't.
Master Cedric said, his tone underlined in steel.
You just told her you're a royal. She's addressing you appropriately. You realize defending her gives away your feelings for her, yes? She's my Erisita, my toy, my mate, my fuck doll, whatever you want to call her, but she is mine, and I will not allow a minor infraction to be the cause of you ending our link.
Master Khalid sighed.
I wasn't going to bite her, Cedric. I was merely going to sternly request that she call me Master. If you want her sternly corrected, you tell me, and I'll handle it. Would you speak to Silvano in this manner? I would sooner kill Lily than put her in a room with Silvano.
Master Cedric replied, his words making my blood run cold.
Consider this a gift of my patience, Khalid. She's naked, she's bowing. Don't push me.
Silence followed, the tension thick in the air. Goosebumps pebbled down my arms in response. Master Cedric, I whispered. But he didn't reply. However, his anger burned my mind. His thoughts were chaotic, his need for violence making me dizzy.
This won't do, Cedric.
Master Khalid finally stated.
This innate possessiveness is exactly why society frowns upon this union. It was once revered, sacred even.
Master Cedric pitched his voice low, but the words were underlined with power. Another wave of quiet followed.
Are you saying you miss the old ways?
Master Cedric worked through how to respond, his thoughts open to mine. He wasn't hiding anything at all, which was how I discerned the concept of this word game. This exercise had nothing to do with training, and everything to do with testing Master Cedric.
Oh, there may be another purpose to it all, but I'm the primary subject for today's lesson.
Master Cedric mused, his mental voice holding a strange sort of lightness to it, almost as though he found this humorous.
The old ways,
he repeated, as though contemplating the meaning, but his thoughts told me he already knew the purpose.
Some aspects of our lives are meant to be cherished, and finding a mate should be one of those aspects. Yet we're told it's a weakness. Maybe it is. But maybe a weakness is what makes life interesting. Interesting.
Master Khalid echoed.
An intriguing word choice. Interesting how?
Master Cedric moved to stand in front of me, his fingers finding my chin and drawing my gaze up to his.
I feel alive in a way I haven't experienced in a very long time.
My heart skipped a beat, his words seeming to be for me more than Master Khalid.
My Lily has breathed new life into my veins. She's provided me with an air of excitement. Something I've missed since having the chase stolen from us.
He tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear, then glanced at Master Khalid, who stood near my side.
You ask if I miss the old ways. Yes, because I miss feeling alive. This new world may be easier for us to manage. It may put us in our rightful roles at the top of the food chain, but it's mundane. It's too predictable. It's too simple.
He dropped his hand from my face, giving Master Khalid all his focus again.
She's mine. As a royal, you can take her from me, but rest assured I won't make it easy on you. I could report you.
Master Cedric smiled, something I noticed because I'd never returned to my requisite bow.
That would require you to admit your presence here, and we both know you won't report me. If you find my behavior problematic, you'll handle it yourself. Which is what I'm trying to do, but you're now allowing me to correct it. Bullshit. You wanted to test my reaction. Now you have it. What's next?
Master Cedric had dropped all pretense of formality, which fascinated me. He always struck me as in control, but right now, he came off as a bit reckless. Master Khalid narrowed his turquoise eyes.
Your disrespect is starting to piss me off, as is yours.
Master Cedric returned.
You may be a direct descendant of the Blessed Ones, but I still have status due to my age and abilities. So while I bow to you on most things, the Erisita bond isn't one of them. Now stop playing games, Khalid, and tell me what it is you really want.
My blood went cold at the lethality underlining Master Cedric's tone. His words swirled in my thoughts, the precision beneath his statement as sharp as a blade.
Now stop playing games, Khalid, and tell me what it is you really want.
Ice seemed to frost the air as two powerful vampires came to a head. I'd experienced their virility and supernatural auras over the years, but not quite like this. Master Khalid was a royal. Master Cedric was an old vampire. While the royal would likely win a match, I suspected Master Cedric would hold his own and do some damage. However, Emine and I would absolutely die. I clasped my hands before me, my fingers linking together as the tension continued to grow. My knees shook with a sudden desire to kneel, the power in the room suffocating my ability to process anything beyond the need to submit.
It seems you're not the only one dissatisfied by our current situation, Cedric.
Master Khalid finally said, his words not what I'd anticipated hearing. Master Cedric's surprise rivaled my own, his mind confirming that he hadn't been expecting those words at all.
Oh?
The prince stared at him, his blue-green irises intent.
There's a revolution coming. I don't know when. I won't elaborate, but I am preparing for that fate, and you should be too. By doing what exactly? Deciding which side you intend to fight on.
The royal vampire replied.
That's hard to determine without understanding the players on the board.
Master Cedric's mind was already analyzing the royals and alphas, his mind cataloging the potential participants. I could also hear him questioning the truthfulness of the prince's claim.
This could all just be another game,
he thought.
A fucked-up political move to test my allegiance.
Just hearing him consider all the angles of this conversation exhausted me. Vampires were so politically charged. Nothing was what it seemed. And apparently, this entire experience was no different from the rest.
Yes.
Master Khalid agreed.
That all said, you were right. I wanted to see how deep this obsession with your Lily went. Why? Because she's a liability. One that will get you killed on Blood Day if you don't get your shit together.
The royal paused to let that sink in.
And I personally feel that your death would be a waste of talent. I see.
Master Cedric's mind came alive with more strategy as he started wondering what the prince meant.
Your skill set may prove quite useful soon, especially if molded appropriately. Meaning I want to keep you alive. And if that means I need to remove your distraction, I will.
The royal vampire held up a hand before the other vampire could speak.
But I'm beginning to realize that removing this distraction may have consequences. So I am currently reevaluating my options.
Master Cedric's jaw ticked, his mind openly processing every word while I listened.
The distraction you speak of has provided a new sense of excitement in an otherwise mundane existence. Therefore, removing that distraction would be unwise, especially if you feel my skill set may be needed for something in the future. Yes, that's what I've gathered from today's lesson. Indeed.
Master Cedric folded his arms.
What now? Now? Now we begin another lesson.
The prince's vibrant gaze went to Emine.
I still need her trained. However, I value her life and don't want to risk you killing her for touching your Erosita.
You would do that? I asked, surprised by his comment. Master Cedric didn't hesitate.
Yes.
Why?
Because you're mine, Lily, and I don't want to share you.
But...
This isn't a debate, sweet flower. What do you suggest?
He asked aloud, his focus on the other man.
I suggest we alter our course and teach Emine and Lily how to behave around vampires. If your flower is to remain your Erosita, something I could help facilitate for you if you choose to work with me, there will need to be an understanding between us. And there it is.
Master Cedric mused.
The real request. Work with you.
He repeated.
Meaning?
The royal grinned.
Meaning I may have a need for a new sovereign, and perhaps I would like that sovereign to be you. Is that what all this is about? You want me to join your region and leave Silvano behind?
He lifted a shoulder.
As I've said, there's change coming. I would like the right players on my side. Change that you can't elaborate on. Not until I trust you. So is that the real reason you're here? To recruit me?
Master Cedric asked. The royal scoffed at that.
No. You've been auditioning for me for years. Why else do you think I allowed you to be a master at the university?
He arched a brow.
A vampire as powerful as you, near the borders of my territory? Come now. You know it required special permission. And so what? I finally passed your test? Not exactly,
the prince replied.
When I received word of your departure, I came to handle the turnover of your classes, which is how I met Emine. She is the reason I remained. But it ended up rather fortuitous overall, as it allowed me the opportunity to properly evaluate you. Evaluate me. For a sovereign position. Yes. One I know you don't want, which is what makes you perfect for it. Silvano will never allow it. Silvano doesn't intimidate me. He can pitch a fit all he wants, but there is nothing tying you to him other than your loyalty, which, ironically, I admire. But I would much prefer that loyalty be directed at someone who deserves it. Someone like you.
Master Cedric guessed. The prince's lips curled again.
As I said, I could help you with this problem, if you agree to help me. But don't decide today. Think on it. Perhaps my training methods will persuade you.
He sauntered over to Emine and ran his thumb along her jaw, tucking her chin up until her eyes met his. She gazed up at him without displaying any emotion, something that seemed to appease him greatly.
Isn't she a beautiful actress, Cedric?
Master Khalid skimmed his knuckles down her neck to her breasts.
Her body reacts to my touch, but her face gives nothing away. Even though I know she's dying for me to lick her between her thighs. Isn't that right, princess?
Yes, master, she replied, her voice devoid of emotion.
Answer me like you would in private, and maybe I'll reward you.
He told her, and her expression immediately shifted into one I recognized. It was the kind of look I knew I gave Master Cedric regularly. I'm soaking wet for you, Khalid, she informed him, her voice breathy. Please fuck me.
Such a good little mirage,
he replied, his lips briefly meeting hers.
She's learning how to behave in public versus in private.
He brushed another kiss against her cheek before stepping around behind her, his hands going to her hips as he bent to nibble her neck. My nipples tightened at the display, mostly because I thought of Master Cedric's mouth against my own throat. His mind went to a similar place, his thoughts shifting from analytical to aroused in an instant. But he maintained his distance, that strategic part of him still evaluating every word the prince had said to him.
This is the training I wish to continue, Cedric.
The royal murmured, his palm gliding along Emine's torso to palm her abdomen.
I think it would benefit your Lily as well.
Emine arched back into him as he slid his fangs into her throat, his palm remaining against her belly as his opposite hand moved upward to cup her breast. She moaned, her eyes closing as she gave herself fully to him. I swallowed, my skin flushing at the sight. A vivid image of Master Cedric holding me in that way flashed inside my mind, making my knees go weak. However, he didn't move. He merely watched, his expression giving nothing away. If I couldn't hear his yearning in his mind, I would have thought this meant nothing to him. Except I could hear his desire as loud as mine, his need to claim me in a similar manner, making it difficult for him to remain still.
I know you've already begun training, Lily,
the prince said after a long drink.
But I think it would be mutually beneficial to combine our lessons for a common goal. We could show them how to be sexual with each other without truly being intimate.
His gaze lifted to Master Cedric.
After all, this society requires games. So let's play together on the same side. Chapter 33. Cedric. This is a dangerous game indeed. Khalid wasn't just asking me to help train our pets for society's purposes. He was asking me to choose him over Silvano. I may have a need for a new sovereign, Khalid had said. Not an offer, but a potential position within his territory. And he'd apparently been evaluating me as a prospective candidate for years. I hadn't considered that possibility when my position with Blood University had been approved. I just assumed they were short-staffed and could use an older influence on their faculty. However, I should have known that it had required approval from Sahara and Khalid. I wasn't a royal, but I was old, powerful, and the progeny of a royal. If something ever happened to Silvano, I would be considered a candidate to take over his territory. And if I chose to work with Khalid, the same could be said about his territory too. He returned his mouth to Emine's neck, his fangs sinking into her flesh again as the palm on her stomach slid downward to her shaved cunt. Lily squirmed in response, her own thighs clenching at the erotic display. I could smell her arousal, the heady scent making me dizzy as the aroma of Emine's blood pulsed through the air. Khalid was inviting me to join him in this lethal dance, and the scents were making it difficult to refuse. He'd taunted my possessive side out to play when he'd taken a step toward Lily earlier. Her nudity had left her even more vulnerable in my mind, causing me to react instinctively by warning him not to touch her. Because I would defend her, something I hadn't been entirely certain about until the moment had arrived. The second he'd moved, I'd decided my fate. Mine. That word reverberated through my mind even now, my desire to hide Lily's body from his view, an intense need that took an insane amount of effort to deny. Never had anything tested my patience as much as this situation. Given how long I'd lived, this realization was shocking, to say the least. But I'd never had an Erisita before. I wasn't sure how much of this obsession was driven by our link versus just Lily. It was likely some combination thereof.
Khalid,
Emine moaned, her body shaking as his touch and bite drove her over the edge into a climax that had her screaming in pleasure. Lily's cheeks took on a dusky shade, her pupils blown wide at the orgasmic display. She appeared ready to go to her knees and taste Emine's pleasure for herself, perhaps because she wanted some of that rapture to rub off on her. However, that hungry gleam in her gaze gave me an idea. This game was about control and the perception of others. There were ways to be sexual and vampiric while also being sensual and true to our mates. Because the bond allowed me freedom to access Lily's thoughts, to derive her needs and assess her limits. And she was telling me now that the thought of playing with Emine didn't exactly repel her. If anything, she was intrigued and wondered what it would be like. So young, my Lily, I mused into her mind. There are so many experiences you lack, and I find myself wanting to give you every opportunity while I can. Do you want to taste her?
I don't know.
Would you like me to command you to perform so you don't have a choice? Because I would. Not necessarily because I wanted to see the two women indulge one another, but because I wanted to hear Lily's thoughts while she tasted Emine, to observe Lily's technique, to feel her emotions from the act of pleasuring a woman. To live again. That was the gift Lily gave me, another chance to experience everything as though it were the first time again, to remember what it was like to be human.
Yes.
She whispered.
Yes, Master Cedric.
If at any point this becomes too much, tell me, I told her. I couldn't promise it would stop because sometimes a lover needed to be pushed just a little more than comfortable to experience utter oblivion. But I would take care of her, and I would listen intently to her thoughts for a multitude of reasons.
Yes, Master Cedric,
she echoed. Such a sweet flower, I murmured into her mind as I moved to stand behind her, similar to how Khalid had positioned himself behind Emine. Except I didn't grab Lily by the throat. I instead wove my fingers into her thick blonde hair and fisted the soft strands before pressing my lips to her ear. Kneel, I demanded. She shivered in response, but did as I commanded, going to her knees before Emine while I maintained my grip in her hair. Khalid met my gaze, his mouth leaving Emine's pulse as he arched a brow. Is there something you have in mind? Yes. Lily wants to taste your Emine. I lowered my free hand to Lily's shoulder to give it a little squeeze. Lily?
Yes, Master?
She answered dutifully, no doubt hearing my thoughts on this formal game and my need for her to respond appropriately. Ask Prince Khalid for permission to lick his pet's cunt. I purposefully used his title to let him know that I was accepting his request for shared lessons, at least for now. His turquoise irises had shifted to a midnight shade while feeding, the change of color an unusual trait for our kind that somehow made him appear even more lethal than he already was. The glint in his eyes only added to his dangerous appearance, but the slight twitch of his mouth told me he was eager to play.
Prince Khalid?
Lily said, her voice holding a soft note to it.
May I lick your pet's cunt?
So close to perfect, I thought at her, my palm shifting along her shoulder to her neck, where I drew a threatening line upward with my thumb. Ask again with more confidence, Lily. Prince Khalid needs to believe you mean it. If she were any other student, I would have delivered that statement with a harsh note in my voice. But I couldn't seem to do that with Lily. Not anymore, anyway. She swallowed, the movement brushing my touch as I wrapped my palm around her throat. A beat passed as she mentally prepared herself by repeating the phrase 3 times. I didn't interrupt her, but it was a flaw we would need to perfect, and quickly. Because this sort of hesitation would get her killed in a room of my brethren, something she already knew, as evidenced by her own berating thoughts regarding her uncertainty.
Just say it,
She coached herself, her voice loud in my mind. True fear was taking shape in her thoughts as she heard my own mind crafting the ways she would be punished for this if we were anywhere else. But the rich silks of this room hid all of us from view, the windows having been closed before we'd arrived in the seating area for this lesson. It was near the dining room and tucked into a corner with only one entryway, a reserved area, very unlike the open rooms my kind typically favored for playtime. But Khalid was proving to defy all the norms. I just didn't know how much of it was a test to see my true preferences versus a display of his desired reality. Could we really be this similar, or is the infamous assassin fucking with me?
May I lick your pet's cunt, Prince Khalid?
Lily asked, the boldness and confidence in her tone immediately drawing me back into the game at hand. There was a subtle layer of sensuality in her voice as well that had my lips curling in response. Very good, I praised her. How can I deny such a sweetly worded request like that? Khalid mused, his lips twisting upward into a smile as he removed his hand from the space between Emine's thighs. He brought his hand up to his pet's mouth. Open, darling Mirage. I want to feel you moan against my fingers while Lily licks your pussy. Emine's lips parted to take him eagerly inside, her cheeks hollowing as she sucked her juices from his skin. You may taste my pet, Lily, Khalid told her, but I expect you to make her come too. Do you understand?
Yes, my prince,
she replied, her voice breathy. Khalid nodded. Proceed. I released Lily's neck to slide my palm to her shoulder again. Ask Prince Khalid if you can touch his pet with your hands, too.
Prince Khalid, may I use my hands as well?
Lily asked. You may caress her legs, stomach, and tits, but only your tongue and mouth are allowed to touch her pussy, Khalid replied.
Thank you, my prince.
Lily lifted her palms to Emine's thighs and slid them upward to her hips, the touch sensual and stirring a trail of goosebumps down the other woman's legs. Very good, I whispered into Lily's mind. Think about how you like me to touch you, how it feels when I suckle your clit and lick you deep. Try to mimic those actions with Emine.
Yes, Master Cedric.
Just Cedric in our minds, sweet flower, I said, especially when we're being intimate.
Yes, Cedric,
she replied, as she leaned forward to press an open-mouthed kiss to Emine's shaved mound. My grip on Lily's shoulder tightened, the sight of her touching another person intimately doing strange things to me. Part of me wanted to yank Lily away from Emine and openly claim my Erosita by shoving my cock down her slender throat. But another part of me burned with curiosity. What will she do? How will she like this? Will she want to do it again? So many questions. So much sensation. I'd indulged in numerous sexual encounters throughout my very long life, but this was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Because I sensed the newness through Lily's mind. Her eagerness to comply, her desire to please me, her need to do this right.
I like when you nibble me,
Lily said, as she proceeded to demonstrate the action on her way down to Emine's slickness.
And when you fuck me with your tongue.
Her palms moved to Emine's thighs to widen her stance, giving her full access to her pussy and allowing Lily to demonstrate the fucking she'd just mentioned. My abdomen tightened at the display and the vulgar words coming from my sweet flower's mind. She was finding a way to involve me in the most intimate manner, telling me what she liked from me as she demonstrated on the female before her. Are you imagining me doing this to you? I asked her, fully aware that she was, her mind utterly open to mine.
Yes,
she hissed.
I'm thinking about what you do to me, and applying it to her, but it's making me...
It's making you what? I slid my palm up to her neck again, this time to brush my knuckles against her pulse. Is it making you burn, sweet flower?
Yes. So hot.
She drew her tongue up to Emine's sensitive nub, causing the other woman to jolt and moan around Khalid's fingers. But I barely saw her. My focus was entirely on Lily, and her thoughts and the way she processed each move while envisioning me between her own thighs. Fuck, Lily, I breathed. She hummed in response, causing Emine to tremble. So Lily did it again. I'm starting to think there won't be much training required in this department, Khalid mused, his lips against Emine's temples as he continued to thrust his fingers in and out of her mouth. It's like the two of you were born to play together. Or the four of us were destined to master this game, I told him, meeting his intense gaze once more. We were forming some sort of fucked-up bond between us, one driven by Lily's mouth on Emine's clit, like she was sealing the promise between the four of us with her fucking tongue.
Cedric,
she whispered.
I like when you suck on me here. It almost hurts, yet it feels so good.
Are you doing that to Emine now? I knew the answer, but that wasn't the point. Communicating like this was intensifying the moment, drawing us closer together and lighting both of us on fire.
Yes,
Lily replied.
I'm sucking her, then nibbling, then leaving with my tongue.
You're making her squirm.
I think she's close to coming,
Lily told me. She is, I confirmed, noting the way Emine's cheeks were turning a deeper shade of red. Khalid said you could touch her tits, grab one, and tweak her nipple. Lily shuddered beneath my grasp, her mind immediately picturing me doing exactly that to her. How wet are you right now, little flower? I asked aloud, my gaze falling to where she pleasured Emine.
My thighs are damp,
she answered against the other woman's damp flesh.
I want to feel Prince Khalid's pet come. I want to taste her.
Are you going to come for Lily, little Mirage? Khalid asked, his mouth skimming his pet's throat. Are you going to give her what she wants? Lily's palm slid upward to grasp Emine's breast, causing the other woman to groan and release an incoherent response against Khalid's fingers. He chuckled in reply. You need my bite. He nipped at her pulse. You crave it. Another unclear response followed. Little deviant, he whispered. You're going to make me share you with all the vampires in my court. Let them feast upon you just to writhe in pleasure. She trembled, her head shaking back and forth. No? Just my bite, then? He asked her. Prove it. His gaze met mine. Bite Emine. Lily tensed beneath my hands. She very clearly did not like that idea, but it was a lesson we both needed because this was how we deceived in the game, how we made others think we were all about sharing without truly sharing. You can bite without feeding, I whispered into Lily's mind, and he very clearly told me to only bite.
It feels...
Like cheating? I finished for her, listening as her mind puzzled over that term. Like sharing against your will, I clarified. That's our bond, sweet flower. We're tied to each other until it's broken. Our instincts will be protective in nature, which is exactly why I reacted to Khalid earlier. And he was laying another challenge at my feet. Only this one wasn't just for me. It was for Lily, too. I caught his gaze again, telling him with my eyes that I more than understood his meaning. If you react, he'll punish you, Lily. You need to continue pleasuring Emine. He would tell you that his acceptance of what you're doing is a gift, one you disrespected if you don't make her come the way he demanded you to. She didn't immediately reply, her thoughts caught between trying to discern the strategy in my mind, understanding my words, and remembering what to do with her hand and her tongue. Is something wrong? Khalid pressed. No, just deciding where I want to bite your pet, I said. Her wrist will do, he replied. Lift your hand for Cedric, Emine. His lips went back to her ear as he added, If he makes you come, we'll know whether or not you're lying about only desiring my bite. A multi-layered test, I mused, almost impressed. Except I didn't much care for this experiment. If Lily reacted, Khalid would punish her. If I reacted, he would punish me. And if Emine came, he would punish her.
I understand,
Lily told me.
Bite her. I won't react.
I drew my thumb along her neck as Emine shakily offered me her hand. Thank you for the offer, Khalid, I said, keeping my tone formal and playing my role in this charade. My grip tightened on Lily's hair, holding her in place while I wrapped my opposite hand around Emine's arm. Rather than stare at her, I looked at Khalid as I lifted his pet's wrist to my mouth, which was how I caught the subtle flare of his nostrils, a tell that told me he was not pleased by the sight of my mouth so close to his female skin. That little reveal had me sinking my fangs into her delicate flesh as it allowed me to test him. How does it feel? I wanted to demand. Do you still want to play this game? I didn't bother pulling on her vein. I didn't even swallow the blood rising from my bite. I merely stared Khalid down and waited. His jaw ticked, and Emine groaned, her body convulsing as she fought her orgasm. She appeared to be losing her balance, her body leaning heavily on Khalid for support. But she didn't explode, not even with my Lily's mouth driving her to the edge of oblivion. Khalid hummed, the sound a little deeper and underlined with a near growl. You're so close to coming again, aren't you? Emine appeared pained, the endorphins of my solitary bite likely flooding her with the need to shatter. However, her control appeared admirable. Or perhaps she'd meant it when she'd claimed to only want his teeth in her flesh. I could hear Lily's echo of that sentiment, only it was my mouth she desired.
Mine,
she seemed to be saying. And I realized it was a thought provoked by my fangs in another human's veins. Lily didn't want to share me, nor did she really want to be shared. But this situation with Emine felt different to her. It was an extension of us that she felt while kneeling for the other woman, just as she decided my fangs acted as another method of operating as a unit, a we, a couple. Because we were together, bonded, in a relationship that transcended time and space and redefined the formalities of pure existence. These acts meant nothing and everything at the same time. She saw us indulging in this game as the same player, not two separate entities, but a pair of souls solidifying as one. Or perhaps that was just my own mind deciphering her thoughts and piecing them together in a way I understood. She was right. We were together in this, and connected on a level few others would ever understand. It made us a powerful duo. A duo that could thrive and survive anything thrown at it, even this. And even more than that, we could enjoy it. Because Lily liked the way it felt to pleasure another beneath my command. It was a shared experience, one that made us both hot for each other. Just as I enjoyed sensing her experience, her vision of events, and feeling her emotions as though they were my own. This whole situation was utterly fucked up, yet it made sense in the darkness of this life. It suited us. It made a future possible between us. My focus returned to Khalid and his knowing gaze. Now you understand the game, he said, clearly having read all these thoughts on my face. Or maybe he could hear me. I didn't quite know the full extent of his power, just that energy oozed off of him in barely controlled waves. He wasn't like other vampires. I wouldn't be surprised at all if he possessed a hint of lycan in his blood. Or maybe something else. Something darker. Release my pet, he whispered silkily, his eyes shifting to the wrist still in my mouth. I immediately dropped Emine's hand. He caught it before it could fall, bringing the wound up to his mouth and striking out like a panther demolishing his prey. Except Emine didn't scream in pain. She shrieked in pleasure as his bite immediately sent her spiraling into a climax against Lily's mouth. I continued to hold her in place, demanding in her mind that she not stop until Khalid gave permission. But Lily didn't seem keen on ending the experience, her thoughts having traveled to her own rapture and the sensation of having my tongue against her sweet heat. She considered my fangs, how they felt against her clit, how they'd terrified her before. I delved into that train of thought, curious as to the cause of her fear, and found it in the memories from her classes with Master Peyton. That sadistic bitch used pleasure as a weapon, turning it into pain and punishing the humans beneath her as a result. Too many of my kind operated in that manner. But Khalid proved now that not all of them did. He drew out Emine's pleasure in a warm way, shifting his mouth up to her throat to bite her again, but softly this time. She immediately fell into a third climax, this one similar to the first one he'd delivered before Lily had dropped to her knees. By the time he finished, Emine seemed to be having trouble opening her eyes, her body having gone limp against him. "That's enough, Lily," Khalid said, as he caught Emine and pulled her up into his arms. "We'll resume our training tomorrow." He didn't give either of us a chance to comment, instead choosing to teleport away with Emine and leaving me with a still kneeling Lily.
Chapter 34. Lily. Master Cedric's palm branded my lower back as he helped me float in the pool. After Prince Khalid had dismissed us, Cedric had asked if I'd wanted to go for a swim. I'd agreed, because I'd wanted to cool off after my training with Emine, but the cool water did little to dispel the heat burning through my veins. The fear of potentially drowning didn't do much either, particularly as I could hear the safety in Cedric's mind. He would never hurt me. He'd play with me, even scare me a little, but the sadistic beast inside him had claimed me on a level not even Cedric seemed to understand. Rather than fight it, he was embracing it, and trying to teach me how to swim.
"Arms out,"
he said.
"You have to find your balance."
He showed me with his mind what he meant, but I couldn't just pull the existing skill into my body. Understanding a concept and applying the concept were two entirely different activities, as evidenced by my sinking form when Master Cedric removed his palm. My arms flailed as I fought to break the surface again, the water rushing up my nose. He caught me and pulled me into him, then put me on my back once more to try again. This wasn't how I expected to spend our evening, but I wasn't complaining, not with the stars and moon glistening overhead. If these were the last days of my life, I'd embrace them and remember them in death.
"Shh,"
Cedric hushed.
"None of those thoughts."
I could hear in his mind how he wanted to live the next few weeks in peace and pretend like Blood Day didn't loom in our futures. He wasn't sure what Khalid's endgame was yet, or how we would play into it, but he wasn't allowing that game to tarnish our precious time together. Part of me wanted to rant and rave at the unfairness of it all. However, I knew that wouldn't fix anything. This world was cruel. We had to take what little reprieve we could. And if Master Cedric wanted to give me the gift of these experiences, I wouldn't deny them.
"Sweet flower,"
he murmured, moving me with ease through the water and bringing me up flush against his naked form.
"I don't think I deserve you."
I blinked. Why? He smiled.
"I'm the monster in your world, Lily. A monster who plays with his food and provides false hopes. Yet I can't seem to turn your dream into a nightmare."
His words trailed a shiver down my spine. "So don't," I whispered. "Let me stay in the dream."
"It's cruel and selfish of me to agree,"
he admitted, his mind telling me how much he believed that.
A better man would put you out of your misery, kill you mercifully, and save you from the pain.
But then I wouldn't experience true life, I told him. I would never have really lived. I'd overheard his thoughts about reliving all his mortal firsts through me, and how my reactions had fascinated him. If you kill me, we both lose. He sighed.
I should block you from my mind.
Please don't. I liked hearing his cryptic thoughts and dark analysis of fate, even though his mental musings foreshadowed a violent future I didn't want to acknowledge. His palm went to my hip, while the opposite one encircled my throat, his mental gymnastics both terrifying and hypnotic.
It would be so easy to snap her neck, to drown her, but at what expense? What if we can find a way to be together? What if I can keep her? What if I lose her? It would be kinder to kill her now, but I'll never forgive myself for not trying.
His deep voice warmed my thoughts with each statement, his mind at war with his spirit. And all the while, his cock hardened against me, his body reacting to my legs clamping around his waist.
I can't resist those long stems.
He told me with a sigh.
Or all that creamy skin. My delicate, beautiful flower. I want to pick you apart until you wilt before my eyes.
His lips ghosted over mine, his words haunting and filled with violent promise. But his thoughts chased away their sting, his mind conceptualizing what it might be like when I blossomed for him again. Why a flower? I asked. Why lily?
Because you're fragile and easily broken.
His palm tightened, closing off my airflow for a brief second before softening.
Yet you're also stunning and undeniably alluring.
He leaned in to inhale against my raging pulse.
Your scent is refreshing, like a lily flower on a summer day.
I shuddered, hearing the veracity of each statement through our bond.
Your hair reminds me of daylight.
He continued, his hand slipping from my neck to run through my deep strands.
And your eyes remind me of the sea, yet flecked with the vibrant green found in the flower's leaves.
He kissed my neck, his mouth skimming higher to my ear.
You're my flower, my biggest temptation, a gift of renewed life.
He pulled back to meet my gaze.
You are a dose of fragile vitality, my lily.
Each word felt like a promise for more, even as his mind battled him with reasons to destroy me. None of those reasons were violent or wicked in nature, just practical. A string of suggestions regarding my potential fate and how wrong it was to keep me alive for his own personal benefit. But it didn't just benefit him. It benefited me. It gave me a chance to fully exist. I'd choose more seconds with Cedric over a quick death any day, which I told him with a thought.
You're young,
he whispered.
You don't know any better, but I should. And yet I find myself clinging to your desire with an unhealthy amount of hope. I don't want to lose you, sweet flower.
Then don't. I pressed myself up against his hard length and fought the urge to move and take him inside me.
Each day will only deepen my craving to keep you.
You say that like it's wrong.
I say that as a warning.
He corrected.
I nearly fought a vampire royal on your behalf today. A few more weeks with you and I may end up fighting an entire court of them.
He played out the scenario behind his eyes, allowing me to hear each potential move. Vampires didn't die easily, but Cedric had nearly resigned himself to this fate as a result of protecting me. My heart soared with elation and plummeted in pain. It warmed my spirit to realize the depth of his care for me, yet iced over my veins at the realization of what that meant for him.
I don't want to share you,
he admitted.
I want to keep you as mine.
More notions swirled inside him, considerations of taking me and running and hiding for eternity. Plan after plan formed in his brilliant mind, each one created and dashed within seconds of each other. Because he couldn't craft a perfect route, one that guaranteed my safety. Then we stay, I told him, and see what Prince Khalid has in store for us. Cedric held my gaze with a wondrous expression.
Your bravery is naive yet admirable.
It's not bravery, it's survival. His pupils flared, making his irises that much darker.
Indeed. And you are a master survivalist, Lily. I will give you that.
He shifted his hips and slipped inside me in a thrust that had me arching on instinct. There was no foreplay, no stretching me to accept him, just a securing of our bodies as he continued to stare deeply into my eyes.
I've lived a very long life.
His fingers curled into my hair, creating a fist that he used to guide my lips to his.
And no one has ever provoked me in this manner before, leaving me without a concise path forward. You make me crave heaven and hell, Lily. It's almost as though you've bewitched me simply by existing.
Anger and admiration fought for purpose in each statement, but it was the latter that won as his mouth claimed mine. It wasn't rough or harsh, just a sweet kiss, underlined with dangerous intent. Because his mind kept formulating ways to kill me, which only seemed to make him that much more desperate to fuck me. The air misted around us as he teleported us out of the pool and to something soft nearby. A bungalow, I deciphered from his thoughts. There were gauzy curtains here that kept us hidden, while still putting our silhouettes on display. Anyone who walked by would see him fucking me against the plush, wicker-framed bed inside. But he didn't care about being discovered, and neither did I. I only cared about the slow slide of hard length pulling out to the tip before driving into me again. It hurt in the best way, like he was stabbing me with pleasure.
If I wait any longer, I don't think I'll be able to kill you.
He confided.
I'm not even sure that I can now. I'm too selfish for it.
Is it selfish to crave life? I asked him. To desire this intensity and want to experience more of it?
Yes.
Then I'm selfish too, I breathed, bowing up into him as he shoved all the way in again. I never want to stop. He kissed me again, this time with more passion, his heart seeming to beat right against my lips. Every part of him was open to me, his mind, his soul, the very core of his being. He wanted me to take it, master it, and make him mine. Because he had every intention of doing the same to me. The thoughts of death fled, replaced by renewed plans, images of the now, fantasies he longed to fulfill. Fucking me in the desert, taking me against one of the pillars, claiming my ass in the shower, forcing me to suck him off for breakfast before enjoying me as his dessert. Every sordid idea he could possibly conceptualize rolled through our link, and I accepted each one. With Cedric, I had no limits. I just wanted him and every experience he offered.
A lethal desire.
He mused into my mind.
But I'm not going to let that stop me from taking advantage of your eager acceptance.
A quiver danced through my veins as heat pulsed inside me. I want everything you can give me, Cedric. Does that make me greedy?
It makes you perfect,
He corrected as he picked up his pace.
It makes you mine.
Yours, I echoed, lifting my hips in time with his thrusts. My legs cradled him, this position undeniably intimate. Because he wasn't just fucking me, he was making love to me. Emotions warmed the air between us, his mind and heart telling me his intent. We were creating a dark promise of sorts. A promise for more. A whisper for a potential future. He wanted to keep me. I wanted that too. Determining a way forward would be nearly impossible, but perhaps together we would figure it out. Because each pump of his hips further deepened his desire to make this a permanent reality. No more dreams, just a fantasy brought to life. For eternity, as a bonded pair.
I've never understood love.
he whispered, his forehead against mine as he clung to my hip with one hand and palmed my breast with the other.
I've always thought I was immune to it,
he continued.
But with you, I think I may be experiencing it. This undeniable obsession, the need to possess, the lightness I feel when we touch, and the undeniable ache that forms at the thought of something harming you, even me.
He slowed his pace again, his thumb circling my nipple as he drew out the pleasure mounting between us.
I don't know if this is our bond, or us, or some combination of both. But I can't hurt you, Lily. I can't deny this anymore. Something about you dismantles my control. All I want is to make you mine forever.
Then keep me, I whispered, because I'm already yours. He stared down at me with stark affection in his eyes as he continued his slow assault of passion.
I'm going to bite you, Lily. I'm going to unleash so much pleasure into your bloodstream that you come until you pass out on my cock. And then I'm going to fuck you until you wake up so I can do it again.
Are you punishing me? I wondered aloud, his words sounding angry and agonized at the same time.
Yes. No, I'm not sure. But I want you to climax until dawn, to make you feel a lifetime of orgasmic bliss and more.
A subtle quake stirred inside me at the thought. Yes. He smiled. It wasn't cruel or mean, but a true smile, one that told me he saw this as a gift. His way of ensuring I knew what I meant to him, by essentially killing me with passion.
You can't truly die,
he reminded me.
But yes, you may temporarily meet the other side. I promise it'll bring about an ecstasy unlike any other.
There wasn't much left for me to say. He would do this regardless of my choice. But I would never fight him on an experience like this, because I wanted it as much as he did, perhaps even more. Bite me, I whispered. Bite me, Cedric. He was no longer Master Cedric to me right now, just Cedric. My Cedric.
Your trust will be our undoing,
he replied, his mouth going to my throat, as he pushed all the way to the hilt inside me, stroking that spot deep within, the one that made me burn with the need for more, which he gave me in the form of his bite. It started slow, pushing into my bloodstream with a lava-like build of heat and burning every nerve ending in its wake, winding through my being, pulsing in time with my heartbeat, and spreading magma to my core. I screamed as the first wave hit me, taking me under into an oblivion that threatened to rewrite my very existence. I writhed beneath him, pressing up into his groin as I sought more. 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 The rapture rippled around me, drowning me in a hot pool of intensity that seared my insides. He was branding me, owning me, killing me. No, not death. He wasn't swallowing, just pushing his vampiric venom into me and forcing me to take more than a human should. If he was going to snuff out my existence, now would be the time to do it. I heard the confirmation of that idea through our link, the notion swirling darkly at the vestiges of his thoughts. Cedric, I breathed. Don't kill me. He didn't reply, the concept growing with purpose inside him.
When you love someone, you do what's best for them,
he was telling himself.
This is what's best for her.
No, I shouted at him, even as my body said yes. He was overwhelming my senses, overtaking my mind, owning my body. He fucked me harder as I continued to orgasm, my limbs shaking with depleted energy. He was destroying me, contemplating my death, and driving me into a dangerous oblivion. It's too much, I panted. Cedric, I can't. Cedric!
Take it,
he replied.
You can take it.
I can't.
You can.
He snarled, shoving even more into me as he continued to fuck me wildly, taking me into a dark shadow of insanity where all I could do was feel. His mind quieted. No, my mind quieted. "Cedric," I whimpered. No response. Just more whip-like lashes of rapture, pulling me deeper and deeper into a whirlpool of intoxicating sensation. I couldn't breathe here. I wasn't sure I needed to. It was just pure heaven, a blissful kiss of sensuous heat. I melted. I allowed it to suck me under. I ceased understanding life and the desire to survive. I just existed in a state of purity and grace and intensity. Warmth soon drifted away into a chilly sea, but still I writhed in ecstasy, feeling nothing but the beauty of the moment. My lungs burned despite the ice forming in my veins. My heart no longer made a sound. But that hot kiss of orgasmic bliss remained, consuming my focus. Until renewed air burst to life inside me, and my eyelids flew open to find Cedric still hovering above me with a passionate expression. I gasped, and then he kissed me while sliding in and out of me. I wasn't sure what had just happened, yet I could hear it clearly in his thoughts. He'd carried out his vow. He'd knocked me out with pleasure. And now, he was going to do it again with his cock. This was how a vampire fucked. Intently, cruelly, yet so passionately that only fiery sensations remained. I couldn't move, replete and exhausted, yet my insides fluttered. And within seconds, I was coming again, this time with a sprinkle of agony on top. Too much, too much, too much.
"You're doing beautifully,"
Cedric praised, kissing me even harder.
"You're perfect, and you're squeezing the life out of my cock."
"Cedric,"
"Just one more.
he urged.
Be a good little flower and come one more time."
He sank his teeth into my lip, driving me into that dangerous spiral again. I couldn't do anything other than willfully fall. Down, 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 into a darkly beautiful euphoria. Only this time, he followed me on a roar that sounded like my name. And then his thoughts blanketed me in love, in praise, in a promise to keep me, in a vow that said I was his for eternity, no matter what.
Chapter 35. Cedric. Lily's blood trickled over my tongue, the decadent flavor my new favorite meal. She writhed beneath me, her lips parted in a pant as I drove her over the edge for a third time. We'd woken up like this almost every day for the last 4 weeks, and I was still nowhere near satisfying my craving for her. If anything, I only desired her more.
"Cedric,"
she moaned as I held her down with a palm against her lower belly. "Don't move," I told her. "The femoral artery is delicate." She shuddered in response, her pussy clamping around my fingers as she fought the sensations overtaking her body. We'd been working on her limits. She could take a lot more than she realized. However, I monitored her reactions and listened to her fears, which was why I refrained from biting her clit or anywhere else too sensitive. Fucking Peyton had ruined that prospect with her cruel trainings. Maybe one day Lily would want to experiment, but not anytime soon. I'd love to say we had time, but we didn't. We had days. A savage part of me wanted to take Lily and run. However, Silvano wouldn't let me hide for long, and he would take my punishment out on Lily. Her fingers tightened in my hair, a subtle pull that drew me back to my breakfast as she convulsed beneath another rapturous wave. "Fuck, Lily," I breathed into her mind, her arousal saturating my senses and exciting my predatory drive. I crawled up her prone form and claimed her mouth with my tongue as my cock slammed home inside her slick heat. So perfect, I told her, so fucking mine. Her nails clawed my back as she tried to stake her own claim, her body wrapping around me in a hot embrace as she accepted every punishing thrust into her tight cunt. I wanted to wake up like this every day for the rest of my very long life. I'd been a fool to assume a month would be enough. A fool to ever consider killing her and losing this precious time together. A fool for falling for her. But I couldn't help it. I couldn't stop. I was addicted to this beautiful girl, her existence breathing renewed life into my lungs. There were so many experiences missing between us, so many opportunities we'd not been able to pursue because of the cruel parameters of this new world. Khalid's training sessions had taken up the majority of our time together. Sparring, sexual facades, sharing. The classes hadn't just been for Lily and Emine, but also for me. For us. A way to train me not to react to someone touching my Erisita. A way to help test the limits of Khalid's patience. Of course, he'd mastered that act. He'd appeared entirely unfazed when it came to Emine's well-being. His only tell existed in his eyes, which he'd probably hide behind a pair of shades. Or his fucking headdress. I hated him. I hated this world. I hated everything except for my sweet flower. My Lily. And her hot little pussy. Fuck, I cursed again, burying my head against her shoulder. Keep doing that. She had a tight grip on my shaft, pulsing around me and demanding that I come inside her. I wanted to fill her up. I wanted to own her. Possess every goddamn inch so no one else could ever touch her. She was mine, my mate, my Erisita, my life. And these assholes wanted to take her away from me. I refused to allow it. I just didn't know how to stop it.
Cedric,
she whispered, arching into me, demanding my focus. These moments shouldn't be wasted with dark thoughts of the future. No, I should focus on fucking her, claiming her, indulging in this beautiful bond and our addictive connection. I caught her mouth again, my tongue dancing with hers as I slowed my pace to prolong the moment. But her thighs clamped down around me, her smaller form taking charge and dragging me over the edge into a delirious state of pleasure. I growled, irritated and elated at the same time. She'd learned so much in the last few weeks. You're going to suck me off now, I warned her on a low rasp of sound as I continued to unload inside her. I wasn't ready. She nibbled my bottom lip, then bit down hard enough to make me bleed. The action caused my lower abdomen to clench as my orgasm spiraled into new depths. Lily, I groaned, dying a little as she sucked the essence from my mouth. Minx. She hummed in response and swallowed my blood. Like a little vampiress. Except her teeth were blunt and evoked a bit more pain as she bit down on my lip again. You're enticing my inner beast, I told her.
I'm enjoying my breakfast.
She countered. Yeah? Are you hungry, little flower? I asked, my hand finding her hip as my opposite one went to the back of her head.
Yes.
I rolled us, putting her on top. Then go down and drink your fill. Her lips curled into a grin, her eyes glittering with renewed vigor from my blood.
Yes, Master.
She uttered the phrase like a taunt, knowing full well it would ignite another fire inside me. I'm going to drown you in my cum, I told her, make you choke on it and bring you back to life with my blood.
A punishment I'll enjoy,
she replied, her teasing note so new and fresh and very much welcomed. She was really beginning to trust me. Or perhaps she always had. We were bound in a supernatural tie that seemed to exist even before our mating. It left me conflicted and confused about our future, our past, our present, I couldn't think straight with her clouding my mind, her presence enslaving me in a way I might never understand. I was utterly lost to her, especially now with her mouth trailing down toward my cock. "Suck me off, Lily," I told her. "No teasing." She responded by wrapping those beautiful lips around my crown and sliding down. My hand found her hair again, my fingers knotting with the strands as I urged her to take me deeper. I could fault the university for a lot of things. I could even hate their course structure, but there was no denying the gifts they'd given Lily in terms of oral training. She was fucking phenomenal. I'd once said something about her not being trained to handle supernaturals. I'd been wrong, very, very wrong. That's it. I encouraged her, all the way down. It didn't matter that I'd just come inside her moments ago. I could already feel another orgasm building. Because that was what she did to me. My little bewitching flower. So tender and sweet, yet devious between the sheets. "I'm keeping you," I chanted. "Forever." I didn't know how. Maybe I would take her and run, just like I kept dreaming about. Maybe Khalid would find a way to make her part of his harem, like he seemed to be indicating he would. That had been the point of all his training, to prepare Lily and Emine for the future in his court. A future I would be joining as a new sovereign, assuming everything went according to plan. It was a plan I needed to discuss more with him, which I would do later today, after I finished. Fuck! Lily swallowed around my head, her pretty blue-green eyes watching me from below. She knew I loved that, seeing her gaze water around my girth, watching her give me everything as she hollowed her cheeks and swallowed. My veins were liquid fire, my insides ready to erupt. I really might drown her, just as I'd threatened. "Take a deep breath," I said, drawing her off my dick just enough for her to really inhale. She did, her instinct to obey ingrained in this dynamic between us. There were moments where she pushed some boundaries, testing us both. Moments where I felt like the real Lily was about to shine, but her submissive tendencies always overruled her in the end. We'd work on that. I'd help her find herself. With time, I thought. Time. Lily's teeth skimmed my sensitive skin, tears rolling down her cheeks. Such a beautiful sight. So tempting, so goddamn perfect. I made her breathe one more time, then thrust as deep as her throat allowed and came undone on a snarl that vibrated the walls around us. She drank me down with a skill that nearly had me wanting to come again, but she fucking drained me with her attentions. I was so blissed out that I barely noticed the buzzing on my wrist. By the time I acknowledged it, the call had ended. I grunted and pulled Lily up to kiss her, not bothering to look at who had tried to interrupt this precious moment. Except the vibrating began again as my lips brushed her swollen mouth. I ignored it, intent on worshipping my mate with my tongue. However, a third call had me pulling away to look at the notification on my watch. Silvano. Of fucking course. Lily froze on top of me, her eyes widening. Shit, I need to answer this, Lily. I shifted her to the side and sat up, then urged her with a thought to duck beneath the covers and hug my leg. She didn't speak, just did as I demanded and curled into me. Clearing my throat, I hit the answer button as my wrist started buzzing for the fourth time and said, "Good evening, my prince." The screen populated the air before me, which meant he could see my nude chest and mess of hair. That should serve as an explanation for my delayed response. He arched a brow. "Busy evening?" "An enjoyable one," I told him. "At least until you interrupted it. How can I help you, my liege?" His gaze danced around the screen like he was searching for my snack. I didn't give anything away, just relaxed into the headboard and feigned boredom. Do not make a sound, Lily, I warned her. He's looking for evidence that you're still here.
I understand.
Another beat passed, and Silvano's moment of fascination fled. The situation with Walter is coming to a head, he finally said. We need to meet to discuss next steps. Is he still misbehaving? He's mistaken me for a fool, Silvano gritted out. And you leaving seems to have made him think he's free to continue his antics. I see. So this discussion would really be about forcing me to come home indefinitely to play babysitter to the errant alpha lycan next door. Great. Anyway, I'm already on my way to you. I should arrive by daylight. Please see that my rooms are ready. Oh, so this was more than just a courtesy call to inform me that our 2-year agreement was about to be voided due to his games with Walter. No. This was primarily a call to demand that I prepare his quarters for his unexpected arrival. We were supposed to meet in Romania, home of the Blood Day ritual, not here. He could have called Adrian to make the arrangements, but he chose to call me in a show of power meant to put me in my place. I'll see that everything is ready for your arrival, I informed him, doing my best not to react to the belittling request or the very clear intention of him reneging on our deal for my temporary freedom. It was almost as though Silvano wanted me to walk into Khalid's open arms. Or perhaps that was the point of all this, some sort of fucked-up loyalty test. Was Khalid feeding information to Silvano about me and Lily? Was that how Khalid knew about my visits to Clemente clan? Had Silvano told him? I'd assumed Khalid was following me or using his spies to gather intel. I hadn't really considered that he could be playing a game at Silvano's request. Good. See you soon, Silvano said, a note of warning in his tone as he ended the call. I clenched my jaw. What game are we really playing here? Whose side is Khalid on? Are his offers genuine or a trap? I ran a hand down my face, my mind running a mile a minute as I tried to sort through this maze of politics and truths and lies. Only one thing was clear to me. Lily needed to return to the dorms, tonight. Because regardless of Silvano's and Khalid's true intentions, Silvano would kill her on sight. At least she would be somewhat protected at the university, even if temporarily.
Cedric,
she whispered. It's the only choice, I told her. On the off chance that Khalid's proposal is real, then I need to keep you a secret from Silvano, and I can't do that with you here. He'll smell our connection the moment he arrives.
won't he sense it regardless?
He might pick up on a new fragrance within me, but he won't know what it is until he sees you, I told her. Eresitas are rare, and he's never tolerated such connections in his court. So he wouldn't readily recognize it, but the moment he meets you, he'll know immediately, because you smell like me, and he made me. She crawled out from beneath the blankets.
What if he goes to the university?
He won't. He'd consider that too far beneath him, and the royals never bother with prospects. They won't even get close to you on Blood Day unless you're chosen for the harem camp or the Immortal Cup. She frowned.
Didn't Khalid say he wants me in his harem?
He's implied it, I said, recalling our dinner from 2 weeks ago when he'd mentioned that as a potential way to ensure Lily and Emine both ended up in his territory. But I'll need to speak with him more about it.
Because Silvano may recognize our bond if I'm sent to the harem camp,
she replied. I frowned. Maybe. Fuck. Regardless, I need to get you back to the dorm. Right fucking now. It would take hours to try to remove her scent from my rooms, from this palace, from me. Silvano would still pick up on traces of her sweetness, but I would play it off as a recent meal. He didn't have a heart. He wouldn't even consider the possibility of Lily's existence. Unless Khalid's been talking to him, I thought again. Even then, having Lily out of his reach would ensure her some safety, temporarily, while I felt out the situation. It would give me some clarity and freedom to think as well.
Okay,
she said, having read the chaos in my mind.
Take me back to the dorms. I'll wait there for further instruction from you.
The trust in her voice matched the faith in her eyes, and just for a second it gave me pause. It made me realize how intertwined we'd become, how it wasn't just me who felt addicted to her, but that she was just as enthralled by me. Perhaps even more so, given her innocence and impressionable age. I wanted to live up to the hope blossoming in her mind. I wanted to be the hero she expected me to be. Not the villain, not the monster, but her white fucking knight. However, this world didn't allow for those types of fairy tales to exist anymore. I wanted to give her the happy ending she deserved. I just wasn't sure I could. So I kissed her instead, and allowed all my dreams to whisper across her tongue, a silent vow of desire and fantasy wrapped up in a forbidden embrace. If I could save her, I would, but I wouldn't promise her anything else, because I refused to lie. Not to her, never to her. My Lily, my renewed life, my future. Chapter 36. Cedric. Returning Lily to the university felt final in a way that made my skin crawl. Something was about to change. Silvano, Blade, Khalid. I couldn't define the cause for this black sensation, but I'd been alive long enough to know better than to ignore my instincts. Lily's room hadn't changed. Her bed was made, her closet was filled with the student-regulated wardrobe, and the stale air carried a hint of irksome humidity that immediately made her sweat. But she didn't ask for my assistance, or water, or anything at all. She merely stood there and stared up at me with the stars in her eyes. A dangerous look, one I should chastise, but I couldn't. Not when that look made me feel heroic, almost as though I wasn't a monster or a violent creature of the night. So I kissed her instead. No, I devoured her. I implanted myself inside her in the same way she lived inside me. I poured everything I could into our embrace, leaving promises against her tongue that I expected her to safeguard with her heart. You probably won't see me for a few days, I warned her, and there's a good chance I'm going to have to cut off our link. I couldn't afford for Silvano to suspect anything, and remaining connected to Lily left me vulnerable. You should still be able to feel me, I continued, speaking into her mind while I kissed the life out of her. But you won't be able to hear me, and I may not be able to hear you. It was the last thing I wanted to do, but I couldn't risk being distracted by her thoughts and Silvano's presence. If something goes wrong, I'll find a way to reach you, I promised. I'll find a way to warn you, but you need to be prepared. If Silvano comes for you. I swallowed, my heart instantly fighting with my mind, refusing to allow the rest of that statement to be heard. Just the thought of what I needed her to do made me murderous, sad, utterly destroyed. But I had to tell her. She needed to understand. Lily. I cupped her cheek, my forehead meeting hers as I allowed us a breath. Death is preferable to playing with Silvano.
I understand,
she whispered, her pretty eyes meeting mine with all that vibrant hope and adoration again. You can't let anyone else see you look at me like that, I warned her.
I won't.
I stared down at her for a long moment, memorizing her features and missing her already. I've never known love, Lily. I've never truly believed such an emotion could exist. But you make my heart beat with renewed life. You're the existence I never knew I desired.
And you're the dream I never expected to experience,
she replied.
The dream I never allowed myself to conceive.
Don't stop dreaming yet, I told her. Our fantasy is just beginning. She could no doubt hear the uncertainty in my mind, that pestering little murmur that questioned if what I'd just said was a lie. but she didn't react to it. All she did was kiss me again, duelled with my mouth in an embrace that felt a little bit like goodbye. Not yet, I thought. This isn't our end. I released her in a blink and teleported to the kitchens to grab her water and additional rations. No one noticed me, and it helped that I knew where the cameras were here. Lily was still standing where I'd left her moments ago as I returned, her eyes widening at the sight of me holding what probably looked like a month's worth of water. It was just a case of 24 bottles, and a bag of fruits that wouldn't spoil for another few days, bananas and apples. Just in case anyone gives you trouble in the cafeteria when you go in for your rations, I murmured. I'll have to inform Livia of this change as well. She may require a call. I hated the vampire who masqueraded as an advisor, but that just went with my hatred for all this bullshit. I'd meet with Khalid first, feel out the situation, then figure out what to do with Silvano. Worst case, I'd kidnap Lily and we'd go on the run. Best case, I really didn't think there was a best case. A renewed world, the ability to have an Erisita of my choosing that I didn't have to share. That all seemed too unrealistic. And while I could allow myself a small speck of hope for Lily's sake, I was too practical to lose my senses over impossible fantasies. I set the supplies in Lily's closet, then grabbed her again, and sank my fangs into her neck. I wanted to leave her wearing my mark for all to see. It was what my fellow brethren would expect after having claimed her as a playmate for a month. Her advisor would be satisfied with the display as well, assuming she ended up calling later this evening as I already suspected she would. Lily clung to me as I took a deep swallow. Then she accepted my kiss once more, but I didn't give her any of my essence this time. She already had a healthy amount inside her, plus our bond. She'd healed quickly, perhaps even too quickly, but there wasn't much I could do about that. Try not to bathe too much. The others will smell me on you. I want them to assume it's because of how much time we spent together, not because of our bond. I wasn't sure that'd be enough. She didn't smell like a vampire, but she no longer smelled human either. Try to avoid getting too close to any of my kind, okay? She nodded. I'll make sure Livia doesn't sign you up for any last-minute courses. That way you can remain in your room as much as possible.
Okay.
Her fingertips traced my jaw, her gaze studying me.
I'll be thinking of you.
I'll be thinking of you too, I vowed. We'll see each other again soon.
Yes, Master Cedric.
I fought the urge to smile and brushed a final kiss against her lips. Be good, Lilyflower. I didn't wait for her reply, instead teleporting to my car and getting inside before I changed my mind about leaving her here. It would be so easy to strap her into the passenger seat and drive off. But we wouldn't get far. Khalid region sprawled out to the east, with Sahara region encompassing the west. Going north would take us into the Mediterranean Sea and onward into Ayaz region or Hazel region. No good options, which left me with trying to resolve this the political way, by playing this game with Silvano and Khalid. I drove back to the palace, my mind acutely aware of Lily's calmness. It would hurt to cut her off, but it was what I would need to do to concentrate once Silvano arrived. However, I left the link open while I pondered the situation with Khalid. What are his real motives? Why did he insist on training Emine and Lily together? Was it all a ploy to lull me into a false state of comfort, a way to ensure we worked together? Or did he truly intend for us to become partners? I could approach this a few different ways. I could wait until Silvano arrived and be honest about Khalid's offer for the sovereign position, then tell him I'd only played along because I'd been trying to ascertain his true motives. I could go to Khalid with a warning about Silvano's impending arrival and see what sort of plan he had in mind. Then I could carry it out in hopes that Khalid meant his sovereign offer. Or I could use the plan against him by allying with Silvano. Or I could just ask for his plan and evaluate his sincerity from whatever idea he suggested. I could also put all my cards on the table and be honest, but that required me to know what I wanted, which I didn't. Other than Lily, I truly wasn't sure what I desired. Being a sovereign had never appealed to me. However, if it meant I could keep Lily, I'd consider it. A position of power would afford me a great deal of authority, and being a sovereign would place me just under a royal, making me superior to everyone else. The question was, which royal did I want to serve, Khalid or Silvano? I didn't trust either of them. But Silvano was my maker. Serving him would be better suited. Except he'd never let me keep Lily. He'd use her as a pawn to control me, or destroy her just to remove the potential distraction. And Khalid? I wasn't sure I could completely bow to him, but he'd made it sound like he would help me on numerous occasions. Did he mean it, I wondered, as I parked the car outside the palace? Or is he playing me? I gritted my teeth. Only one way to find out. If this was all an elaborate ruse, then the game was about to end with Silvano's arrival, which meant I wouldn't lose much more by going to Khalid now, because if he was working with my maker, then he would have already given Silvano all the information anyway. However, on the off chance that he wasn't working with my maker, I needed to use this new friendship. It wasn't my usual strategy to work with others, but I recognized the need in this situation to seek out assistance where I could. I teleported out of the car, not bothering with dropping the keys by the door or any other formalities, and went straight to Khalid's quarters. The scent of fresh blood reached me, suggesting I might be interrupting a meal with Emine. Although if he cared about her like I suspected he did, then he'd want to move her to safety as quickly as possible. Silvano might not be able to take a toy from another royal, but that wouldn't stop him from trying. I lifted my hand to knock on the door, but it opened before my fist met the wood. Khalid's inky irises met mine, confirming he'd just fed. There was some evidence of it on his white dress shirt as well, along with a tear in the fabric across his chest. Emine must have clawed him, I thought, amused. "Oh, good. You're here," Khalid drawled, leaning against the doorframe. "It saves me a call." He nodded and allowed the door to open a little wider to reveal the mess he'd left on the floor. "I need some help cleaning up." He glanced over his shoulder at the lifeless female on the carpet. "Can you handle the paperwork while I take care of the body?" Some of the turquoise had bled back into his irises by the time he looked back at me. "I'd like to have this sorted before Silvano arrives." "Fuck."
What is it?
Lily asked, sensing my shock. I blocked her before she could see the events in my mind. She might not have been close friends with Emine, but she cared for the woman. The last thing I wanted was for Lily to learn about the other woman's death through our mental connection. Besides, I had a much more important problem to deal with now. Because Khalid had just made it clear that he'd been working with Silvano the entire time. Emine's dead. It was all a ruse, a clever ploy to gain my trust, and I stupidly fell into his trap because I thought we shared a common desire to keep our humans alive. Fuck. Khalid's lips curled as though he could see the puzzle pieces coming together in my mind. "You didn't think your maker's arrival was a secret, did you?" "I wasn't aware that he'd called you." "Ah, so you came to tell me." His grin grew when I didn't respond. "How loyal." My fingers curled into fists as my mind warred with what to do. Kill Khalid? Run? Try to get Lily and disappear? I could teleport and— "Don't," Khalid warned. Against what, I wasn't sure. But I hated that he seemed to be able to read me so easily. It made me wary and even more uncertain of how to proceed. Perhaps playing along was my best option, at least temporarily. "Just fill out the paperwork," he said. "Include whatever you need to enter for Lily, as I assume she's already back at the university." He gave me a look that spoke volumes about his uncanny ability to see several steps ahead. "When you're done, we'll talk."
Chapter 37. Lily. "Cedric?" I whispered. "Is everything okay?" I focused on the ceiling above me, waiting for a reply that I already knew wouldn't arrive. Cedric had blocked me shortly after leaving me here, which I'd known he would do. He'd mentioned he would need to cut me off once his maker arrived, but I'd expected Cedric to check in or send me signs that everything was still okay. The fact that he hadn't made me wonder if something had happened. And with just my own mind as company once again, I'd pictured about 1,000 potential problems, all of them amplified by the coldness left behind by our fractured connection. I'd tried to reach out several times, yet I'd heard nothing in reply. I felt disconnected, cut off, lost. "Just breathe," I told myself. It's okay." But it wasn't okay. It wasn't okay at all. Blood Day is tomorrow. The thought sent ice through my veins, the sensation making me rigid as a series of beeps sounded inside my room. Incoming call. I pushed myself upright, my spine stiffer than usual, as I forced a bland look on my face. Advisor Livia appeared on the white wall beside my bed, the screen one that typically lit up during our meetings. "Prospect," she greeted, her gaze veering slightly right as though reading from another monitor. "You will be departing from the front gate in 1 hour on bus 7. Your assigned seat number is 14. There will be no speaking or socialization of any kind, not even during tomorrow's ceremony." Her eyes drifted to mine, her bored expression matching her voice. "Do you have any final questions?" she asked, her tone indicating that I shouldn't have any inquiries and that it would be unwise to waste her time with more words than necessary. "No, Advisor Livia." "Good. Bring your white graduation robe. And don't be late." The screen switched off, causing my heart to skip a beat. "Cedric," I whispered. "Advisor Livia says I'm on bus 7. I'm leaving in an hour." Nothing. Just silence. My stomach twisted. He's not coming. I could feel it with every grain of my being. Something bad has happened, or he never really cared. No, that's not right. He cares, I promised myself. He definitely cares. But if something had happened to him, then he wouldn't be able to care at all. He could be dead, or hurt, or I didn't know where or what. And that uncertainty manifested all sorts of morbid scenarios in my mind, all of which were driving me crazy. "Cedric!" I tried to put some force behind it. No reply. Again. A chill danced down my spine. Something is very wrong. He'd warned me that he would have to cut me off, but this cold wall felt too permanent. How were we supposed to communicate? How could I keep him updated? How can I tell him where I'm going? Did he already know? If he did, why hadn't he warned me? Why wasn't he telling me what to expect? Where are you? I'd been inside his head over the last month. I'd been inside him. He cared about me, cherished me even, at least in his own cold way. He didn't want me to die. And yet, part of him continued to fantasize about killing me, I recalled. A dark part of him. A sensible part of him. Had he cut me off so he could listen to that wicked voice in his mind? To hear that side of him over the part of him that cared? I shivered. Cedric. Had he left me to my fate? He was so much older, had seen so much more. Perhaps he'd finally realized that there was no hope. So he'd left. Shutting me off. Dismissing me. Running away. No, I thought. No, he wouldn't do that. His twisted heart felt something. He loved me in his own way. Or did he? I didn't understand, love. Not really. I just knew that he made me feel alive. He'd taught me how to breathe. I was drowning without him, lost in this sea of confusion. Bus 7. Graduation robe. 1 hour. Advisor Livia's words chanted on repeat in my head for nearly 30 minutes, swirling with my pleas for Cedric, my mounting concern that he really wasn't coming for me. When there were only 10 minutes left before my reporting time, and he still hadn't arrived, I resigned myself to the realization that he'd abandoned me. Whether on purpose or not, I wasn't sure. But I had no choice. I had to follow the rules, or I risked death. Would that be so bad? I wondered, as I moved robotically to my closet. Would death be better than this heartache? A tear threatened to fall from my eye. I brushed it away. Maybe he'll be by the bus. Maybe I'll see Emine and can ask her what's going on. I hadn't seen her since our last session at the palace. Of course, I hadn't left my room because I'd thought Cedric had wanted me to remain here. But he never came back. He's blocked me out. I'm on my own. Why did that hurt so much? I'd been on my own all my life. I'd survived. I'd played these twisted games, passed all their fucked up tests, and had done everything I could to be worthy of more in this world. Then Cedric had awakened my mind. He'd taught me how much more this life had to offer, before ripping it apart and tuning me out. On purpose, I told myself. He warned that this would happen, so he's doing this on purpose. He's coming for me. He'll save me. And what if he doesn't? The other half of my mind demanded, as I made my way out of my building, my eyes automatically searching for Cedric. What if he's done with me? What if this is what he intended all along? Then why didn't I hear that in his thoughts? I wondered. If this was his intent, then surely I would have picked up on it. Except, maybe I wouldn't have. He was so much more experienced than me, an expert at deception and mind manipulation. He could have hidden his true plans for me. Did I fall into his spell unwittingly? My throat went dry. Did he merely want to play with his new toy, amuse himself, and then break me? How many times had he said he wanted to watch me wilt? Had that been allowed or in his mind? All of it blended together now, leaving me unsure. But I recalled several times where he'd thought about how I was a flower he intended to destroy. Maybe this really was my end. I swallowed thickly as I approached the gates, the other prospects ones I recognized, but Emine wasn't among them. I went to stand beside Six. His knuckles brushed mine, but he didn't otherwise acknowledge me. I felt a sense of relief to be next to someone I somewhat knew. He seemed to radiate that same sense of calm. A lycan appeared at the gate with a clipboard in his hand.
"Step through the gate as I say your name,"
he announced gruffly. He didn't pause for any questions, just started calling forward prospects by number.
Prospect 22. Prospect 113. Prospect 119. Prospect 132. Prospect 157.
My heart sank when he skipped Emine's number. Of course, I'd expected it since she wasn't here. He continued calling out numbers, each prospect stepping forward to go through the gate as he spoke. Six brushed my knuckles again as his name echoed through the night. Then I followed him as the lycan called my number next. Not my name, I thought. I'm Lily. Cedric's Lily. Except he still hadn't shown up. Nor did he appear after I sat down on the bus. And he remained entirely absent as the engine started too. There were roughly 100 of us on the vehicle, a number I calculated after sitting down. I'd needed something to keep my mind busy. Six was beside me, our seat numbers 13 and 14. He sat next to a blacked-out window, hiding the view of the university walls. I was in the aisle. A lycan boarded our bus last, his gaze scanning the rows.
Silence guarantees I let you live. Noise guarantees that you'll die. Understood?
No one moved or replied, all of us well versed in this exercise. The lycan grinned.
Pity.
He took a seat behind the driver, who was also a lycan, and the bus began to move. With no sign or word from Cedric at all. I'm leaving, I told him. Not that you can hear me. More silence. Just me and Six and a bus full of prospects, all holding our graduation gowns in our laps as we headed toward our fate. Blood Day. The bus ride was only maybe an hour or two long, and it dumped us in a sandy field where we were told to stand silently in lines. I stood behind Six, my heart in my throat. Every mile had hurt a little more because it further drove home that Cedric wasn't coming. Which I already knew. But experiencing the truth hurt more than conceptualizing it. My throat burned, my mind rippling with sadness, anger, and a myriad of other emotions. Fear. Fear of what had happened to Cedric. Fear of what was about to happen to me. That sensation only worsened as my line started to move again, this time with a vampire at the helm. Marching, marching, marching. No words were spoken, no explanation. Just a gesture toward stairs that led upward to some sort of plane. It was massive with cages inside. Cages for us. I followed Six into one. We stood at the back with our shoulders touching, while others filled the space in front of us.
Sit!
One of the lycans barked. Everyone inside obeyed him instantly. Then the doors were slammed shut as prospects were corralled into a second cage, then a third, and finally the fourth. Roughly 25 prospects per cage, some holding a little more, because it was my bus loaded into the plane. Where are the others? I wondered. There were over 1,000 in my year. However, Cedric had once mentioned that not everyone would attend Blood Day.
There are 10 Blood University locations throughout the globe.
He'd said a few weeks ago.
And this Blood Day field only holds about 1,000 of you. Thus, only a percentage of your class will actually qualify. The rest go directly to their fates.
And me? I'd wondered aloud. Will I go to Blood Day?
Most likely, yes.
He'd told me.
Your scores are among the highest in your prospect year. At a minimum, they'll add you for dramatic purposes.
I hadn't understood what that had meant, but his mind had alluded to the truth. He'd worried I would be made an example of, someone hoping for more, only to be given a dark fate, meant to provoke tears and screams. A few memories of previous Blood Day ceremonies had filtered through his thoughts, of candidates losing their heads and being destroyed on the stage for their inappropriate reactions. All of it meant as some sort of sick and twisted enjoyment for the superior beings observing the show. I refused to be one of their amusements. The engine roared to life around us, making my stomach knot. Will Cedric even be able to sense me over a long distance? I wondered. Then I frowned. Wait, is that why I can't hear him? Maybe he'd blocked me originally, then left, and now he couldn't reach me. Is he already there, waiting for me to arrive? My heart fluttered at the prospect. Yes, maybe that's it.
No talking.
One of the lycans snarled, his focus on another cage.
No sound whatsoever.
Six leaned a little more into me. I responded by accepting his weight and the comfort of his familiar presence. Where is he heading? I wondered. What path have they chosen for him? The engine grew louder as the plane began to move. I closed my eyes, the rumble twisting my insides into knots. Knots that only pulled tighter as we picked up speed. Faster, faster, faster. Oh, goddess. My eyes flew open as the air shifted around us, the sensation of being underwater clouding my ears and stealing my breath. The lycan growled, the sound of a cage sliding open echoing through the plane. A scream followed, causing my stomach to churn. Six grabbed my hand, squeezing it before releasing me, the movement quick and easily passed off as an accident. Fortunately, the guards were too busy watching the events unfold in the other cage, their laughs echoing through the air as the lycan dragged one of the prospects forward. I recognized the blonde female as a lower number, but didn't know her exact designation. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her breaths coming in pants as the air continued to change around us. Flying, I realized. We're flying. And she'd freaked out in response to the sensations. Now the lycan was going to teach her a lesson, one that would likely end in her blood splattering across the cages. I forced my gaze away from her, my mind going to Cedric as the sounds of shredding began. I miss you, I thought at him. I miss our little world, our utopia. Even if I never see you again, I'll always cherish our time together. Thank you for giving me the gift of life. I just kept talking to him, thinking about him, dreaming about him. Long after the screams died and the remains were cleared, even as we landed again several hours later, all I did was think of Cedric. His dark eyes, his beautiful grin, which I'd only seen flashes of during our brief time together. I would have liked to see you smile more, I told him. Maybe I still will. But as we exited the plane, I still couldn't hear him. Nor did I see him or sense him on our way to our new destination. Another bus, I told him. This one without a number. But Six still sat beside me. A short ride took us to another walled-off compound, this one surrounded by trees and what appeared to be green earth. Grass, I realized, recognizing it from pictures. But there was no time to explore or touch. We were ushered off the bus and directly into a building, down a set of stairs, into a room lined with metal cabinets.
Leave your robes here,
a vampire instructed, pointing at the row of lockers.
Then strip and line up there.
He gestured to a door at the back. Six and I chose to share a locker, as it seemed most of them were already full. We put our clothes and robes inside and joined the line. The door led to a shower area which was full of prospects, many of whom I'd never seen before. From the other universities, I realized. No one spoke. No one acknowledged the vampires and lycans observing from the periphery either. But I could feel their hungry gazes roaming over us with interest, waiting for someone to break a rule, waiting for a reason to punish, waiting for a chance to pounce. I stepped beneath the freezing cold water and forced myself not to flinch. I miss your bathtub, Cedric, I thought. I miss your shower, too. However, I stopped myself from thinking about it because the thought of Cedric and water brought back too many heated memories. And the last thing I wanted to do was accidentally arouse myself while surrounded by these dark-minded creatures. If they chose to fuck me, it would break my bond with Cedric, uprooting and killing my link to him, my last petal of hope. I swallowed. Cedric. His name echoed within the vacant cavern of my mind. Please don't leave me like this. Yet as the night drew on, it became very clear that he had every intention of maintaining the wall between us. I tried to pick at it, to find some way through, but he was too strong, too ancient, too masterful. The vampires led us to our quarters for the day, a large room filled with bunk beds. I was assigned to a top bed with 6 beneath me. Then the lights went out, painting the room in acute darkness.
Sleep,
was the only command. I didn't obey it. I doubted many of us did. Not with this foreign atmosphere and the very real threats lingering just outside the door. When they came for us, it would be to march us to Blood Day, the final ceremony that marked our graduation from hell and welcomed us into a lifetime of servitude. Will I go to the moon chase? The harems? Do Khalid and Cedric have a plan? I wanted to ask Amine. However, I hadn't seen her in the showers or the locker area. I hadn't seen her at all. And I was beginning to wonder if she'd made it this far, or if something else had happened. Something that had made Cedric cut me off for good. I wish she would talk to me, I thought, drowsy from my lack of sleep and the long day of travel without food. They hadn't bothered to give us dinner, and the only water we'd been provided was the icy spikes from the shower heads. I'd sipped from it sparingly, uncertain of the source. Tomorrow is a new day, a deadly one. Will you be there, Cedric? Or have you left me to walk this path alone? Chapter 38. Lily. Thump, thump. The beat of my heart rang in my ears. Thump, thump. A steady rhythm. Thump, thump. One I worked hard to control. They'd given us an evening breakfast sack. Mine had contained a bottle of water, some sort of energy bar, and a banana. I'd eaten all of it, which I now regretted. Thump, thump. The air lacked the humidity of the desert, but carried with it an intriguing scent. Trees. I couldn't define the type, just that they were overgrown, as was the grass framing the path I stood upon now. My white graduation gown flirted with my bare calves, the fabric more like a gauzy dress than an actual robe. It left nothing to the imagination, which I supposed was the point. Six wore a similar robe, only his went down to his ankles. Odd, considering how much taller he was than me, but it seemed most of the males were adorned in similar lengths. They'd put us in order again. There were exactly 1,000 of us, yet I recognized maybe 5% of those in line. The male behind me was Prospect 408, year 117. But he was from a different university. He'd blinked at me, confusion evident in his expression for half a second, before he controlled his emotions and stepped behind me. I'd expected new prospects because Cedric had warned me that there were other universities. However, that wasn't common knowledge. There was so much we weren't told. Like how the majority of our former classmates had already been taken to their fates. The processional started, the sound of feet marching down the path echoing around us. "Cedric," I whispered, still not sensing him. "Where are you?" I couldn't look up or search the crowd. To do so would risk breaking decorum. Be silent. Be obedient. Do not scream. Do not react. Bow. Avert your gaze. All of those rules had been beaten into me over the last 21 years. I chanted them to myself as I followed six down the main aisle, passing rows and rows of empty chairs. Is Cedric seated among the royals? I wondered. Is he here with Prince Silvano? Or maybe Prince Khalid? From what I understood, only the most powerful of vampires and lycans attended Blood Day. Sovereigns were included among that status, granting them access to the ceremony. If Cedric had accepted the position, he could be here. "Is that why you've kept me blocked?" I asked him. "Because you're playing a role with Silvano?" I wished he would just check in and tell me what was happening. It made me worry that he couldn't, that perhaps something truly awful had happened. Wouldn't I feel that, though? Wouldn't I feel even more disconnected? Except I couldn't imagine feeling more cut off than I did right now. It was as though part of me had died. Oh, goddess. I nearly stumbled over my feet, but some miracle of fate kept me upright and moving in the right direction. Because one misstep was all it would take to call forth some very negative attention. "Focus, Lily," I coached myself. If Cedric was dead, then there wasn't anything I could do now, other than accept my fate. Six turned into a row, following the prospects in front of him. I moved after him, marching down the line of vacant chairs. Several prospects had been stopped in the row before us, all of them standing in front of their chairs and facing forward with their eyes downcast. That must be in the direction of the stage, I thought, forcing myself not to risk a glance beyond my periphery. When 6 halted, I did as well. Then we shifted to face forward, placing the chairs behind us. I kept my head down like the prospects in front of me, and waited. Hours seemed to pass, the only sounds the shuffling of feet against the path. 6 touched his knuckles to mine, the gesture one that seemed to have become our norm over the last 24 hours. I repeated the gesture back at him. Cedric, I thought, if you're here, now would be a good time to tell me. I wasn't sure why I bothered. Our connection remained closed, something I could sense all the way to my soul. He's cut me off for good. My heart ached while simultaneously picking up on speed as an eerie silence fell over the crowd. No more steps. Yet I could feel the mystical energy growing, the power roaming along my skin, lifting each hair on my arm in its wake. The superior beings are here. The ceremony is beginning. It's time to learn my fate. Electricity hummed through my veins, my sense of awareness seeming to spike at the approaching presence of unadulterated power. Am I feeling that because of Cedric? I wondered. Does that mean we're still connected? Or was I sensing this because of the dark presence these beings carried with them? They were the oldest and most powerful supernaturals to walk the earth, and feeling their energy signatures now only confirmed why. Authority, supremacy, age. I could practically taste each attribute on my tongue. It reminded me of Cedric, only heavier. I hope this influx of sensation is because of you, I thought at him. I hope this means you're alive. Maybe I'd been worrying over nothing. It's time to focus, I told myself. Focus on today. Because this was the day I'd been waiting for. The graduation I'd worked toward all my life. Except the glamour of it had been erased as a result of Cedric's truths. I would never become a vigil. I would never qualify for the Immortal Cup. So where would I go? Welcome to this year's Blood Day, a feminine voice greeted, one I knew well from my lessons growing up. The goddess Lilith. This is a glorious day of celebration, one that will brighten the futures of many, she continued. Who among you have been selected for this year's Immortal Cup? There are only 12 coveted spots. Are you one of those hard-working few? Our marvelous magistrate will tell you.
I will.
A deep voice confirmed.
I have the assignment right here in my very hand.
Oh, how exciting indeed, the goddess cheered. Then, without further ado, I present to you all our top 1,000 prospects from the year 117. A few murmurs could be heard in the distance, but nothing more. No standing ovation, no excited commentary, just a few soft words meant for immortal ears alone. Is Cedric among them? Whispering to Prince Khalid? Watching me? The magistrate cleared his throat, his lycan heritage coming through in that deep sound alone.
As always, we'll begin with the statistics,
he announced.
Year 117 initially began with 21,307 prospects. Success rate for the class as a whole was 73%, which is down 2.9% from last year.
My brow furrowed. Does success rate equate to those of us still alive? And if it does, then does that mean over 5,000 humans from my class have died over the last year? Or was that number taken over time? Meaning 27% of my class died over the last 21 years of training? The latter seemed more accurate based on what I'd observed. Prospects went missing all the time, but not 5,000 of them. More like a few hundred at most. However, they were often replaced with new prospects. And there were 10 universities. So maybe it was closer to that 5,000, nearly 6,000, my math brain corrected, figure. Goddess, so many lives. The magistrate cleared his throat.
That leaves a total of 15,554 prospects for sorting, of which they have been divided evenly between supernatural type and region.
Thank you, magistrate, the goddess replied. We appreciate your hard work and due diligence. The lycan male grunted in response.
Then we can begin with the formal sorting of the remaining 1,000.
He made another noise, this one reminding me of a growl. The hostility of it caused the hairs to dance along my arms, something I suspected was the point, as his next words were for us, the prospects.
Sit up straight, eyes up. You may now observe today's proceedings.
He informed us.
Consider it a gift for all your hard work.
I swallowed. This doesn't sound like a gift so much as a threat. But I lifted my gaze regardless, needing to see my fate and to search for Cedric. The stage before us was massive, with the royals and alphas all seated toward the sides in regal-looking platforms, lined with comfortable thrones and velvety colors. I couldn't see them well in the dark, but it was clear that I would be able to see them when I walked up onto the massive platform ahead. There were stairs on both sides, which the magistrate pointed out now, telling us to enter on the right to meet him at the podium near the center. Once our designations were announced, he wanted us to exit via the other stairs.
Where a vigil will be waiting to escort you to your appropriate section,
he concluded, his words sending a chill down my spine.
Now let's begin. Prospect 1, year 117.
A female with light blonde hair stood from the front row and made her way toward the stairs. She didn't look at the royals or the alphas, instead casting her gaze downward in reverence as she moved past them. The goddess Lilith sat off to the side, her own throne appearing even more regal than the others. She watched the female prospect with interest, her lips curled into a soft smile. But I knew better than to believe it. That female was the epitome of evil. I'd overheard enough about her through Cedric's thoughts to understand that she wasn't a goddess at all, just an oldish vampire with a penchant for power. She fancied herself a supreme being, but only the humans worshipped her. Vampires like Cedric merely tolerated her existence. Although he'd mentioned that some of his brethren did respect her. Vampires like Silvano. Because they enjoyed this new society she'd created. The one that forced this lone prospect to march across the stage right now. I glanced at the royals and alphas in attendance, but the shadows continued to conceal their faces. I couldn't even tell if they were watching her or busy with other activities. They were like this ominous dark cloud of power, hidden from our sight, yet clearly present. Prospect 1 stopped near the podium, her head bowing even more as she knelt. He hadn't mentioned that requirement, but it was instinctual on our part to kneel. Bow, kneel, supplicate, survive. The magistrate's focus remained on the long scroll of paper before him, his expression giving nothing away as he said,
Breeding farm.
Prospect 1 seemed to freeze, which caused him to glance at her.
Continue along the stage to the stairs. Now.
The subtle rumble underlining his tone echoed via the microphone, causing my heart to skip a beat. The blonde woman immediately stepped forward, her motions more brittle than before. He ignored her entirely, his focus having returned to his scroll as he called for the next prospect. That was it. A simple ceremony where our numbers were announced, followed by our designation, and then we wandered down the stairs to meet our fate. Cedric had said this was all meant as entertainment for those who enjoyed observing our assignments, but it actually seemed to be a method for keeping the humans in line. We were all orderly and obedient, walking up to the magistrate and showing reverence where due, then accepting our... A scream screeched across the field as one of the females reacted to her designation. Moonchase. Just the mention of those two words stirred ice in my veins, but her visceral reaction only worsened the sensation. However, her complaint was almost immediately silenced, by a lycan slicing his claws across her throat. Then he twisted off her head and set it by the entry stairs, not the exit ones, like some sort of morbid decoration. A warning for those ascending to the stage not to misbehave. The magistrate simply glanced at the display and shrugged before calling forward the next prospect. I stared at the woman's head for several minutes while the procession continued, my heart seemingly lodged in my throat. They just left her there like her life had meant nothing, all because she'd reacted, which violated one of the primary rules. Perhaps she'd reacted on purpose. At least her death here had been quick. Very unlike the moon chase. Should I do that? I wondered. But I immediately dismissed the notion. Because no, I couldn't do that. Not when there was still a chance that Cedric intended to help me. Where are you? I wondered for the millionth time. However, before I could really fall into that hole again, the magistrate began calling numbers in the 400s. Already? I thought, my palms slickening. 6 brushed his knuckles against my hand for a final time, and then I held my breath as he made his way up to the stage. His auburn hair reminded me of blood beneath the pale moon, the visual making me ill. Please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die. He wasn't the type to react. Even when Master Peyton had tortured him, he'd maintained his silence. He appeared ready for his fate as he walked along the stage, his shoulders broad, his legs lean and muscled. I would miss him. He wasn't a friend, yet some part of him almost considered him my brother. We'd grown up together, always side by side, our numbers dragging us down this dark path to our destiny ahead. But this was the fork in the road. Where will you go? I wondered as he knelt by the podium. The magistrate lifted his gaze to inspect 6, his expression appraising as he gave a nod.
An interesting choice indeed.
I held my breath. What does that mean?
Prospect 406, year 117, is now Immortal Cup Contestant 3.
My lips parted. Immortal Cup? He's going to the Immortal Cup? 6 didn't appear fazed as he stood. He merely dipped his chin in acknowledgement and met a vigil at the top of the stairs who started to lead him off to the side where the 2 other Immortal Cup contestants were seated near the stage.
Prospect 407.
The magistrate called, causing my heart to leap into my throat. I'd been so focused on 6 that I had almost forgotten I was next. Oh, I would not have as fortunate a fate as him. Our scores were similar, but Cedric had already told me that I would never qualify, because none of it was truly based on scoring. My knees shook as I started forward, my attention on the path ahead, and then the stairs. I quickly attempted to search for Cedric, but the Royals and Alphas were just as shadowed on the stage as they were from the crowd. I could only see Lilith on her throne, her golden hair gleaming beneath the moonlight. I quickly averted my gaze, not wanting to draw any more attention to myself. Of course, she was already staring since I was next. I hoped she hadn't noticed my interest. I hoped it wouldn't be used against me. I hope I survive this. The magistrate didn't look at me like he did at 6. Instead, he kept his focus on his script. Not a good sign, I thought, swallowing as I knelt. He cleared his throat and shuffled his papers a little, drawing out the moment while my pulse thudded wildly in my ears.
Moon Chase,
he announced. Moon Chase, I repeated, my heart stopping in my chest. I'm going to the Moon Chase.
Chapter 39. Cedric. Moon Chase. The magistrate's declaration echoed through my mind. What the fuck? I glanced at Khalid, but he was hiding inside his dark robes, his focus on the stage. Hell, he might have even been sleeping. Traitor. It took serious effort not to react to this deception. We had a deal, I thought. Lily was supposed to go to the harem camps, whereby he would choose her. Then I would follow them back to his region and shift loyalties. I should never have trusted him. However, after helping him handle Emine, I'd thought we had an agreement. Apparently not. He was still playing with me, pushing me to prove my worth in ways I didn't understand. But maybe it was his turn to prove his worth to me. Silvano grunted beside me, his focus on his tablet, not Lily's wilting form. Fuck, she looked startled, broken, alone. But I couldn't engage our link. I couldn't risk anyone noticing our connection, especially Silvano. Maybe this one. He pointed to a prospect's nude photo on the screen. She had dark red hair and creamy skin, prospect 703. She was destined for the Immortal Cup, but marked clearly as harem potential. This whole damn day was one giant fucking charade. 12 candidates would be chosen to compete, but before their battle started, the royals and alphas would all be given the opportunity to pick a new fuck toy from the pool of candidates. Only a handful of them were labeled as off-limits, and the beauty on the screen was not one of them. I shrugged, feigning disinterest, because I didn't care at all whom he picked, not with my Erisita being escorted down the aisle by a vigil, heading to a goddamn moon chase camp. Fuck. This was a nightmare. I couldn't just grab her, not without every royal and alpha in attendance knowing, and the same went for nabbing her off a bus. The urge to connect to her, to whisper into her mind and make a vow I wasn't sure I could keep, plagued my heart. But Khalid had warned me that even a sliver of communication could alert Silvano to my bond. It was all about scent, and creating this wall between Lily and me had somewhat minimized my change. However, Silvano had noticed a slight difference, and he'd commented on it shortly after arriving. I'd been about to admit taking home a prospect when Khalid had said, "Ah, you must smell Emine. Yes, Cedric and I had some fun with my pet. You would have liked her. Alas, she's dead now." And that had been the end of that discussion. The scent still existed, but Silvano didn't seem to care. Time operated uniquely for immortals. He saw a few days as merely seconds, which meant the mortal fragrance could linger for weeks before he'd begin to question it again. Although if he caught my scent on Lily, he would almost immediately know the truth, which made her walking away from the stage a good thing, just as it was a positive twist that he'd been too busy eye-fucking candidates on his tablet to care about the parade of graduates before him. He still had the redhead up on the screen. "Well?" he prompted me. I wasn't sure why he cared about my opinion. He could take whatever human he wanted to break, but clearly he wanted an answer. "She's pretty," I replied, my tone bored. I had no interest in helping him pick out a new toy, not with Lily being led to the area of moon chase candidates at the side of the field. They would be escorted to their respective buses and eventual planes right after the ceremony. Fuck, what am I going to do? How am I going to solve this? Lily's blonde hair glittered in the moonlight as the vigil gestured for her to join the moon chase section of candidates. She kept her head down, preventing me from seeing her expression. "Don't hate me, little flower," I thought at her. "I would open this link if I could, but I promise I haven't abandoned you." My chest ached. I just have no idea how I'm going to save you. And I hated admitting that part. I hated this whole goddamn situation. Silvano flipped to another candidate, asking me what I thought of her tits. I provided another non-committal reply. "Pull up Lily's profile and I'll give you an honest answer." I'd witnessed a few blood days, as they were often televised, and I'd had access to the ceremony as a result of being a master at the university. But I'd never sat with Silvano during one. He typically attended alone. While sovereigns were technically allowed to come, they generally only took part in the events when asked by a royal. Some royals invited all their sovereigns as a formal token of appreciation. Others selected sovereigns they wished to honor, which Silvano appeared to be doing now, as I was about to become his newest member. And then there were those, like Khalid and usually Silvano, who chose to attend alone. The whole political parade was a game of power. Attending solo suggested a certain level of confidence in one's ability to defend himself or herself. However, attending with sovereigns conveyed a level of loyalty and respect that essentially said, "Attack me, and I have powerful minions who will work together to destroy you." It was all a superiority contest that I had no interest in joining. Yet it thrived around me throughout the ceremony, the vampires and alphas making soft comments about candidates and intentions while evaluating the responses of others. Entertainment, I thought, thankful when the 10th Immortal Cup candidate was announced. It was a blonde male with a steady demeanor, one I recognized as being on the list of untouchables, meaning he could not be selected for a harem. He was an immortal hopeful. But seeing him now indicated that we were almost done, because the 11th Immortal Cup candidate was selected right after him. Although that was only Prospect 703, the one Silvano had asked about with the red hair. Thus, we still had almost 300 humans left to go through. This night is never going to fucking end. I could no longer see my Lily, her light-colored hair lost in the throng of candidates around her. The Moonchase participants blended in with the breeding camp participants, as they would all be moved together toward their final destinations. Because some of the Moonchase participants would end up being bred. If they survived being hunted and fucked by the wild lycans. My stomach twisted. I warned you. I thought it, Lily. I fucking warned you that this would be your path. But I couldn't blame her. This was my fault. I'd relied on Khalid to help me, which he clearly had no intention of doing, something I would have to deal with later. Because right now I had to figure out how to save my Erisita. If I can slip away during the first round with the Immortal Cup candidates, I may be able to reach Lily's bus. And then what? As a master, I could lie and say I needed Lily for a task. Whatever lycan was assigned to her transport would be beneath me in ranking. All the royals and alphas, who are the only ones more powerful than me, will be busy with the Immortal Cup candidates for at least an hour, perhaps longer. Because they would each take their turn perusing the candidates and deciding if they preferred one of them to join their harem now, and if they found them all lacking, which was rare, they could pick from the candidate group destined for the harem camp. The purpose of the whole practice was to demoralize the Immortal Cup contestants. They were thrilled to be selected as one of the top 12 humans to fight for immortality. Just to be told they amounted to nothing and might end up as a sex slave only a handful of minutes later. It was the part of the ceremony royals like Silvano looked forward to most, hence his eager perusal of the list. But that just meant he and the others like him would be distracted. So it might be... "Prospect 1000, the magistrate called, designating the final human to be sorted. I barely noticed the mortal walking up to the stage. I just wanted this done. I wanted a reason to flee, to escape, to run, to save Lily. But I had no true plan. If I grabbed her, I had no idea where we would go. The royals and alphas would be distracted, but only momentarily, and eventually someone would notice her absence, just like Silvano would notice mine. And then what? "Clemente Clan Service Industry," the magistrate announced. My heart skipped a beat. "Do you see one you fancy?" Silvano asked. I blinked at him, not understanding. "One what?" He gave me a look that said he found me daft. "A candidate to fuck." My brow furrowed. Is that our evening plan? Because I really hoped that wasn't what he intended for us to do tonight. I would sooner die than touch someone who wasn't my Lily. He smiled. "Well, I intend for it to be your evening plan. I'm going to give you my new pet as a gift." My jaw threatened to unhinge, something he caught because his smile widened. "You're surprised?" Not a question, but a statement. "Good. I thought you might approve after hearing you enjoyed one of Khalid's pets, so I'm procuring one for..."
This concludes our annual Blood Day,
Lilith announced, interrupting Silvano.
Vigils, if you would please escort your respective teams to their exits. The Harem prospects and Immortal Cup participants shall remain.
Silvano didn't look at her, just continued to smile at me. Have a look, and tell me 3 or 4 that interest you. When it's my turn, I'll select the pet and hand her to you. Fuck. Of all the times for Silvano to attempt to be kind, or whatever the hell this act of giving me a gift could be called, he had to choose now, which meant escaping him unnoticed would be impossible, and saving Lily is going to be impossible. Once she set foot on that bus, I might never be able to find her again. The system contained prospect details and assignments, but that didn't mean she'd survive long enough to reach her final destination, or that there might not be a shuffle along the way. What if one of the lycans fucks her on sight? It'll shatter our bond. It could kill her. Silvano clapped me on the shoulder with a chuckle. Are you too shocked to pick one? Shall I try to go for the redhead then? Or maybe Prospect 901, Perky Tits? I don't want a fucking pet, I already have one. Instead, I wanted to teleport away, grab Lily, and run. I wanted to kill Silvano. I wanted to fucking disappear. I wanted to go back in time and oppose this whole goddamn process. I wanted to... I suggest looking at Prospect 409, Khalid said from beneath his robes, his voice silky and smooth and cutting right through all my desires. Scratch that. I want to kill you, I thought, looking right at him. I want to fucking murder you for making me think I could trust you. You tend to like delicate things, yes? Khalid continued, like I wasn't about to leap across the seat and strangle him. This one reminds me of a flower. Easy to break, and almost like that darling little thing we buried earlier this week, Flower. That single word, a nickname that went straight to my heart, gave me pause, and kept me from fulfilling my desire to annihilate him. What game are you playing now? Khalid lifted his tablet, something I hadn't even realized he was holding in his cloak, and my heart stopped at the image of Lily's naked body on the screen. Beneath her name it said Moon Chase Candidate, and under that were the details regarding her shipment. That's not a pet candidate, Silvano told him. Khalid flipped the tablet to review it. Oh, sorry. My cursor must have slipped. Hold on. He swiped at it with his clothed hand, which somehow managed to make the screen move. There. He showed me an image of a brunette next, Prospect 409. But I didn't see her at all. I only saw Lily and the information he'd just given me. Her moon chase designation, and more importantly, her intended destination. Silvano made a few choice comments about the prospect on the screen, telling me he didn't approve of the choice. I pretended to agree, my thoughts otherwise distracted by the new strategy forming in my mind. Khalid had promised to help me, and it seemed he had in a way. Because somehow, some way, Lily was destined for the one wolf territory I knew like my literal backyard. Clemente clan. I just needed to survive this visit with Silvano and head home. Then I could go hunting for my Erisita. Don't wilt, my darling Lily. I'm coming for you. I promise.
Chapter 40. Lily. I am no longer Prospect 407. I glanced down at the card in my hand. I am now Moonchase Item 17, designation Clemente Clan. The blonde female beside me held a similar card, only hers said Breeding Bitch 12, designation Clemente Clan. Above it were the words Blood University 3, Prospect 701, Year 117. That distinction was crossed out, just like mine. Only mine said Blood University 7, Prospect 407, Year 117. I assumed the number distinction after the university detailed which one we'd attended. It seemed like a safe assumption to make, considering she was a stranger to me. A lycan growled from the front of the bus, his gaze on a silently sobbing woman a few seats in front of me. She was doing her best not to make a sound. All of us were. But the shifter obviously felt that the human needed to try harder. I ignored the exchange, my gaze dropping to my card again. I am now Moonchase Item 17. I kept repeating the statement, each time with hopes that Cedric would hear me and respond. Disappointment threatened to drown me every time he didn't acknowledge me, but I kept trying. Even as we were shuffled off the bus and onto a plane. Even after finding my place inside a cage. Even as I was told to lie down and sleep. Even while I dreamt, and again when I woke. Nothing. Not a single word. Because he's letting me go. Either he's given up on me, or he's dead. Only, I suspected I would sense the latter. Or perhaps I wouldn't. I couldn't feel him inside me at all. I was just Lily. Alone with my thoughts, holding onto a card as though it carried the meaning of life, sitting beside the breeding camp female, trying not to show an ounce of emotion. The crying woman from the bus was long gone. She'd been unable to suppress her sobs, and the lycan had taught her a lesson. Or more accurately, he'd used the human to demonstrate what would happen to all of us if we didn't remain silent. I'd barely noticed, too busy chanting at Cedric to truly fear the brutality unfolding before me. There were more incidents on the plane. But the bus around me now was far quieter, everyone resigned to their fates, or perhaps we all had simply lost the will to live. Although the blonde female beside me, the same one I'd been next to throughout my journey from the Blood Day ceremony to here, didn't seem dejected. She wore a bored expression instead, her gaze flicking to the windows as we drove through the darkness. There was something calculative about her. I hoped she didn't try to flee or cause a scene. The lycans would simply chase her and destroy her. Like they're going to do to me during the next moon chase, I thought. I'm exactly where you said I should be, Cedric, and I'm starting to wonder if that was your intent all along. Not exactly a fair statement to make after everything we'd experienced together, but I couldn't help the kernel of anger working its way through my heart and mind. He left me. He abandoned me. And now, I'm going to be wolf food. The bus went through a high-walled gate, the moon glinting off the wiry top. The female beside me narrowed her gaze at the barricade, her jaw clenching. But in a blink, she schooled her features and looked forward again. Only then to glance at me when she realized I was watching her. She arched a blonde brow in challenge, confirming that she wasn't dejected at all, but intent on fighting this fate. I ignored her and returned my gaze to the lycans at the front. I wanted no part in whatever she planned to do. The metal groaned around us as the tires protested the path, forcing the bus to inch along a long, dark road that seemed to go on for miles. My seatmate returned her eyes to the window, as did I, both of us observing the barren land illuminated by bright lights out in the yard. A windowless cement building appeared in the distance, the 3-story structure resembling a rock more than a residence hall. Is this the breeding camp? I wondered. Or the holding center for the moon chase? My blood chilled as the bus parked alongside the ominous structure. Will they tell us to disembark and run? Or will there be some warm-up sessions first? Maybe we'll have some midnight trainings, similar to those practice runs in the desert. There was sand here. No trees. I couldn't feel the air yet. The bus chilled to keep the lycans on board comfortable. Of course, they turned all that off as they left the bus. Their lack of a command spoke volumes. "Don't move," was what their actions said. I swallowed, my heart skipping a beat. Will my seatmate act out now? Or wait until we're off the bus? I was next to the aisle, blocking her path, but she didn't ask me to move. She didn't say or do anything at all, other than observe out the window. Several others fidgeted around us, everyone waiting. But no one spoke. No one tried to run. We all simply waited like well-trained pets. I see now why humans bore you, I thought at Cedric. Our sense of free will has been taken from us. However, Cedric had returned mine to me. He'd shown me what life could be like by his side. Only it had all been a lie, a temporary fairy tale, a dream I should never have indulged in. You were right, I continued. It would have been a mercy to kill me. And yet, if provided with a choice, I would have chosen this path anyway. A naive thought, perhaps, given that I hadn't truly suffered my intended fate yet, but the pleasure of knowing Cedric was worth my future pain. He wasn't the monster he considered himself to be. He was merely old, an ancient vampire with a different concept of humanity, or lack thereof. You gave me the gift of experience, I murmured. It may haunt me until my dying breath, but it'll grant me peace, too. It would also provide me with a purpose, a fight, a will to survive. He's coming for me, I decided. I had to believe that, or hopelessness would destroy me. The woman beside me tensed, drawing my focus to the rooftop of the building, where the lycans prowled in wolf form. Their stunning white coats glittered beneath the moon, giving them an eerie appeal. Appropriate, I thought, my heart skipping a beat. This place is the setting of nightmares. My lips parted as one leapt off the building to land on top of our bus with a thud. 2 humans yelped. I bit my lip to keep from making a sound, while the female beside me inhaled sharply. The door flew open as another lycan entered the bus in just a pair of jeans, his irises flickering like a golden torch as he surveyed the crowd. His lip curled, his disgust palpable. Then he grabbed the human nearest him and demanded to see the male's card.
Moon chase.
The lycan slurred.
Better start running then.
He pushed the other man off the bus, inspiring a riot of growls outside. I lowered my gaze to my card, willing myself to be invisible as the sound of howls echoed in the night. Their beastly song was hungry and cruel, and punctuated by the human shrieking. Just breathe, I coached myself. Submit and survive. For now. The lycan at the front of the bus grunted.
Well, if he's an introduction to the shipment, we're in for a boring year.
His words were clearly meant for those outside of the bus, but his next ones were definitely directed at us.
Stand up and form a line off the bus for inspection.
When no one immediately moved, he added,
Now.
Everyone shifted upward, causing the lycan to grunt as he left the bus. I was about 12 rows back, placing me toward the middle of the line as we disembarked. The blonde female trailed along behind me, her movements silent. I did my best to ignore her, not wanting anything to do with whatever she had planned. But all she did was pause beside me outside the bus and keep her head bowed, just like me.
Cards up,
one of the lycans commanded. I glanced to my left to see how the others held theirs and followed suit, then lifted it a little higher after the first human was scolded for making the lycan bend down to read. They were all much larger than us, their bulk honed from their supernatural heritage. Or maybe I just felt small because all of the lycans surrounding us were males. There were a few humans of similar stature, but they paled in comparison to the musculature of the lycans. I observed them from beneath my lashes even while keeping my head bowed, my perusal ending against most of their bare torsos. Most of them wore jeans and nothing else, not even shoes. When the lycan reached me, he paused.
Moon chase. Interesting.
He grasped my chin to force my eyes up, his own calculating and brimming with unveiled interest. I swallowed, my heart threatening to skip a beat. But years of training kept my reactions in check, which only seemed to intrigue the lycan more. He leaned forward, his nose going to my neck as he inhaled deeply. He hummed thoughtfully.
You may need to be reassigned.
He straightened, his ice-blue eyes meeting mine.
Assuming you survive the chase.
He released me with a wink before moving on to the blonde beside me. I immediately lowered my focus to the ground as I fought to ignore the sensation his touch had left behind on my skin. Too hot, too close, too wrong. Fortunately, I wasn't the only one he seemed interested in, his comments regarding reassignment echoing as he continued to peruse the row. He wasn't the Clemente clan alpha, something I knew because I didn't recognize him. We'd been forced to memorize all our superiors and their photos in a class several decades ago. But even without that knowledge, I would know his lowly status because of his energy signature. The fact that I could sense it confirmed I was still linked to Cedric, because I strongly suspected that awareness stemmed from our Erosita bond. Which means you're still alive, I thought at him, my blood icing over. And you're ignoring me. My mind threatened to deep dive into the whirlpool of what-ifs again, but I held myself afloat in the present, my attention returning to the lycans around me. I couldn't afford to feel distracted right now.
This way,
one of the shifters said in a gruff voice as he led us all through a discreet side door into the windowless building. The chilly air immediately lifted the hairs along my exposed arms, my white gown doing little to protect me from the abrupt shift in climate. I hadn't even realized how humid it was outside until stepping through the threshold. Now it felt like I'd entered a freezer. My knees shook as we walked, my limbs icing over, not just from the chill, but also from the noises reaching my ears. Grunts, cries, screams. I refused to glance through the open doors as we walked by the sources of those sounds. I didn't need those images burned into my mind. The corridor eventually dumped into a large open space surrounded by cages. A prison, I thought, recalling the term used for barred cells such as these. Each room held 2 beds, but we weren't sent there first. Instead, the lycan led us through the room to a locker area and commanded us to strip and shower, just like our blood day preparation. Only this time, we were all very much on display to their hungry gazes. I tried not to think about what would happen if I attracted any of their interests, how it would tarnish my bond to Cedric, and likely end in my swift death. They wouldn't be kind. Not that Cedric was all that kind either, but he at least gave me pleasure. These animals would not. Where are you? I wondered, nearly delirious from the icy water pelting my shoulders. A growl ripped through the air as one of the lycans reacted to a female nearby. I didn't look, just closed my eyes and finished my shower. Stay invisible. Obey. Survive. That became my mantra as I exited the shower to dry off and put on the regulation clothing waiting for us, blue pants and white shirts. I chanted it as they escorted us to a cafeteria area for a meal of grilled chicken, rice, and peas. And I continued whispering it in my mind as they led me to my bed for the night. Unsurprisingly, the blonde shared my cell. It seemed our numbers had been linked, and from what I could tell, each room had 1 moonchase candidate and 1 breeding candidate.
Lights out,
the lycan called. The room went pitch black before I claimed a bed, leaving me standing beside the other girl in a nightmarish theater filled with the echoes of humans screaming in the distance. It was enough to make me hope I wouldn't be reassigned. Maybe I'll let them catch me, or maybe I'll find a place to hide. Unlikely, but what choice did I have? My fantasy with Cedric had come to an end. It was time to face reality, and reality meant surviving. To do what? I marveled. To survive and go to the breeding section of this facility? To run and hide in the unknown? I knew nothing about the Clemente clan territory, other than my brief tour outside. Where would I go? Where would I hide? How am I going to survive?
Chapter 41. Cedric. 3 fucking days. That was how long it had taken me to find a window of opportunity to leave Silvano region. Apparently, Silvano gifting me a pet was supposed to convince me to forgo my 2 years of freedom. I knew there had to be a catch. Silvano didn't do anything without purpose. Outright refusing him hadn't been an option, so I'd played along and watched as he'd helped break in my new pet on the flight back to Silvano City. Then I'd taken what was left of the girl to my room in Silvano Tower, and promptly put the poor girl out of her misery. There'd been no coming back from what he'd done to her. I'd given it a day before informing him that I'd lost my pet. He'd offered me one from his harem, but I'd told him he'd already given me enough and I had a better idea. "I'll just go take a human from the wolves," I'd said. "Gives me a reason to check on how things are going in Clemente clan, and allows me to reassert my dominance down there before I take over as sovereign near the Texas border." Silvano had grinned. "I knew you'd be good for the job. You're pretty much already doing it, but without the perks. We'll fix that when you return." "I look forward to it," I'd lied. Not that he'd noticed. And why would he? The position was an honor to most. Obviously, I should be ecstatic about it. He'd misinterpreted my delaying of the position as a need to prove myself worthy of it. I'd used that to my advantage when providing my excuse for this visit to Clemente clan. I knew how to think like a sovereign. That had never been my problem. I just didn't want to be one, something Silvano couldn't even fathom as a possibility. Another oversight on his part to use to my advantage. He had no reason to assume that I wouldn't return to him. Where else would I go? As far as he was concerned, Silvano region was my home, and it was. For now. I leaned against the wall of an abandoned building near the border between Silvano region and Clemente clan. It was a location I knew well from my previous visits. Only this time I was here for myself, not for Silvano. And that made me even more dangerous than usual, a trait most shifters would pick up based on scent. However, the older wolf walking toward me didn't react to it at all. He moved with a lazy confidence, his steps sure and his expression bored. "Cedric," he greeted. "Jolene," I returned. "Did my son not heed Silvano's warning?" I smiled. I'm sure he didn't. Both of those assholes are too arrogant to see reason. Jolene matched my grin. "True. I suppose it's a good thing I've been part of Eden's upbringing." Eden, the future Clemente clan alpha, assuming the current Alpha Walter allowed his son to take over. "So if Silvano didn't send you here, then why are we meeting?" Jolene continued, his perception as sharp as always. His age wasn't a deterrent but a strength, something his son really shouldn't take for granted. But I wasn't here to discuss wolf hierarchy or society politics. I was here to ask an old acquaintance for a favor, one he might or might not accept. I need information on the breeding camp up the road. It was where moon chase candidates were kept as well, which meant Lily was there, assuming the details Khalid had shared with me were accurate anyway. Jolene arched a silver brow. "Any particular reason why?" To anyone else I would have replied, not one I cared to share. However, Jolene wasn't like the others of this world. He valued honesty and old-fashioned morals. It was why I often went to him when I needed to deliver one of Silvano's infamous messages to Alpha Walter. Jolene didn't approve of the New World Order or how the lycans had degraded their family relationships. It made him an ally when I needed him. And I needed his cooperation right now because there were few others in this clan that I could trust. "I need to retrieve something that belongs to me," I told him. "Something or someone?" "Someone," I admitted, holding his dark gaze. "My Erisita." His thick eyebrows met his silver hairline. "I see," he murmured. He didn't ask any questions or otherwise comment, just studied me for a long moment, and eventually nodded. "You're going to need more than information. You're going to need help, and you'll need it quickly, as I assume you're here to ensure the bond remains intact." "Yes." My response applied to all of the above. She's assigned to the moon chase. unless one of the lycans inside the compound decided otherwise. They could take whomever they desired, fuck and kill and maim, but knowing Lily, she was doing her best to keep her head down. It took physical restraint not to break down our mental wall and check on her, but I couldn't risk anyone picking up on our connection. She needed to remain quiet, obedient, hidden. Mine. "The first moon chase is scheduled for next week," Jolene said, "but there will be minimal participants. Walter likes to space them out for further enjoyment. The largest moon chase will take place after Eden's coronation." "I'm not waiting that long," I told him. "Every minute she's in there is another minute she's in danger." "Then perhaps you shouldn't have allowed her to be taken here." Silvano didn't give me much choice in the matter. He would have killed Lily far faster than the lycans would. Keeping my distance from her was the only way to ensure she survived long enough for me to truly save her, which I intended to do now, with or without Jolene's assistance. There were always other lycans I could bribe. I'd only come to this one first because of our history, and because I suspected that he possessed a soft spot when it came to mates. He'd once been involved in a rare triad with 2 other lycans. Only one of them was still alive today. While she didn't reside in Clemente clan, I knew they still spoke to each other, because he had given me several messages over the year to send to her. That had been our working agreement. I repaid his favors by sending his encrypted notes to Claudette. I didn't understand what game they were playing, nor did I care to figure it out. What mattered to me was his usefulness, and in this case, his admiration for mate bonds. "So what's it going to be, Jolene?" I pushed off the wall. "Can you help me, or not?"
Chapter 42. Lily. Screams haunted my dreams, plummeting me into a dark well of doubt. I'd been here for almost a week, making one thought abundantly clear in my mind. He's not coming for me. I could no longer think about his name. It hurt too much. He abandoned me. He might even be dead. I had no way of knowing for sure. He'd cut me off in every way, leaving me alone in this nightmare of shrieks and animalistic grunts. My roommate had been taken last night, leaving me alone in this cold cell. We hadn't said much to each other, yet we'd formed a sense of solidarity in our prison. She'd told me to call her Willow, but she'd never explained how she'd been given that name, just as I hadn't told her why I referred to myself as Lily. Our relationship was tenuous and had formed in a mutual desire to survive. But then, the lycans had come for her. I'd cowered in the corner, terrified they might mistake me for a breeding prospect. However, they had only cared about Willow. I swallowed, my gaze on the lackluster ceiling above me. I couldn't sleep, my mind rioting with questions and worries. Is that Willow screaming in the distance? Is she even alive? Does she still want to survive? Do I even want to survive? I wondered softly, my heart skipping a beat in my chest. Does he mean so much to me that I don't see a point in living without him? What a sad life I led if a vampire was my sole reason for wanting to exist. But what else did this life have to offer? There were no more classes, no more competitions for positions, just a fate worse than death, the moon chase. And if I managed to do well there, I'd be rewarded by being rutted by these animals. A shiver traversed my spine. I don't want that. I don't want any of this. Even if I escaped, where would I go? How would I live? My hands curled into fists as despair strangled my heart and lungs. I didn't know what to survive for. There were no more goals, no more hopes, no more potential avenues in life. I would never be a vigil. I would never be immortal. I'm destined to be chased and fucked by savage creatures who see me as a chew toy, not a soul. My stomach twisted as I forced myself to my side, the ceiling a blank slate of nothing, like my purpose in life. I curled my legs into my chest and fought the urge to scream. He had ruined me. He'd shown me a world I wanted to survive for, a relationship of meaning and pleasure. Had it all been just a cruel game? A way to introduce me to something that he knew was temporary? I hate him. I hate the superior beings. I hate this world. I hate everything. But most of all, I hated the frigid claws scraping along my insides. The gnawing sensation reminded me of death, almost as though my body had already deteriorated into that of a corpse. I'm not dead yet, I reminded myself. I can survive this. Which just led me back to the circular discussion of what that actually meant. Survive to do what? Live in agony? Become a lycan's breeding slave? He might come for me, a dying part of me whispered. I ignored that hopeful voice, the one that had led to my current torment. It was the part of me that had learned how to love, how to live. But my reality no longer had room for that dream. My reality was a nightmare. Heavy boots punctuated that realization, the sound echoing down the corridor as they moved closer and closer. Please keep going. Please ignore me. Please don't. A key snicked in the lock of my cell, causing the hairs along my arms to dance. There was no feigning sleep, no hiding my body's reaction from the approaching monster. I opened my eyes, determined to face my fate head-on, but the lycan ignored me entirely, instead dropping Willow's broken form on the ground. No care, no compassion, no concern. Just a grunt as he left her and slammed the door behind him. I blinked at her still form. Shit. I didn't think. I acted, rolling off the bed and joining her on the ground to check her pulse. Steady. She's breathing, too. The swelling along her jaw suggested that she'd been hit there at least once. I checked her head and found a bump, which explained what might have knocked her out. Other than that, she had a few scratches and blood under her nails. She must have fought back. And a few bruises forming around her hips. Handprints, I recognized with a shudder. From a lycan rut. I didn't want to finish that thought. Instead, I focused on making her more comfortable. I rolled a towel for her to use as a pillow, doing my best not to move her neck too much, in case the hit had done something to her spinal column. But she just appeared to be unconscious from the bump on her head. Rather than return to my bed, I sat on the floor beside her. Something about it felt right, like I could offer her comfort while she recovered. A ridiculous notion. Perhaps it was actually me who needed the comfort. I drew my knees up to my chest and wrapped my arms around my shins. The cement beneath me resembled ice through my thin gown, making me glance at Willow again. She was naked, her gown having been stripped off of her. My lips twisted. She's going to freeze like this. I reached behind to grab my thin blanket and draped it over her, then pulled the one from her bed to do the same, and resumed my position with my arms encircling my legs. Time passed slowly, or maybe it was quickly. I no longer had a concept of it, my existence revolving around the orders issued by the lycans. Wake up, shower, eat, return to your cage, eat again later, go back to your bed, sleep, repeat. The dim lights told me they were still in the resting phase of the schedule, but soon the fluorescent strips above would turn on and burn my eyes. Then, the new day would begin. Or night, whatever. I hadn't seen the moon or sun in what felt like a month. An exaggeration. But being kept in this prison resembled an eternity. An eternity without my mate. He'd given me immortality through our bond. Does that mean I may die during the moon chase, only to be reborn? I wondered, my lips curling down. What if I allow myself to be killed? Will they leave me outside to rot? That might give me a chance to escape, unless the lycan rutted me first. I studied Willow again, specifically her hands. Dark words haunted my mind.
They adore prey that doesn't submit, and sexually skilled prey is even better. because the harder a human works, the more aroused a lycan becomes.
The voice was one I longed to hear, but the warning sent a chill down my spine. Lycans liked playing with their food. If I fought back like Willow had, I'd entice the beast, or beasts, into rutting me, which meant I needed to allow myself to be captured, and to just die. What do they do with the bodies afterward, I wondered. But the lights flared to life before I could ponder answers to that thought.
Rise!
A lycan barked over the loudspeaker. The doors would begin to open soon, then we'd be expected to go through the bathing ritual. Willow didn't move. I nudged her. Willow? Nothing. She was out cold. Maybe the lycans would allow it since they were the ones to knock her out? I wasn't given time to consider it more, as the doors unlatched in the next moment. I stood and walked toward the exit, incapable of doing more than obeying the routine. Several of us formed a line and moved into the showers. I kept my head down, as I usually did, going through my routine, and changed into the new gown provided for me. I grabbed a second one for Willow, then hurried back to our cell. It technically broke protocol, but there were still a few others showering, which gave me time to wander back to my cell. Willow hadn't moved. I set the gown on her bed and quickly returned to the bathing area, just in time to join the line heading toward the dining hall. Eggs, spinach, banana, bottle of water. It was the standard fare, although sometimes we had chicken and broccoli in the morning. After spending a month with him, I realized how bland all this food tasted. Another consequence of our forbidden game, refining my palate. I chewed and swallowed, ignoring the lack of flavor and the pang in my chest. Rather than think of him and everything he'd shown me, I considered Willow. She needs food. Could I somehow smuggle some of this back to her? Maybe a banana and water? Most of the lycans in the room weren't paying any attention to us. The initial intrigue in studying their prey had waned over the last few days. Our presence no longer new and exciting. They'd already picked the toys they wanted to play with. The rest of us were waiting for the inevitable chase. I glanced at the food display and back at the lycans. Maybe I can grab something on my way back to my cell. It would be a risk, one that could garner some negative attention. Or maybe it would earn me a swift death, which I'll just wake up from. Maybe. I didn't know Willow well. Was she worth dying for? Does any of it really matter anymore? I ground my teeth together, the hopelessness tugging at my spirit. Why not rebel a little? Why not grab some extra food and water for Willow? I'd followed every damn rule, passed every fucking test, and I'd ended up here in literal hell. Why? Because I could fight. Because I could run. Because I possessed decent sexual scores. Had he added to those notes? Told the Alliance and others how well I'd fucked him? My hands curled into fists. I hate you, I thought at him. I hate you more than I ever thought possible. You're a monster. A cruel master. Was this all just a fucking game to you? Did you leave me here to die because it amuses you? I didn't even wait for him to reply, because I knew he wouldn't. He couldn't hear me. He'd blocked me out. He'd abandoned me to this fate. Hell, he might have even been the reason I was here. No, that's not true, a small voice inside me argued. You know him. You know his mind. I slammed the door on those thoughts, tired of this circular logic. If he cared so much, he would have found a way to contact me by now. Unless he's hurt. I gritted my teeth and nearly shook my head. Could he be hurt? Yes, maybe. And if he was, then I still only had myself to rely on. So regardless of the reason, he wasn't coming for me. Which meant I needed a plan. A purpose. Something. Because this endless sea of depression was going to end up killing me. You're stronger than this, I told myself. Stop feeling sorry for yourself and find a way to survive. By what? Becoming a breeding slave? I wanted to scream in frustration. This wasn't the life I wanted. No, that life had been with him. Maybe I'll survive and hunt him down, I mused. Wouldn't that be a fun surprise? I started imagining his shock at seeing me on his doorstep. Not that I knew where to find him, only for the bell overhead to interrupt my daydream with a bing. Well, I have time to contemplate that idea, I decided, standing and eyeing the food again. But I don't have a lot of time to make this decision. I glanced around the room, noting the humans falling into line as we'd done over the last however many days. Or has it been a week, I wondered, moving to join them all. Regardless, it was all second nature now. Step into line, walk back to the cages, find your temporary home, sit, stay. That line went right by the remaining food. And from what I could see, there were no lycans watching. It's too risky, I thought, only a few feet away from the bananas now. It could draw attention to me, which I don't want. I'm not ready yet. I need a plan first. Except, I wasn't sure if a plan existed. Still. I swallowed, my eyes falling shut for a long second. No. I continued past the bananas and the water. As much as I wanted to help Willow, I'd learned long ago that the only person I could truly look out for was myself. Sorry, I thought at her, my steps feeling heavier as I continued the trek back to our cell. She might not even be awake yet, but that didn't stop the guilt from eating at me. She'd suffered last night, that much was clear. And now she would continue that suffering by not being able to eat until... A lycan stepped into my path, his nostrils flaring in my peripheral view. I quickly dropped my gaze to the ground, my feet freezing to keep myself steady and obedient in front of him. He hummed, the sound sending a shiver down my spine. Interested. Feral. Wrong.
You smell different.
He leaned in, his nose going to my neck, his warmth bleeding into my chilled skin.
Very different.
His low tone swirled around me, his arm encircling my waist as he pulled me out of the line and instructed the others to continue forward. Oh no. My heart skipped several beats. No, no, no.
Stay calm.
A voice whispered back to me, one that didn't belong to me. I nearly frowned. Am I imagining him now?
What's your number?
The lycan mused, his fingers drifting up my back to my nape. Moonchase item 17, sir. The words came out stilted, but they lacked the quiver threatening to overcome my being. I considered that a temporary win. Until the lycan squeezed.
Moonchase.
Intrigue darkened his tone.
Seems like wasted potential. Or a good test of strength.
Another commented, joining our little group in the hallway between the cafeteria and the cells.
You're right. She does smell different.
He leaned in to scent my neck like the other one had.
Interesting. Shall we taste her?
Lycan 1 asked, his palm resembling a shackle around my nape.
Maybe.
Lycan 2 replied, his hand going to my hip.
Take her to the black room, then join me in my office. We'll go over her file first.
Lycan 1 released an appreciative growl and started pulling me back toward the cafeteria.
Hear that, pretty one? He wants you in the black room. Quite an honor, considering what toys wait for us there.
Somehow I doubted his definition of honor matched mine. Bile rose up in my throat, burning the back of my mouth as the lycan led me to my fate. I suppose the banana debate no longer mattered, since I'd managed to acquire this male's attention anyway.
You smell different.
Why? Because of him? Our bond? Was he still haunting me even now, dragging me into a new purpose, a darker fate, all because I'd given him my heart? I hate him, I thought for the 1000th time. I hate him so damn much.
You love me too.
His voice whispered back, confirming that I'd lost my damn mind. Because I knew he wasn't really there. He'd abandoned me, left me here to suffer. and now I was being taken to the Black Room, where my bond with him would likely be shattered. This was not what I'd wanted. They hadn't even given me a chance to run or to fight, yet I wasn't sure I'd wanted that either. No. What I wanted was a tall, brooding vampire with thick brown hair, a cruel jaw decorated with the shadow of a finely shaved beard, and wicked dark eyes, full lips, athletic build, elegant demeanor, penchant for terrifying games. I shuddered, his image appearing in my mind for a brief, blissful moment. Then the visual shattered into the reality of the Black Room, which I quickly realized was named after the obsidian-like walls. Easier to hide the bloodstains, I assumed, my heart hammering in my chest as the lycan shoved me inside.
"Don't leave this room,"
he growled, then slammed the door as he left me in the darkness. No windows, no light, just cold isolation underlined with the faintest scent of iron. Blood, I realized. I'm smelling blood.
"Did he leave the door locked?"
That voice asked, making me frown, because again it wasn't mine. Yet it had to be some version of my mind, because he had left me here to die.
"Stop thinking and check the door,"
the voice demanded.
"You can hate me later."
My brow furrowed. Cedric.
"Check the door."
I blinked several times. Is that really you? I stammered. No. Impossible. He left.
"Quit wasting time and check the goddamn door, Lily. I trained you better than this."
I stepped forward, obeying him as my instincts took over from my mind. The handle moved with ease. No lock.
"Good."
The deep voice, one I hadn't heard in what felt like ages, replied.
"Now listen to me very carefully and do exactly what I say. Then maybe you'll survive." Chapter 43. Cedric.
I hate you. I hate you more than I ever thought possible. You're a monster. A cruel master. Was this all just a fucking game to you? Did you leave me here to die because it amuses you?
Those words had been the first to enter my mind when I'd removed the block between me and Lily. I'd been too stunned by her anger to reply, her fury a whip to my senses I hadn't expected. Helplessness, fear, sadness. I'd anticipated all of those, but not her vehemence, her hatred. Of course, I should have known it was only a matter of time for her to recognize me as the monster who had ruined her existence. I'd warned her from the beginning. I'd wanted her broken, weeping, dead. All in an effort to free her from this life. However, I couldn't free her. Not anymore. I needed her. She was my heart, the air I required to breathe. I would lose myself without her, perish to my darker instincts, wallow in my boredom, lose my remaining shreds of humanity, and become a cruel beast. Like Silvano. No. I refused to let that happen. I needed my flower, my sweet darling Lily, my other half, my soul. Perhaps it was selfish of me to force her to remain in this cruel world, but I would do whatever I could to ensure her safety and comfort. I'd hide her for eternity, my one secret, my reason for being, my sole purpose for doing whatever Silvano demanded, so long as he didn't find her. I had it all figured out now. I knew exactly where I would take my flower so that she could bloom. It would be without me by her side, but she would be safe. She'd live. And when I was able, I would visit. That has to be enough, I thought, my mind focused on hers. As I'd suspected, my reopening of the link had changed her scent, something one of the lycans had noticed almost immediately. That was why I hadn't reached out to her until it was time. And now, I needed her to listen to me. I needed her to trust me. I needed her to survive. "Are you ready, Lily?" I asked. "Are you ready to follow my every command?" She hadn't accepted my demand yet, her body frozen just inside that dark room. I could see her on the security feed, the night vision painting her in shades of black and white.
I'm not even sure you're real,
she whispered. I am, I promised her, and I'm going to be really pissed off if you don't listen to me. Because we only had one chance to make this work. If those lycans returned for her before I could help her escape, they'd destroy our bond, and I refused to let that happen. Step out into the corridor and turn left, Lily. She didn't move. Now, I commanded. We don't have time to waste. Those lycans will return quickly after seeing my name on your file, so move your ass. I didn't have many friends in Clemente clan for obvious reasons. The few I did have were helping me with this mission. Lily visibly shivered.
Why should I trust you?
Rather than respond with words, I opened my mind completely to show her why. To show her the last few days. My agony over losing her to the moon chase. My determination to find her. And my fear over what would happen to her if she didn't listen to me now. It was 1,000 different emotions delivered to her over the course of seconds, which caused her knees to buckle as she collapsed to the ground on a cry of agony-filled surprise. My heart stuttered at the sight, but my ancient mind overrode my emotions, my sense for strategy kicking into play. This hadn't been the plan. My ally on the inside was supposed to get her out, but while watching her in the cafeteria, I'd picked up on some sort of indecision in her features, a potential avenue she'd seemed to be considering exploring. I'd tapped into her mind to tell her to be patient, only to be slammed with her hatred. All because of a banana for some female named Willow. That had been her debate, whether or not grabbing food would have been worth the risk. She'd intelligently decided against it in the end, but by that point it had been too late, because I'd altered her scent by touching her mind, which had required me to move to Plan B. Walk out into the hall and turn left, I told her once more. I won't repeat myself again, Lily. This is our one chance, or those lycans will shatter our connection. And I wouldn't be able to reach her in time.
Okay,
She whispered, her mind telling me that she was at war with herself. She wondered if she'd somehow contrived this entire fantasy, but essentially decided she didn't have much to lose.
I might as well indulge it.
She was thinking.
I'm wolf meat anyway.
Not if I can help it, I told her, but I need you to start running. Because the monitors showed the other 2 lycans already returning. The one who had gone to his office had obviously found her file, and he'd no doubt seen my name as the master who had personally delivered her final month of training at the university. Faster, Lily. She picked up speed, heading down the long hallway of morbid rooms. I only had those security feeds pulled so I could keep an eye on any lycans inside. However, most of them were too busy with their tasks to listen for the human fleeing down the corridor. They would assume that security had everything covered, which they would be wrong about, as my ally had manipulated all the feeds on a loop to hide Lily's escape from anyone watching. And on the off chance that one of those rutting lycans did smell Lily, they wouldn't expect her to be trying to run. Most mortals were too terrified to try. But most mortals also didn't have me waiting outside for them. Come on, Lily. Show me what you can do. I scanned all the monitors, searching for potential threats or incoming issues in her path. Turn left at the end of the hall. My gaze returned to the 2 lycans who were headed toward the black-colored room. You're going to be spotted in 5, 4, 3. She turned the corner. Good girl. Of course, the moment they realized she wasn't where they'd left her, they'd start tracking her scent. We had maybe 15 more seconds before the hunt began. And those wolves would be much faster than Lily. There is a door ahead of you. I want you to keep running even though it's closed. It'll be open by the time you reach it. A hint of hesitation traversed our bond, her mind wondering yet again if I was even real or if she was about to hurt herself by running into a solid object. Stop thinking, I commanded. I'm in control right now. Trust me to guide you.
Guide me.
She repeated, her voice snarkier than usual.
That's all you've ever done, and look where I am.
I warned you about your fate, Lily. You literally ran right for it. Now I'm telling you to run for a new destiny. Me.
Assuming you're real.
She muttered. You're about to see how real I am, sweet flower, I warned her. Then I'll make you feel how real I am. Now, I said, talking to Damien. He was a vampire acquaintance of mine who lived near the border of Clemente clan in Silvano region. His maker, Ryder, was a recluse who resided on a property in no man's land right between both territories, which made Damien a decent ally when I needed to sneak into Clemente clan to deliver one of Silvano's infamous messages, particularly when I wanted to enter the wolf den undetected, because Damien was a whiz with technology, something he proved now as he keyed in the code to open the door at the end of the hallway. He'd also been the one to bring up all the screens inside. I really hope your lycan contact is ready to come through, because this is going to sound some alarms, Damien drawled, his Texan accent accentuating his deep tones. If he doesn't, I'll handle it myself, I replied, my gaze on Lily's sprinting form. That door is going to open in 3, 2. Sharp growls sounded through the speakers as the lycans discovered their toy was no longer waiting for them in the room. Lily nearly tripped, the sound obviously echoing in the halls. Don't think, act, I told her. Go through that door. It had swung open, giving her entry. Now shut it. She did, and Damien pressed a key to lock it behind her. Not that it would matter. Those lycans had access to every section of the building.
Now what?
She asked, her voice holding notes of fear and annoyance in it. Next phase, I said to Damien, but it wasn't needed, because his fingers were already flying over the keyboard. This female of yours had better be worth the pain, he murmured, his tattooed forearm reminding me of black vines in the low lighting streaming in through the van windows. You have no idea, I replied, checking the ammunition on my gun again. Go right, Lily. The doors will continue to open as you reach them. Whatever you do, don't look back. Snarls erupted on the screen, the wolves already tracking her. Either Lily couldn't hear them through the closed door, or she was focused on her escape. But she kept moving with the grace I'd ingrained into her through several harsh teaching lessons. I bit back the urge to praise her, aware that this was just the beginning. My timetable had changed when that lycan had scented her, which meant this revised plan wasn't my ideal avenue. But it would work, because I wouldn't accept the alternative. Howls bit into the night air, the alarms Damien had mentioned officially going off as the wolves realized something wasn't quite right with their internal systems. Damien had estimated that it would take them less than a minute to notice his intrusion. Unfortunately, he'd been right. I studied the monitors, searching for my contact inside. He should be standing near the exterior doors, ready to grab Lily and shove her into a waiting trunk. The howls were his cue, yet I didn't see him anywhere. My eyes narrowed. Where are you? He was the one part of this mission I'd felt uneasy about from the beginning. The lycan wasn't one I'd worked with before. However, Jolene hadn't been an option for this part. He was too well known as the pack's former alpha, and word of his involvement would have spread to his son. That would lead to too many questions, and might even result in Walter killing or exiling Jolene. So he'd introduced me to a lycan named Viper, whom Jolene had suggested I hire for the job. I hadn't trusted the new addition, an instinct cultivated through vast experience, and it seemed my initial thoughts on the newcomer had been correct. I'd have to send Jolene some feedback later regarding his suggestion. Or maybe I'd just send him the lycan's head. Incoming, Damien warned, noting a trio of lycans in wolf form prowling outside the perimeter. They weren't anywhere near our location, but they were in Lily's intended path. Stop, I told her, my eyes scanning the screen for an alternative strategy. My contact was still nowhere to be seen, and I didn't like the coincidence of those 3 lycans having chosen Lily's exact escape route for their surveillance run. I pointed to the image on the top left. Can you unlock one of the doors in that hallway?
Cedric?
I need a second, I replied. Another hint of distrust blasted from her mind to mine, but I ignored her in favor of Damien. To the morgue? He asked. Yes. It would help mask some of Lily's scent. Of course, the lycans would eventually be able to track her directly to that door, but I had a plan for her once she was inside. Damien hit a few keys, and one of the doors unlocked, answering my question. Lily, I need you to run back the way you just came, and hurry. I didn't elaborate on why. She had to know the lycans were on her trail. She froze on the camera for half a beat before doing what I'd commanded. When you reach the corridor you originally came in from, keep going straight. Then I want you to hang a right and open the third door on your left. She didn't reply, just kept running, her skepticism darkening her thoughts. She wondered if this was all just in her mind, a trick that would lead to a murderous end. Mere weeks ago that would have made her want to fight. But now it seemed my sweet flower no longer cared as much as she used to about survival. She'd begun dying in this prison, her mind poisoned by the society that had tricked her into vying for a better life, only to throw her to the literal wolves. I would bring her back to life, give her the vitality her mind and body craved, and take her to a place where she could grow and thrive. Almost there, Lily, I whispered to her. Damien was fucking with the doors, making it hard for the lycans to open the one she'd closed in her original hallway. It's like watching mice try to find the cheese, he mused, his lips curling into a feral smile as he thwarted the wolves again. Idiots. I didn't respond, because my Lily was the cheese in this scenario, and those idiots would soon use their brute force to— There you go, Damien commended, as the lycans kicked the door open. Keep going, I immediately told Lily, her ears hearing the sound of their pursuit. Third door, darling. Open it and do not scream.
What?
Trust me.
Trust you,
she repeated sourly. Lily, I bit at her, needing her to focus. Save your anger. You're going to need it. Now open that fucking door and silently close it behind you. The screen displayed her doing exactly as I'd commanded, and then her mouth dropped at the pile of flesh waiting for her as she faced the room. Don't. She clapped her hand over her lips, her eyes rounding in alarm, but no sound left her.
I hate you.
I didn't kill those humans, little flower.
No, you just trained me to become one of them. Is this some sort of sick joke? A way to truly lead me to my fate?
Calm down.
Calm down,
she repeated.
Calm down?
Fuck, where was this fire in all the months I trained you?
What do you think drove me to survive all your classes?
She shouted back to me, her hand falling from her lips and forming a fist at her side. I sighed. Lily.
No, tell me your whole plan right now.
I need you to move into the back of the room, remove that vent and crawl inside, I told her. Then I'm coming for you.
Coming for me?
Yes. Now go to that vent and see if you can remove it, I said. Can you lock— I trailed off as the door bolted again. Thanks. It won't help for long. Damien gestured to the two lycans who had decided to split up in pursuit of Lily's scent since it went two ways. He'll find her in a few seconds. I nodded, my gaze on Lily as she navigated toward the vent. Once you're inside, replace the vent and start crawling. Want me to set off the sprinklers? Damien asked. Once she's inside the vent, yes, I said, turning on my earpiece. Then I'm heading in. Damien hit a button to initiate radio contact. I'll be here for as long as I can. I nodded, understanding what he meant. If the lycans found the van, he would abort the mission. Then I'd be on my own with Lily. Thanks for your help, I told him. The funds are waiting for you in the usual place, so if I don't make it out of this, I still get paid, he translated, glancing at me with his golden brown eyes. But we both know how hard you are to kill. My lips twitched. That we do. Then I won't wish you luck. I dipped my chin again. Good. I wouldn't want to risk you jinxing anything. Sometimes you remind me of Ryder. Sometimes I wish I was Ryder, I admitted. It would be nice to live in seclusion and avoid all the politics of this reformed world. Alas, Silvano was my maker, and that sort of future would never be mine. At least I'll have my flower, I thought, my gaze on the corner of the morgue where Lily had just finished squeezing into the vent shaft. I didn't need to remind her to resecure the grate, she was already doing it. Time to make it pour, I told Damien, referring to the sprinklers and my intent to kill. Blood rain. The vampire sounded amused. My kind of party. That's why I invited you, I returned, opening the door of the van. Until next time. Until next time, he echoed.
Cedric?
Lily whispered. Start crawling, little flower. I'll be there soon.
Chapter 44. Lily. What am I doing? I wondered, the metal warm beneath my palms.
Crawling,
Cedric replied, his voice loud inside my mind. That hadn't been what I'd meant, but I didn't bother elaborating, because I wasn't sure I believed he was here. No, that wasn't true. I didn't want to believe he was here, because that would lead to hope, and I couldn't afford to feel that emotion. Not here. Not in this place. Not when I was so close to death.
Such darkness.
Cedric whispered to me.
I'll find a way to return you to the light, sweet lily flower.
I ignored him and kept crawling. Toward what I didn't know. This could all just be a nightmare, or a mental escape, or a suicide mission. I was in hell, as evidenced by the mutilated corpses I'd left behind. The stench, the blood, the sight of my fate. I nearly gagged just thinking about it. The experience one that would haunt me for the rest of my existence, however short that might be. I could still feel the claws of death dragging along my senses, threatening to suffocate me in a world of...
Lily.
Cedric's deep voice infiltrated my thoughts, shifting my focus to his existence inside me.
That's not your future. I'm your future.
I don't believe you. The words were soft, resembling more of a protest than a plausible statement. I don't want to believe you.
I know, but I need you to try. Your hope is your strength. Don't lose it now.
Hope is a weakness.
Yes,
He agreed.
but not for you.
I continued onward, my throat constricting as the air around me grew warmer, reminding me of the desert. So hot and dry. I tried to swallow, but that only worsened the sensation.
Keep going.
Cedric urged, his voice a dizzying spell inside my thoughts.
Push through it, and I'll give you what you need.
What does that even mean? I wondered, the tunnel darkening around me the farther I crawled. When I reached the next layer, I understood why. The passage was narrowing. I froze, the world around me seeming to close in and suffocate every aspect of my being. I can't.
You can.
I started shaking my head. It's... Growls erupted behind me.
Now, Lily, you can make it through.
I wasn't sure how he could know that. The space before me appeared to lessen with every inch forward, at least based on what I could see in the low lighting. I'll get stuck,
You won't.
Cedric promised.
Trust me.
Trust you. He kept saying that. And what good had that done? I was stuck in this hot vent, melting to death. Goddess, this might be worse than being ripped apart by a lycan.
It's not.
He immediately replied.
Now keep going.
I closed my eyes and stole a deep breath, the stench of death seeming to haunt my nostrils and senses. Either I kept moving forward, or I retreated toward the growls. Are they in the vents?
No.
He replied.
The water helped distract them from your scent.
Water? I repeated, my eyelashes fluttering as I focused on the darkness once more. Where?
You'll see soon enough, Lily. Keep going.
Of course, he wouldn't want to clarify what he meant. This was Cedric. He just expected me to obey at every turn.
Sprinklers, Lily. I had Damien turn on the sprinklers. Now stop thinking and move.
The command underlying that final word sent a shudder through my spirit, my body immediately reacting as though he'd compelled me forward. And perhaps he had. Because I certainly didn't possess the desire to continue into this shrinking metal tunnel. Every inch forward made me burn more and more, the air seeming to thin with the enclosing space. I closed my eyes again, my heart hammering in my chest as I forced myself onward. Oh, goddess. Oh, goddess. Oh, goddess. I knew chanting in prayer was worthless, but I couldn't seem to stop. The walls were shrinking. I could feel them now brushing my skin. I flinched as something sharp bit through my thin white gown and winced as it dragged along my skin, leaving a scratch behind that reminded me of lycan claws.
Screws.
Cedric told me.
Just a little more, sweetheart. You're doing great.
I ignored him, his words ones I refused to believe, because they suggested something good might wait for me at the end of this nightmare, something desirable. I won't fall into that trap again, I whispered to myself. There is nothing good in this world, nothing to hope for, nothing to enjoy.
9 months ago, I would have agreed with you, but then you asked me to help you, and my world has never been the same.
I stared into the darkness, my lungs constricting on the thick, hot air as my heart skipped a beat.
You taught me how to live again, Lily.
Cedric continued.
You taught me how to feel.
Another jagged edge bit into my knees as the space required me to lower to my stomach. It was so small now, barely allowing me to squirm my way through, and it was too dark to see if it continued this way or became even tighter. I swallowed, my eyes burning from the heat. My hands moving along the metal, the temperature seeming to increase with each wiggle forward. I don't know. I don't know if I can. Another screw dragged along my thighs. Cedric, I nearly yelped as 2 more sharp ends met my palms. I can't.
You can, Lily. You're so close.
So close to what? I asked, tears blurring my vision as I fought the heat and the small space and the urge to try to reverse. But I wouldn't be able to now. I was stuck. I can't go back. My eyes widened. Cedric, I can't move back. If this space became any tighter, I would get stuck. Here, in the vents, in the heat. I'll die. Then my ties to him would bring me back, over and over again. Dehydration, confined in a small space, living, dying, being reborn, just to experience it all over again. Every part of me froze, my body incapable of inching forward anymore, my hands glued to the warm metal beneath me. Cedric spoke into my mind, but I couldn't hear him, not over my own thoughts, my nightmarish reality unfolding on repeat as I realized what I'd done. I'd followed an errant voice, chased a strand of hope, and placed myself in a position far worse than before. Or is it worse? I wondered dizzily. Those lycans were going to shred me apart. However, then I would have died, moved on from this world, this life, leaving Cedric behind. But he left me here to die anyway, I thought, right? His voice echoed in my mind, or perhaps I dreamt it. No, I'd probably just made it all up, crawling into this tight, hot space, simply because I had hoped he would be waiting for me at the other end. Yet there was no end here, just a closed tunnel lined with razor-like screw bits. I shivered despite the heat, my nails biting into the metal as a scream lodged in my throat. This was the meaning of torture. There has to be a way out, I thought, helpless to my surroundings. There has to be another path. My fingers screamed in agony as I yanked myself forward, determined, panicked, desperate. I could barely breathe. My lungs were so tight, the space closing in around me, crushing me in a metallic hug. Goddess, goddess, goddess! But she wasn't going to help me. No, she was the orchestrator of this world, the cruel being who subjected all the humans to live in this hell. I hated her, loathed everything she'd created, didn't want to give her the satisfaction of praying to her. However, I couldn't find another word to chant. Fuck, I thought. Yes, that. Fuck. Fuck. I wanted to scream it, to shun all those monsters who had told me I couldn't curse, all those beings who told me to bow, obey, and supplicate. I want to burn this fucking building to the ground. That was what I wanted. Unleash all this fiery air onto the monstrous beings within and end them all. Slice them open with screws. Watch them bleed. Tears and sweat stung my skin. My dress ripped to shreds as I shimmied my way forward, searching for an exit, begging fate to free me by either killing me or giving me light. So dark, so hot, so tight. More screws, more scorching air, more metallic sides. I choked back a sob, my heart hammering so hard in my chest that I was sure I might die from overexertion alone. The voice in my head kept talking, Cedric's tones threatening to give me hope, but I wouldn't listen to him. Why should I? He wasn't real. He didn't care. He'd left me, abandoned me, warned me about the moon chase and had done nothing to stop my fate. I was a passing amusement, never truly his. He'd told me it would have been kind of him to kill me. I believed him now. I believed everything he'd said, every dark and twisted word. I should have urged him to do it, given him the knife and presented my throat. Would it have felt like the metal ripping into my flesh right now? I wondered. Would darkness have claimed me so thoroughly? Because I could no longer see. Sweat and tears and the inky abyss consuming me entirely. No way out, no escape, just endless agony. A hiccup captured my breath, my body shaking with uncontrollable sobs as I clawed my way forward, blood smearing my palms, painting my skin in tattered lines. Why did I do this? Why did I follow that voice? Why did... My hands hit air. I blinked. What? I shuffled forward a little more, my palms searching for the metal surface that no longer existed along the bottom. The sides were hard, the roof above me solid, and about a foot farther was a dead end too. My only option was to go down, head first, into the unknown. I tried to feel downward a little to touch the metal tunnel, but it didn't appear to have a bottom. It just kept going. And the air felt even hotter. I instinctively tried to shift backward, but couldn't, my wiggling less effective and barely causing me to budge. A strangled sort of sound followed, one I barely understood. Is that me? I wondered as a dizzying sensation overwhelmed me once more. How am I? That noise echoed again. Definitely me, I thought, the world seeming to spin once more. I pressed my forehead against the warm metal, incapable of moving anymore. This is my end. I'm done. I'm no more. Except that wasn't true at all. Cedric's bond had damned me to an eternity of agony. Unless he somehow dies. I nearly laughed at the thought. He was invincible. An ancient vampire with superior strength and skill. It would take a... The metal beneath me shook as something pounded against it. Lycans, I realized. They've found me. I could hear their claws scraping the sides of the vent, trying to dig their way in. A sob tore from my throat, one born of gratitude and terror. Such a twisted combination. But I wanted to be freed from this hell. And yet, an even worse fate waited for me on the other side. Alas, everything already ached. What more could they do? So much more, I realized, my palm touching the opening again. Maybe falling headfirst would be better. I might break my neck. They'll find me, think I'm dead, and discard me. I blanked, the plan suddenly far more appealing than waiting here while they clawed through the vent beneath me. I'd rather die. I'll end up in that flesh pile, I thought, recalling the corpses. Maybe I'll be able to find a new way out. My brow furrowed as a detail of my escape nagged at me. Something about the opening doors. Coincidence, perhaps? Or had it really been Cedric? Goddess, I couldn't even trust my mind anymore. What's real? What's fake? This air is real, I told myself. That sound is real, too. Angry claws, dragging along the metal. Or air. A free fall into a hot oblivion. Maybe it'll burn me alive. Or maybe I'll be lucky enough to break my neck before I can feel any more heat. Yes, that was the only way. I grabbed hold of the ledge before me, knowing one good yank would pull me over the edge and into dark obscurity. Cedric's voice shouted something in my head, but the whoosh of blood rushing in my ears drowned him out. 3, I whispered to myself. 2, 1. I pulled myself forward, my eyes closing as I felt myself slide over the edge, only to be yanked backward by a hand around my ankle. A scream soundlessly left my throat, the world around me shifting violently as one of the lycans tugged hard on my leg. My nails bit into the metal in a futile effort to hold my position, to pull myself forward again, to take me down that tunnel to my desired fate. But I was no match for the lycan's strength, his growl vibrating through me like a thunderous cloud as he dragged me through the hole his claws had created and into a dark room, one that reminded me of the Black Room. No, I refused to allow this, to become a toy, a rutting doll. I kicked out, trying to fight him, to shove him off me, to do something to save myself. There was no finesse, no training, no skill, just a strong desire to escape, to find freedom, to die in my own chosen way. My nails scraped across his cheek, my knee met his thigh, and my hand slapped at his head. I felt feral, an intense mess of sweat, tears, and blood. I inhaled, needing more air to dispel the heat from my lungs, only to fill my nostrils with a familiar hint of mint. Cedric, I thought, his essence warming me from the inside out in a delectable wave of want. But it wasn't real. A lie. This lycan wanted to rut me, hurt me, torment me. Only he wasn't slashing at me with claws or trying to force me into a submissive position. He was letting me hurt him. There hadn't been a single returned hit, his face taking the beating from my palms and nails, and his thighs accepting my knees. I slowly began to still, confused by this male's lack of a fight. He wasn't letting me hurt him necessarily, his body having angled this way and that to accept my brutality without sustaining injury, but he hadn't tried to pin me or put me in my place. He'd merely allowed me to take out all my rage on him, his hard and hot body a shield absorbing my fury in palpable waves of patience. I took another deep breath, his minty fragrance infiltrating every pore, bathing me in his claim. Cedric, I breathed, my eyes searching for him in the dark. Is this a nightmare or a dream?
Neither,
he replied, his lips brushing mine in the softest of caresses. I blinked. Then I attacked him with my mouth, needing him to prove it, to let me taste him, to show me who he was to me. My mate, my vampire, my Cedric. I grabbed his shoulders, my bloody nails digging into his shirt, my furious energy morphing into something even hotter. I wasn't sure what this was, if this was truly happening or not, but I no longer cared. I needed this. I needed him. And he gave me exactly what I craved with a swipe of his bloodied tongue. I moaned, his essence immediately soothing my throat as he deepened our kiss with a skill only Cedric could possess. His mind brushed mine, confirming that this was real, that he was truly here, with me, holding me, kissing me. His mental fears told me that I'd nearly taken a 3-story fall by opting to ignore him in favor of choosing the dangerous way down the vent. Because apparently this compound was built into a hill, and I'd just reached the back of it.
I almost lost you.
His mind whispered.
And I couldn't teleport in there to pull you out. The space was too tight. I also have to be familiar with the location to be able to materialize within it.
He was furious. He was elated. He was proud. The combination of emotions rivaled my own, only I felt terrified, relieved, and confused as hell. He'd been forced to cut his way into the vent to create an exit for me because I'd apparently missed a grate in the other room, one that would have freed me from my tunnel-like prison. But it didn't matter, because he'd been able to save me here. A myriad of plans rolled through his head, his strategy one I recognized as he shifted me beneath him on the floor and gave me more of his blood, drowning me in his healing essence while reminding me of who we were to one another. We didn't have much time, but he knew my body needed this. Just as my mind required the details his touch provided. This is real. Cedric is real. He came for me, and now he's going to help me escape.
I missed you, Lily.
He breathed into my mind, his palms framing my face.
I missed you so fucking much.
I missed you too, I whispered. I thought you abandoned me.
I know.
He replied.
We'll discuss it more when we're out of this mess. But I need you to trust me now. Can you do that, sweet flower? Can you trust me again?
Chapter 45. Lily. Trust, I thought, tasting the word in my mind and shivering as a sense of unease settled across my spirit. Can I trust anyone? Can I even trust this? Is he truly here? Or is my mind playing a cruel trick on me? As much as I wanted to believe that this was real, I couldn't. I might be dying. I might be dreaming. I might have fallen to my death from that metal trap. Maybe this was the afterlife. Maybe this was all in my head.
Lily.
Cedric breathed, his concern washing over me. But I caught the flare of purpose behind his thoughts, the very real understanding that he'd desired this break in my programming mere months ago. He'd wanted to destroy me, watch me shrivel away to nothing, to die. Because that had seemed better in his mind than a lifetime of servitude, a lifetime of this, the breeding camp, the moon chase. He'd tried to curb my education to help me avoid this fate, yet all along, deep down, he'd craved my demise, because a mental death would save me from the physical torment of my future. I swam through the darkness of his mind, seeing his reason and hearing his former plans to break me, to shred my hope and reduce me to nothing. But somewhere along the way, we'd taken a turn. Now he seemed to be regretting ever desiring that path, all because we were finally at the point and he didn't like the consequences. Trust was a funny word. I couldn't say if I trusted him or not right now. I didn't trust anything, including my own mind. For all I knew, I was deep diving into a well of nothing and making up Cedric's thoughts, making up his historical feelings, making up his existence above me. But his blood certainly tasted real, spiraling me back into a dangerous sea of hope. I clawed for the surface, refusing to believe it, my mind too desperate for an escape to be reliable. Cedric sighed my name, his tongue dancing with mine.
We don't have time for this, little flower.
He whispered.
But I don't know what else to do. You need to know I'm here.
I couldn't reply because I didn't know what to say. His presence revitalized me, made my soul roar and my heart pound. Yet, a part of my psyche remained anchored in the horrors of my life, the memories of the last few days stampeding across my thoughts. Willow. I pictured her crumpled form, then the dangerous touch of the lycan who had led me to that room. Did I really escape? Or did I imagine it?
You're here.
Cedric promised.
Listen to my mind, Lily.
I tried, but it contained all the answers I desired, which had me further pushing him away. I didn't want to be here. I didn't want to believe in him, or in us, or to think that there might be an escape, a future. It was too much. I can't, I whispered to myself. I can't do this. Goosebumps pebbled down my arms as I tried to pull my mouth away from Cedric's, to breathe in the air around me, to ground myself in my reality, to wake up. But he kissed me harder, his tongue demanding my attention as his palms grazed my sides.
You're mine, little flower.
He told me.
My Lily, my Erisita, my mate. I came for you.
You left me.
I had no choice, but I'm here now.
You cut me off, I continued. You're not real.
I'm real.
He vowed, his fangs skimming my lip.
Very fucking real.
He pressed his lower body into mine, the thin dress covering my form doing nothing to shield me from his heat and size. I arched into him without really thinking it through, my body seeming to react to his call, desiring the sensation of my mate. He growled into my mind, his analytical senses firing as he calculated time and location, the strategy unfolding so quickly that I barely followed his train of thought. And then he was kissing me again with so much passion that I forgot my name. I forgot my purpose. I forgot my very existence. All that mattered was this dream weaving through my being. If I'm going to die, I might as well die like this, I thought. Or maybe that was Cedric's thought. I couldn't discern reality from fiction, his touch short-circuiting my brain and forcing me to be his, to breathe him in, to revel in his existence, to only feel his hands on me, his lips, his teeth. I trembled as his fangs found the sensitive pulse of my neck, his bite so potent that I lost my senses entirely to his vampiric kiss. My dress whispered across my skin, the fabric falling away as Cedric's palms continued to roam every inch of me. Definitely a dream, I decided, bowing up into him as he pressed me back into the floor. Or maybe a nightmare. Because we were in a room shrouded in death, hidden in a part of the compound meant to hold all the dead bodies until cremation day arrived. I only knew that because of Cedric's dark thoughts. What a morbid dance, I marveled, as I felt his hips pressing into mine again. A dark and twisted fate. Dizziness overwhelmed me as he pulled deeply from my vein, grounding me beneath him, forcing me to feel his dangerous touch and the claim lying in wait between my legs. At some point, he'd unfastened his pants. And now he was pressing into me, making me feel whole, making me feel like I was his. All the while, I felt his awareness spreading out around us, searching for signs of intrusion and reveling in this sense of forbidden lust. We were taking a risk, and that risk seemed to fuel him onward, demanding that he move, because it was the only way for us to feel alive, to prove to me that this was real. Yet it felt like a fantasy, too. A deadly, nightmarish fantasy, anyway. One encased in blood and death and terror. I could practically taste it all on my tongue. Only Cedric's mouth chased it all away, drowning me in his essence, our mingled blood, his claim. My thighs wrapped around his waist as he drove himself forward, making me ache and writhe and shudder beneath him. So full, so intense, so Cedric. His claim hurt, drawing tears to my eyes, but his persistence forced me to feel. It forced me to really hear him, to concentrate, to listen. I understood why he'd cut me off and heard how hard it had been for him. He hadn't known if I was okay, just as I hadn't known his status. He hadn't wanted to risk anyone scenting him on me, which was exactly what had happened when that lycan had suddenly picked me out of line. It was because Cedric had connected to my mind. His original plan had involved sending another lycan in to grab me, but he'd been forced to act sooner than anticipated. And now, we were fucking in a place where we shouldn't. A place where we could be caught. A place where he would be forced to kill anyone who saw us. But he didn't care. He wanted to lay claim to my body, to remove the touch of the lycans in this place, to ensure everyone understood whom I belonged to, and also to reinstill his purpose inside me, to remind me of our bond, to coax me into trusting him. More tears slipped from my eyes, my heart and mind and spirit all battling over the truth. To hope was dangerous, but Cedric constantly inspired it. He taught me a new way to live. He showed me what existed beyond this darkened fate. And yet, I could hear the inevitable outcome of our relationship, the fact that he would have to return to Silvano.
Don't think about that right now.
he whispered.
Think about us. Think about my cock inside you. Think about my tongue devouring you.
He delivered a harsh thrust, making me moan into his mouth. His hand wrapped around my throat, giving it a squeeze and cutting off the air before the sound could echo. I jolted, my thighs clenching around him. The threat of this predator fucking me like this, right here. It was too much. It's Cedric, I thought, blacking in and out. Memories of all our times together, covering me in a sheen of sweat that left me shaking beneath him. He didn't let me breathe. He held me in that state, driving me onward, causing me to dive headfirst into an oblivion I hadn't even felt building. And when I woke, it was to find him staring down at me with intense dark eyes. I blinked, confused. It felt as though I'd been lost to a dream, only to wake up with a nightmare on top of me. A delicious nightmare, with smoldering irises and a cruel mouth. My insides burned, my nostrils flaring with much-needed oxygen, only to be cut off again by his grip around my throat and his lips claiming mine. I screamed his name in my thoughts, demanding that he release me, but he just started fucking me again. What is this? I thought, my mind spinning as dots flashed over my vision. Am I being bred by a lycan? A growl in my mind chased me into a dark fantasy, filled with fangs and a possessive snarl. Cedric, I breathed, catching sight of him again, his expression drawing me back into the present with him and making me understand our reality. You're fucking me.
I'm owning you,
he clarified, the darkness in his tone sending a chill down my spine.
Now wake the fuck up.
My gaze narrowed. I'm awake.
You're questioning your surroundings and my existence.
He fucked me hard, his grip on my throat tightening again.
Do you still think I'm a dream?
More like a nightmare, I thought back at him as I struggled to breathe again.
I'm your nightmare.
He countered.
And I'm your dream, too.
I almost argued that it wasn't possible to be both, but I was too busy seeing stars again to formulate the response. He was destroying me in a manner I couldn't define, breaking down every wall of self-doubt and anti-hope he could find, and proving that we were here. Fucking on the floor, in a lycan compound. Cedric. I shook as I tried to grab him, my body weak from the destruction he'd unleashed upon me, my mind fracturing beneath his ministrations, coupled with the last few days, weeks, of insanity. I...
Feel me,
he whispered, his thumb stroking my throat as his essence touched my tongue.
Taste me, Lily. Know me. Trust me.
I swallowed, my veins burning from the darkness he'd unleashed upon me, only to calm as his movement slowed, his hips marrying mine in a mating dance that left me breathless and weeping all over again.
We're running out of time,
he told me.
Come back to me, little flower. Believe in me again. Trust me to save us. Please, Lily. I need your faith just one more time.
His lips whispered against mine, mouthing the words as he spoke them into my mind.
I'll take you away from here, place you somewhere no one can touch you. I'll turn you. I'll do whatever you need. Just believe in me long enough to free us from this compound. I need your faith and desire to survive.
More of his blood slid down my throat, healing me all over again, reviving my sense of being. Survive, I marveled. The word one I'd pondered endlessly all my life. A word I used to take to heart. A word I'd stopped believing in at some point. I'd lost my will to survive. There hadn't been a reason to live, a purpose to guide me. But Cedric was reminding me how to feel, showing me with his strength and vampiric kiss that there was so much more in this world to experience. Except, I'll be alone, won't I? I thought, searching Cedric's mind for answers. You'll have to cut me off again. I could sense it in his foresight, see the intention to remove our connection to keep me safe. I don't want to live like that.
Then we'll find another way.
He vowed.
I'll turn you. I'll give you the strength you need to survive. I'll do whatever you want. Just trust me, Lily. Give me your faith so I can free you from this hell. Please.
His kiss turned desperate, his hips grinding against mine as emotion poured into me through our bond. I gasped, needing to breathe for an entirely different reason, but all I inhaled was more of Cedric and his minty fragrance, his blood, his prowess. It suffocated me entirely, coercing me into listening to him, believing in him, living with him. His pace increased again, his body tight and hard against me, coaxing me over the edge into an avalanche of sensation that possessed every inch of my being. And in the next breath, he was gone. His growl one that had the hairs along my arms standing on end as he stood in front of me in a tense position. I gaped at his backside, panting and sprawled out on the floor with his warm essence pooling between my legs.
Look at her and I'll kill you,
he said, his voice low and filled with lethal promise. I grabbed the remnants of my dress, feeling exposed, but it was useless. The fabric was ripped and soiled, not just from Cedric's hands, but also from my adventure through the vents.
This isn't what we planned.
A gruff voice replied.
Neither was that pack of wolves patrolling our meeting place.
Cedric returned, his thoughts telling me who stood in the doorway. A lycan named Viper. He was the one whom Cedric had hired to grab me, only he'd disappeared when the plan had gone sideways.
No, I suppose not.
Viper agreed.
So your solution was to grab your girl and fuck her in the morgues? Typical Cedric.
A cultured voice murmured, causing my veins to ice over and Cedric to stiffen.
Although I suppose if it was my little mirage, I would feel similarly.
Cedric took a step back, his hand falling to his side, which was when I realized he had been aiming a gun at the lycan. But he didn't bother aiming it at the newcomer, because he would move too quickly for a bullet to hit him.
Are you going to issue the same threat at me?
Master Khalid asked as he glanced around Cedric to meet my gaze.
Hello, Lily. Chapter 46. Cedric. My grip tightened around the handle of my gun. Khalid. His name left my mouth with just the right amount of nonchalance, but he would understand the threat underlining that welcome. Damien had been able to give me enough of a warning to bring me to my feet, his words about the camera feeds going dark telling me that I was about to have company. I'd quickly zipped myself up before taking aim at the doorway, my trigger pointed at Viper's head in the next instant. His presence hadn't necessarily surprised me. I'd suspected something was off about him from the moment I'd met him. However, I hadn't expected Khalid to appear behind the lycan. Cedric. Damien's voice came through on a crackle of sound, the communication between us failing. You can remove the earpiece, Khalid said conversationally, his focus returning to me. It's no longer functional. And Damien? I asked, not bothering to hide the identity of the other man, as it was clear Khalid already knew about him. Khalid slipped his hands into the pockets of his dark slacks. Ryder isn't someone I have any intention of infuriating. Therefore, Damien remains off-limits where my activities are concerned. I arched a brow as I used my free hand to remove the earpiece. The static was starting to buzz through my skull. You're afraid of Ryder. He was a sadistic recluse with a penchant for shooting first and asking questions later, but I found that to be more endearing than fear-inducing. I don't fear anyone. However, I know when respect is earned. His lips curled a fraction. You infiltrated a lycan compound to retrieve your human. My Erisita, I corrected, because you didn't follow through on our agreement. And what agreement was that exactly? His turquoise irises flared as he glanced at Lily again. She seems healthy and unharmed. She's also now in your custody with your bond intact. Isn't that what I promised? None of those things have anything to do with you. Quite true, he agreed. They have everything to do with you. His gaze returned to mine. And my certainty that you would ensure her safety on your own without my assistance. Word games, I thought, suppressing a growl. He'd vowed to keep Lily safe, because he'd known it was a vow I would fulfill on my own. And in exchange, I'd helped him bury Emine.
He killed Emine?
Lily whispered, her mind still fully connected with mine.
That's why you cut me off initially.
She realized in the next instant.
Oh, goddess.
Lily. Which brings me back to my comments about respect, Khalid continued, interrupting my mental comment to Lily. You've earned mine. Interesting. I traced the trigger of my gun as I considered him. You haven't earned mine in return. Challenge flickered in his eyes, darkening his turquoise irises to resemble twin whirlpools of clear and evident danger. No, I have not, he conceded. But I'm about to. I stared at him. I'm listening. Not here. He glanced at the lycan. Viper has cleared a path for our exit. We'll use it, and then we'll talk. His tone didn't leave any room for negotiation, the royal vampire asserting his dominance via his commands. Except he wasn't my royal. I accepted your offer to join Khalid Region on the terms that you would help me in protecting Lily. As I'm the only one currently fulfilling that part of the agreement, I think I'll reconsider my acceptance. Unless you have something worthwhile to say here that may change my mind. He considered me for a long moment before saying, One howl from Viper will have the lycans running. As he works for me, it won't take much for me to convince him to sound the alarm. Is that your preference? Or would you prefer accepting the escape route he's already crafted for us? My jaw ticked. I see. I imagine you do. He gestured for the hallway. Shall we? Maybe I'm craving a bloodbath, I told him, irritated by his confidence. No, fuck that. I was irritated by his damn existence. And because I knew he was right. I have no doubt that you're craving blood, Cedric, but you have a mate to consider. He looked at Lily for the third fucking time. A very naked, somewhat irate mate. I gave in to the urge to follow his gaze to my Erosita. She was glowering at Khalid with barely contained rage, her mind still rioting over the reveal that he'd killed Emine. It seemed my darling flower had grown emotional roots, ones she was now relying on to ground her in reality. She's quite upset about Emine, I informed him as I slid my gun back into my holster. There was no point in holding the weapon. If Khalid wanted to fight, we'd do so with our hands. But I doubted it would come to that. He'd simply have his wolf howl. Khalid hummed, saying nothing else. I pulled my shirt over my head and handed it to Lily. Put this on, little flower. She didn't immediately agree, her mind seeming to caress mine as she listened to me reason through our options.
He killed Emine.
Yes, I replied. He turned her into a vampire. Which was something I'd helped him hide from Silvano by burying the body and distracting my maker when Khalid had left to tend to his little mirage. In exchange, he'd promised to keep Lily safe. I'd thought he meant to take her as part of his harem. But no, he'd simply played me with a proverbial riddle. Would it make you feel better if I let you hit me? Khalid offered. But the words were for Lily, who was now gaping up at him, not me. That usually improves Emine's mood. Will it improve yours? Put on my shirt, Lily, I snapped at her before looking at the royal vampire. Stop talking to her. His eyebrows rose. Would you issue that demand to Silvano? You're not Silvano. No, I'm not. He fixed his tie as he added, which is something you should consider very carefully, Cedric, because my offer is about to expire, and without me, You will be returning to your maker, and he will learn of Lily's existence. A threat. One echoed in Viper's expression. All I need to do is howl, his dark eyes promised. I nodded, conceding that they'd won this round. However, they might not be as lucky in the next one, something I told Khalid with my eyes, which only earned me a slight grin of amusement. Underestimating me would be his downfall more than mine. We'd been playing a game for months whereby I hadn't felt like I had a lot to lose, but I was more dangerous now than ever before because I finally understood the depths of my feelings for Lily. I'd just illegally crossed into Clemente clan and broke into a lycan compound to save her. That alone said everything. 6 months ago, I would have resigned myself to her fate and not once looked back. And I would have been forced to live an eternity without feeling, without truly living. All because I hadn't really considered the sensations of love and devotion worthwhile before. I hadn't known how powerful and enlightening they could be. But now that I knew how intense this passion could burn between us, how much Lily made me feel alive, I would do anything and everything in my power to protect the source of my renewed life. I'd kill for her, and I would die for her. There were no limits, no second guesses, no hesitations or exceptions, because Lily was my heart, my everything. And that was what made me undeniably lethal, savage, a force to be reckoned with. Because I finally had someone to live for. Someone who meant a hell of a lot more to me than anything else in this world, including following rules and respecting proprieties. If Khalid pushed me, I would react. I'd come here with the intention of saving my heart and putting her somewhere safe, somewhere Silvano and the others couldn't find her, somewhere I might not even be able to locate. No one would be altering my mission, including Khalid. All that mattered was Lily and protecting my heart, my love. Her warmth at my side drew my gaze to hers. She was staring up at me as though she'd never seen me before, her blue-green eyes wide with wonder.
Love,
she repeated, her voice soft and filled with awe.
You love me.
Not a question, but a statement. One filled with the reminders of our month together, of the things I'd said to her about possibly loving her, about feeling alive with her. But this wasn't just love. This was so much more than that. This was a new existence, a foreign state of being, a cosmic event undefined by mere mortal terms. I cupped her cheek, my thumb drawing a path along her lower lip. Love is too weak a word to describe my feelings for you, Lily. It barely skims the surface of my soul-deep need to worship and adore you for the rest of my existence. I stepped closer, my other palm settling against her jaw until I had her face framed by my hands. She smelled like me, not just from my seed dripping down her thighs, but also from my shirt dwarfing her petite frame. And I couldn't imagine a more perfect scent, a more perfect moment, a more perfect mate. I breathe for you, Lily, and only you. It was what our separation had proved to me. I hadn't been able to think of anything other than how to get to Lily and ensure her safety. It had been my sole reason for existing this last week, and it would continue to be my driving focus for the rest of my life. This sweet, innocent flower had somehow cemented her roots inside me, and I would not be unearthing their source. Instead, I would nurture it however I could. I would become the air she needed to survive, the soul she required to live a long, full, immortal life, the being she could rely on when she needed protection. I pressed my forehead to hers, my eyes closing. We're going to find a way to survive, Lily. Whatever you want, whatever you need, I'll give it to you.
Even death,
she whispered. Even death, I echoed, my chest aching with the thought. I'd considered it so many times, recognized that it was the selfless choice, yet I hadn't been strong enough to see it through. However, if it came to that, if that was the only way to keep her truly safe, I would kill us both. The clearing of a throat had me suppressing a growl of irritation. "Viper's window of opportunity is closing," Khalid said softly. "You need to decide, Cedric." I'd already chosen a path forward, but I hadn't voiced it. "We will follow him until another option presents itself," I told Lily.
I trust you,
She replied, those 3 words resembling an arrow through my heart.
and I breathe for you, too.
I pressed my lips to hers, needing to thank her with my tongue, but instead ensured she swallowed a healthy dose of my blood in addition to my gratitude. Because Khalid was right. We were out of time. I could sense the lycans prowling nearby, their presence causing the hairs along my arms to dance on edge. Interesting that I didn't sense Viper when he arrived earlier, I thought, pulling away from Lily to take in the silent lycan. He held my gaze with an arrogance that reminded me of Khalid. Perhaps that was why I hadn't liked him from the start. Regardless, he was our escort. Lead the way. Chapter 47. Cedric. Viper's escape route led us to an underground tunnel, making the stairwell the trickiest part of our journey. However, he used some sort of device to set off an alarm on the opposite side of the compound, ensuring all the lycans left us alone. It was a rather uneventful journey, but considering Lily's half-dressed state, I was grateful for it. "You can tell Damien you're out if you want to absolve his conscience," Khalid said conversationally as we reached the tunnel exit. "Your comms will work again once we're outside, but only for 30 seconds. Mention me and you'll regret it." The threat wasn't needed. Also, I very much doubt Damien has a conscience where I'm concerned. But as I had tucked my earpiece into my pocket earlier, it would make sense to use it to communicate my escape to Damien. I worked on inserting it again as we reached a set of gates. The compound had been built on a decomposing trash pile, one that had to be at least 150 years old, since it was from an era where humans had ruled. That was what had created the somewhat hilly infrastructure for the building. I wasn't sure of the purpose for this tunnel, but it was clearly part of the grand design because Viper needed a code to open the gate. Once he keyed it in, we stepped out into the evening sun with a clear view of a 4x4 vehicle. A quick glance around proved that we were very much alone out here, meaning I could try to grab Lily and run. But one howl from Viper could still draw a lot of attention, and wolves on 4 paws would outrun me and Lily. If I knew the land better, I could teleport. Alas, I wasn't as familiar with this area, and I didn't want to risk phasing into the middle of a structure or in the center of a prowling lycan pack. Besides, Khalid would just follow me. 25 seconds, Cedric, he murmured. I nodded and pressed my finger to the comms unit. Damien? No reply. Just letting you know that I'm out and I have the package. Roger that, he replied. Any casualties? None. That's disappointing, he drawled. So much for making it rain. Maybe next time, I told him. Maybe next time, he echoed. I'll transfer the rest of your payment later today. I held Khalid's gaze while I spoke the words, my subtle way of saying that if I didn't make that transfer, Damien would come looking for me, not because he cared about me as a friend or anything of that nature, but because he wouldn't appreciate being stiffed. Excellent. See you around. The line went dead before I could reply. I wasn't sure if that was from Damien severing the feed, or if I'd run out of time. Whatever the case, it didn't matter, because Khalid was already walking toward the waiting vehicle. Viper will drive us to my jet. Then we'll talk, he said by way of explanation. On your jet, I guessed. On my jet, he confirmed. I studied him for a moment, evaluating our options, then headed for the back door of the 4x4 and opened it for Lily. She climbed up into the giant vehicle, causing my shirt to ride up her thighs. Any other time I would have enjoyed the view, but I was too busy considering Khalid's behavior to indulge in my erosita. She slid across the leather interior to allow me entry beside her, while Khalid took the front passenger seat and Viper settled behind the wheel. Silence fell over us all as we drove away from the compound. I studied our surroundings, searching for something familiar. I knew Ryder's lands, at least the outskirts of them, as I often traveled near there to meet up with Damien, but we weren't heading in that direction. We weren't heading toward Clemente clan headquarters either. No, we were going deeper into Texas, toward Silvano region. My jaw tightened, my mind working through a plan to get us the fuck out of this car before we reached the border. I would think the future sovereign of this area would be more relaxed, Khalid mused without looking at me. This is the territory Silvano means to give you, yes? All this desert nothingness? Part of it, yes, I replied, my tone calm despite my rioting thoughts. I suppose all those days at the university will come in handy then. You've more than mastered living in dry and dull climates. His turquoise gaze met mine in the mirror. Or you can listen to my counteroffer. I glanced out the window again before returning my focus to him. Given our direction, I'm not sure I have a choice. You would be right about that, he agreed. But I did promise to keep your Lily safe, and I will be fulfilling that vow, which is why she'll be heading to Khalid region. Whether or not you join us is your decision. The vehicle veered off onto a dirt path as he said it, causing my attention to shift once more to the windows. We were right on the border between territories, making it still not an area I felt confident enough within to teleport. Fuck. I'm not cruel, Khalid went on, but I am pragmatic, which is why I won't say more until we're in the air. I need to know I have your full and undivided attention, as well as your willing participation. Otherwise, we can't proceed. A jet appeared in the distance, causing the hairs along my arms to dance. He was essentially giving me a choice of either accepting his offer to board the jet and hear him out, or letting him leave me here while he supposedly took Lily to safety, something I didn't trust him to do. And Lily's mind told me she felt similarly. Once he has us in the air, we're trapped, I told her, and I suspect he'll be heading to Khalid region, which will be even harder to escape from.
And our only other option is to let me go alone with him,
she replied, uneasy. Not necessarily true. I could try to fight him, but I would be risking Lily's life in the process. As you've noted before, I am not Silvano. Khalid's gaze captured mine in the mirror again. Give me a chance to prove my worth, Cedric. You've earned my respect. Now I intend to return the favor. The vehicle came to a stop near the jet, stilling the air with an ominous sense of delayed expectation. If you choose to stay, Viper will drop you off near Ryder's property before making his way back to the compound. The royal vampire glanced at the lycan. I expect another update in 1 month's time. Viper dipped his chin, the dark hair dusting his jaw seeming to glint in the stream of the setting sun. Same protocol as always. Yes, this was a special trip. Khalid glanced at me. For a very special purpose. Understood, boss. Viper relaxed into his seat, his near black eyes lifting into the mirror. What's it going to be, Cedric? I need to report back soon, or someone will notice I'm missing. Khalid opened his door and exited the vehicle before I could reply, his movements quick and efficient. But rather than go for Lily, he walked over to the jet and whistled, the sound carrying through the windows to my vampiric senses.
I am not a dog, Khalid,
a voice replied, as a female appeared at the top of the stairs to the jet.
Emine,
Lily breathed, her hand going to the handle. But I stopped her by placing my palm on her forearm, my mind cautioning her from falling into a potential trap. However, all that happened next was Emine drifting down the stairs with a familiar vampiric elegance and going toe-to-toe with an ancient vampire, the very one who made her. His lips curled in amusement, his palm lifting to the back of her neck as he yanked her into him. Perhaps not, but you're still my pet mirage, yes? She wasn't given a chance to reply, his mouth sealing over hers in a claiming kiss that made his intentions for her clear. He very much considered her his. However, from the way she tried to shove him back, she didn't seem to agree. Yet her nails curled into his shirt at the same time, so perhaps she did accept his claim. Or maybe she remained conflicted on the issue. That was an emotion I could understand, because everything about Khalid left me uneasy. I couldn't trust him. Of that I was certain. But I found myself wanting to follow him onto that jet just to hear his offer, to find out what he had in mind, to finally gain some insight into the madness of his mind.
I don't think we have a better choice,
Lily whispered.
unless you want to try to run with me. But even if we escape, your plan is to hide me from Silvano, which means cutting me off again.
Her blue-green irises flashed as she turned to look at me.
I don't want you to cut me off again.
Would you rather I turn you? I offered.
I don't know.
She admitted.
I don't know what to do. But I know I don't want you to sever our bond. Yet, I also understand that you have to in order to keep me safe. I
waited for her to finish that thought. However, she couldn't seem to form words. So I spoke them for her. You want to hear if Khalid has a better option to offer. I uttered the words aloud, knowing he would be able to hear them. Just as I could hear him whispering words of patience to Emine now. She wanted to see Lily, and he was making her wait. Lily swallowed.
I think we should listen to him, yes. I don't trust him.
She added in a mental whisper.
But I don't like any of the strategies you've considered either. Turning me is only a temporary solution that might give me some strength. But once I'm discovered, they'll hunt me.
She glanced at Emine.
Just like they'll hunt her.
She wasn't wrong. Turning a human into a lycan or a vampire without requisite permission was expressly forbidden by the Blood Alliance. That was why I'd agreed to help Khalid hide Emine. I'd thought it would be enough leverage to convince him to assist me with Lily. And perhaps I'd been right. His assistance just hadn't come in the obvious manner that I'd expected. Instead, he was still playing games, as evidenced by the glance over his shoulder now. Take a risk, his expression said. Indulge in the temptation of my offer. Come play in my world. All words I couldn't actually hear, but I understood them well enough. This was a man who had been engaged in political shenanigans for longer than I'd been alive. He was an expert at twisting fate to better his outcome, which I supposed made him a powerful ally to have. All right, I decided aloud, my hand catching the door handle. We'll get on the jet. Good choice, Viper replied. I ignored him and pulled Lily out of the vehicle. I assume you'll be paying the lycan since he ended up helping you more than me, I asked as I approached Khalid. He grinned. He doesn't accept payment from me, but trust me, he's well compensated. I wasn't sure what he meant by that, but I assumed it meant I didn't need to send Viper the remainder of his fee. Particularly as he hadn't completed the job as described. I'd demanded Lily's safety, and instead he'd handed us both over to a royal vampire with unknown motives. Shall we? Khalid suggested, waving his hand toward the stairs. But Emine and Lily didn't appear to be listening. They were too busy staring at each other, Lily with a look of shock and awe, and Emine with a slightly more predatory expression. Careful, Lily, I warned. She's a freshling. And not all freshling vampires could control their thirst for blood.
I'm glad you're okay,
Lily whispered, her words for Emine as she moved into my side.
I'm glad you're okay too,
Emine said, her lips twisting a little as she glanced down Lily's soiled form.
There's a shower.
She trailed off, her eyes moving to Khalid.
Can she...
Khalid shifted his focus away from her and met my gaze. I believe my pet Mirage is trying to suggest that Lily take a shower on the jet. I leave that decision up to you. We have a long flight ahead of us. I want to know the details of your offer before we accept your hospitality, I said, not even needing a second to think about it. Being naked in a shower with Lily would put us both at a disadvantage, one I would not accept until I understood the game board Khalid was laying out in front of me. Fair enough. He pressed his palm to Emine's lower back to guide her toward the stairs. Once we're finished speaking, he'll clean her up, and you'll see that she's fine.
There's blood.
It's not all hers, Khalid said as he led her up toward the jet. You can tell in the scent. He started explaining the differences to her, leaving me alone at the bottom of the stairs with Lily. I could grab her and run, but I suspected that was the point. A final test, I mused. He'd said he wanted my willing participation. This was what he'd meant. Clever, I thought, taking Lily's hand and looking at her. This is a risk.
Everything between us has been a risk.
I nodded. Yes. A forbidden, deadly dance, skirting the edges of right and wrong, all the while tempting a dark fate to swallow us whole. This would be no different. But perhaps a better option awaited us on that plane. We wouldn't know until we accepted his invitation. Let's go. Chapter 48. Cedric. Emine offered Lily a pair of jeans and a sweater as soon as we boarded the jet. Rather than refuse the gesture, Lily accepted the clothes and left for the bathroom to put them on. As we weren't going anywhere else anytime soon, I didn't protest. Besides, I preferred her to be as comfortable as possible since this was going to be a long flight. I took a seat across from Khalid in the executive chairs on his jet and waited while he fixed us both a blood-laced bourbon cocktail. He made what appeared to be a clear, fizzy drink spiked with blood for Emine and pulled out a bottle of water for Lily, one she eagerly accepted when she returned. She'd tied her blonde hair up into a ponytail and had wiped off her face. I suspected she'd cleaned up other areas as well, because her scent was refreshed, but she still needed a shower. If our conversation went well, I'd take up Khalid's offer to borrow his. He sent a message up to his pilot, saying we were cleared to leave, then sat idly and sipped his bourbon. It seemed he wasn't kidding about waiting until we were in the air. I relaxed into the chair and grabbed Lily's hand, her nerves hitting my senses. She'd only flown the one time, and her memories told me it hadn't been a very enjoyable flight. I didn't comment about this one being better because that remained to be seen. Instead, I offered her my strength and softly suggested that she look out the window. She obeyed, her wonder touching my heart as she admired the land growing smaller beneath us. Another first experience, I marveled. Which wasn't necessarily true, as this was her second time on a plane, but this was her first time witnessing the true beauty of flying, and that was a refreshing sensation indeed. You know, Erositas used to be revered, Khalid said over the rim of his glass. Alas, Lilith has changed all that, not because she doesn't respect the bonds, she has her own Erosita, but because personal relationships threaten her platform. I thought, she had an Erosita, but I didn't bother correcting him because that wasn't the point. And he wasn't done either. What dear Lilith fails to understand is that there are plenty of ongoing relationships that were formed before her very creation. I mean, some were during her lifetime, but my point is, some friendships are untouchable. He glanced at Emine. Same with sire bonds. Not all sire bonds are favorable, I replied. It wasn't meant as a rebuttal to his logic. I agreed that it seemed this society had been founded on a lack of commitment to others. But I'd always been a lone wolf, so it hadn't bothered me. Until now. Until Lily. Which is precisely why I had to audition you properly, Cedric. He set his glass down on the table, his expression darkening. I needed to know you still possessed some of your humanity, because many of our kind do not, and Lilith has spent the better part of the last century grooming that mentality and praising it. You make it sound like she has some master plan for us all, I hedged, more curious now than I'd been before. Her plan is a moot point. She'll be dead before she can see it through. What concerns me more is the upcoming war. My eyebrow arched upward. Upcoming war. He hummed, relaxing a bit into his chair. Cam was always a clever man, and it's just like him to sacrifice himself for the greater good. Or, in this case, as a way to temporarily appease Lilith's delusions.
Who is Cam?
Lily whispered into my mind. Rather than reply, I showed her a bit of his history, namely the day Lilith had publicly annihilated him for rebelling against her cause. You're suggesting he died with a cause, I translated aloud. Oh, no, he's not dead, Khalid replied with a chuckle. Lilith has him chained up somewhere. She just wants everyone to think he's dead, which has worked to her advantage, or so she thinks. But his imprisonment is all a cover for the real threat, the revolutionaries he left behind. Which brings me back to the sire bond. He retrieved his drink to take a sip while I processed everything he'd just said. There was clearly a point he would be arriving at eventually. I just wasn't quite sure what it was, so I'd play along for now. Darius, I said. That's who you mean, yes? He was Cam's only progeny, and as Khalid had just brought us back to the sire bond, then Darius must be important to this discussion. He just claimed a sovereign role in Jace region after living in silence for the last century or so. That he did, Khalid mused. He's been playing his part perfectly, first by picking a blood virgin, then by mate bonding her and using her as a demonstration of how little regard he truly has for an Erosita bond. It's all bullshit, of course, but no one bothers to look beneath the surface. I frowned. He's rumored to be sharing her with Jace. Yes, Jace. And who was his best friend for thousands of years before his death? Khalid canted his head to the side. Why, it was Cam, I believe. Coincidence, that? I think not. So you're suggesting they're doing what, exactly? Carrying out Cam's wishes to rebel against Lilith? I'm not suggesting anything, Cedric. I know they are planning to revolt against the current system, and I know they're not alone, too. He finished his glass and stood to make another. As I'd barely touched mine, he didn't bother topping mine up, but he did fix M&A another drink as well, and he brought a second bottle of water for Lily. Viper is one of my many assets, lying in wait and observing the chess pieces on the board for me. I had originally intended to make you an offer to serve as the same, but you taking an Erosita complicated matters, so I'm improvising a little. He settled into his chair again. Besides, it won't really matter. Removing you from Silvano's clutches will ensure he self-implodes in a matter of years, maybe even months. He gave me a look. That imbecile is hopeless without you, and he's too gluttonous to see reason. No argument there, I thought. So I don't really need you in his region for information. You would be much more useful within my territory, where you can help ensure we survive the pending fallout, which is why I want to make you a sovereign of Khalid region. He'd hinted at that several times before, so I wasn't shocked by the position offer. But his reasoning certainly came as a surprise. So this is what you meant about an upcoming war. You mean Cam's followers against those who support Lilith's ideas? He nodded. Yes. The final pieces are in play, which was indicated by Darius taking the sovereign role. So we're on the steps of the endgame now, which means I want to secure my borders as quickly as possible, and I need powerful men within my region to ensure that happens both efficiently and effectively. Khalid pressed a button on the table, causing a translucent screen to appear between us. I've spent the better part of the last century creating my own version of utopia. He started pulling up feeds from around his region, hence the reason I rarely let anyone visit my home. A series of images of humans appeared, most of them moving in groups. Some were smiling, others were stoic, and a few appeared abundantly lost. These are members of the new shipments from Blood Day, Khalid explained, pulling up footage of two girls walking with hunched shoulders. It looks like one of my elites is showing them the ropes. He clicked a button to enable audio, allowing the elite's voice to come through the speakers. "You'll sleep here," he was saying, gesturing to a room with a pair of beds in it. "We share the communal kitchen and living area downstairs, but you have your own private bath through there." He pointed to somewhere in the room that we couldn't see through our viewpoint. "We only have cameras in the residence hallways," Khalid explained before I could ask. "And honestly, they're used more for protection than for spying. I only chose this feed as it'll give you an idea of what I'm trying to preserve."
In here?
The smaller of the two females asked. The man whom Khalid had referred to as an elite dipped his chin in confirmation. "There's a key on the dresser for you to use to lock up after you leave, and your closet is filled with a week's worth of outfits to help get you settled." Both women looked at each other before glancing up at the human male.
I don't understand.
One of them whispered.
Do we stay here until it's time for dinner service?
The male clicked his watch, pulling up a screen similar to the one on the table before us. "Ah, food service," he murmured. "I see. That explains your confusion." "Is he looking at mortal assignments?" I asked, noting the familiar file on the screen. "My team uploads copies from Lilith's logs every day and distributes them through our own private database," Khalid explained. "And you let humans have access to it?" Not that I really minded, it was just a surprising detail. "Only those in certain positions, like this elite." Khalid's gaze was on the male in question, watching as he gentled his expression and tone. "Your designation from Blood Day no longer applies," he informed the two females. "You'll be retrained and attend another school here. Upon successful graduation, you'll be given a new role, one of your choosing, and the only payment you need to worry about is a monthly blood donation." They blinked at him again, reminding me of deer caught in twin headlights.
More university?
The one with darker hair asked. She was slightly bigger than the other female, but not by much. "Yes, but not like the one you just left," the male replied. "This is a more traditional one, with real classes. There's more information in your room. Just press the button that says play, and the on-screen tutorial will explain everything you need to know." Khalid shifted to a new screen as he said, "This is what they're going to watch." His gaze went to Lily. "I think you'll find this more interesting than your mate will. I know Emine did when I showed it to her 6 months ago." My eyebrow lifted, but I didn't comment, instead waiting for the video to begin. "Hello, and welcome to my world." Khalid's smooth tones came through the speakers, his expression just as stoic as ever on the screen before us. However, there was a glint in his turquoise irises that spoke of a deep-seated secret, a hidden agenda, a purpose not yet realized, but one he obviously intended to share. Finally.
Chapter 49. Lily. I could feel Khalid watching me as I focused on the screen, his piercing gaze seeming to haunt every corner of my existence. But there was something engaging about him, something that compelled me to continue watching, almost as though he were controlling my mind and actions, forcing me to remain calm and to listen.
"Everything you've experienced up until this point is a travesty, and for that my deepest condolences. While I believe that vampires and lycans are the apex predators of the world, I also believe in respecting my ancestry, which, in my case, is once being human."
The video version of Khalid stapled his fingers together on the large metal desk before him.
"I know you'll think this is a trick, some sort of experiment, or a dark game meant for my pleasure. But in time, you'll come to realize that I do things differently in Khalid region. I prefer humans to be properly informed, cared for, and above all, respected."
He uttered that last word with a finality that scattered goosebumps along my arms.
"You'll find the vampires in my world feel similarly to me, and the ones I've assigned as professors at your future university understand the fragility of your current state. There will be no more mandated coursework surrounding the pleasure and amusement of my kind, but I will require you to learn."
A pause followed, one that had me swallowing in anticipation of what he would say next. Learn what?
My society thrives because we work together to protect it, which is where your improved education comes into play. You'll be assessed upon entry and given a series of tests to determine your preferences. Then your academic profile will be created.
The video shifted to show a file with a human named Jane Doe on the screen. Her face was blurred, but her shoulders and chest were exposed, giving me a clear view of her jacket and the gold crest etched into it. Blood University. Beneath her photo was a series of attributes, but not ones I usually saw associated with my own record. These contained math and writing scores, as well as career aptitudes for accounting and other business functions. As soon as I finished reading, another file appeared, this one a male named John Smith. He had a similar photo, face blurred, jacket with the school emblem, and a list of qualities. It seemed he had an aptitude for languages and martial arts. The bottom of his file read, Guard Candidate, interested in vampire transition. Vampire transition? I read aloud, my brow furrowing.
It means he's interested in being turned. We ask all humans upon graduation for their interest. It doesn't mean they'll be granted immortality, we can't turn everyone, but it helps us narrow down who wants to become a vampire and who does not.
Khalid replied. Oh, my brow crinkled. Isn't that not allowed?
Nothing he's doing is allowed.
Cedric murmured.
It breaks every rule of the Blood Alliance, but I think that's the point. It's not about breaking rules so much as self-sustainability.
He paused the video as his voice began speaking again and pulled up a series of graphics instead.
Look at the trend lines, Cedric. Tell me what you see.
I studied the graphs with him and heard the answer lurking in his thoughts.
A blood shortage? Globally or just in certain regions?
He reached forward to swipe his finger across the screen, shifting the images and sifting through them as he read the data with a furrowed brow.
Most regions.
He translated.
Except a few.
When he landed on Khalid region, his eyebrow arched.
This says you're low on blood too. It does.
He agreed.
That's the trend in the database governed by Lilith.
He hit a button.
And this is the real trend, including my blood bank data.
Cedric's lips parted as he reviewed it all, his mind providing me with more explanations of what we were seeing.
He's created over a dozen vampires a year, according to this growth. Yet his blood allowances are... How?
He marveled.
How do you have so much blood? I tax my humans.
He replied with a shrug.
Their donations provide them with safe passage in my territory, and most of them enjoy my way of life over the futures they were promised by the Blood Alliance. It's not necessarily a utopia, but it works, and the balance remains intact.
Cedric continued sifting through the files, his shock palpable.
You've hidden all this.
His sentence hung on an unfinished question, but I understood his confusion and awe. Because this was unreal.
I have.
Khalid confirmed.
Through a series of mirages. Mirages.
Cedric repeated.
And this brings me back to my initial point. Lilith will fail because she hasn't considered the past in her future plans. Historical friendships, historical bonds, historical matings, history in general.
He finished his drink again, but this time didn't move to refill it. Instead, he held Cedric's gaze for a long beat, the two men evaluating one another in a manner only apex predators could. A chill slithered down my spine, and Emine shifted a little in her seat, her gaze flickering between the two males. Then Khalid pulled up another screen, this one showcasing a town shrouded in desert-like mist.
Lilith has cameras all over the world. That's how she monitors all the territories. She also has her own set of spies that she uses to gather intel on the various leaders. But I learned all this early on, and I circumvented her.
He clicked another button, clearing the image and revealing a city bustling with activity. It was one of the feeds he'd displayed earlier, a busy street filled with humans walking with purposes.
This is real,
he said.
But that's not what Lilith sees.
He returned the screen to display the deserted town again.
I've put filters over her cameras to show her what I want her to see. Dystopian mirages that suggest my world is depraved and dark and totally in line with her wants and desires. And the spy she has in my territory is one of my own, not hers. So she reports what I tell her to report to Lilith. Similar to Viper, then.
Cedric inferred.
Similar to Viper, yes. Only Viper has a very different task. He's keeping an eye on the resistance for me.
Cedric frowned.
He's watching Darius and Jace? No, he's watching Jolene.
His lips curled.
Another overlooked history on Lilith's part.
Cedric considered that for a moment, his mind revealing everything he knew about Jolene. He used to be the Clemente clan alpha and had served with his 2 mates. That was back in an era when wolves had valued their mates, which had changed under Lilith's rule, because she'd done everything in her power to belittle any and all relationship formations.
Which is exactly what Khalid has already said.
Cedric mused to himself.
This world encourages selfishness. It causes everyone to think about themselves and not others, to degrade personal friendships and mateships. It goes beyond brainwashing humans and extends to all of us. But those with a history wouldn't be able to erase those feelings with ease.
He concluded.
Those like Jolene and his triad.
Cedric finished out loud.
His triad.
Khalid echoed, respect brimming in his gaze.
Jolene has never appreciated this new world, and he's not the only one. Which is why I said a war is coming. I don't know who is going to win, but I refuse to lose my territory over it.
The vehemence in his tone seemed to vibrate through the plane, all signs of his amusement having fled behind his statement.
I also won't be giving up the resources I've worked hard to groom and protect to help clean up the messes of others.
He added.
If they didn't have the foresight to figure this out, that's their problem, not mine.
Cedric fell silent for a long moment before quietly saying,
You've gone to great lengths to keep this hidden. I have.
Khalid agreed.
And I'll go to even greater lengths to keep it secure. A threat.
Cedric translated.
The fact that you've shared all this with me means I either accept your offer or die. Yes.
No hesitation, just a blunt reply.
And what exactly will I be doing as your sovereign?
Cedric pressed.
Because your society clearly doesn't work like the one I know. You will help me maintain the mirage.
Khalid answered simply.
And when the time comes, you'll help me secure my territory. So you won't be joining the resistance.
Cedric hedged, his eyebrow arching upward.
I mean, you clearly agree with their opinion on this way of life. Why not fight with them? I may.
He replied.
But only when I decide they are worthy of my assistance. Until then, my sole focus is on my protecting my land and my people, and I take that very seriously. Seriously enough to spend over 6 months at the university as a master just to observe me.
Cedric translated.
Well, that's not entirely true. I've been watching you for decades. I went to the university to meet Lily, because I'd taken note of your fascination with her. But then I stumbled upon Emine instead. Such a sweet little mirage.
He glanced at the newly turned vampire, the 2 of them sharing some sort of secret. I suspected that secret involved his nickname for her. Mirage. Like the mirages he uses to hide from Goddess Lilith, I wondered. Cedric had caught the look as well, noting the intensity between them. However, he didn't press for information, his mind instead mulling over everything Khalid had told us.
It almost seems too good to be true.
He thought at me.
But if he's telling the truth...
He didn't finish the sentence, but I understood well enough. We were going to Khalid region, and would soon see for ourselves if it was true. And if everything he'd shown us was real, then we would either stay or die.
I imagine you both would like some time to digest everything I've shared. There's so much more to all of this, including the games currently being played within the Blood Alliance. but we can go through that in time, once you've reached your decision.
He moved away from the table, taking his empty glass and Emine's finished drink with him to the bar area.
As I mentioned earlier, you're free to use the shower in the bedroom at the back of the jet.
He glanced at Cedric.
I won't bother you until we land in Khalid region, so feel free to use the bed as well. I imagine your pet is exhausted from her experience.
I swallowed. While he wasn't wrong, I wasn't sure I could sleep after everything I'd just learned.
I suggest locking yourselves inside. The sofas out here turn into a bed, and I fully intend to use that to entertain my little mirage.
Emine remained stoic, but slightly bowed her head. I wasn't sure what that meant. Acceptance? Dread? Just a token of submission? Khalid had revealed a lot, and while I wanted to believe in this version of the world he'd depicted in his videos, it was quite possible that all of it was a lie. Except Cedric seemed to believe him.
He has no reason to lie about this.
Cedric told me softly.
In fact, he has everything to lose by revealing it.
He was analyzing several avenues of strategy while he spoke, considering every conversation that he and Khalid had shared, every potential word game, and finding each one linking to exactly what Khalid had divulged. A way to assess Cedric's humanity.
You were the key.
Cedric surmised.
He wanted to test my resolve in keeping you, and I fell right into his play by going after you at the compound. He was waiting for me to forgo every facade, every requirement this society has for a vampire, go against my own maker's principles, and take something for myself. To retrieve my heart and be willing to give up everything for her, for you.
He glanced at me.
You're why we're here now. You and my decision to risk my life to keep you.
He reached out to palm my cheek, his gaze searching mine.
Is the shower large enough for 2?
He asked.
It's large enough for 4, but I imagine that wasn't an invitation for Emine and me to join.
Khalid replied.
You would be correct.
Cedric said, standing.
We'll talk more when we land in Khalid region.
He glanced at the royal.
How long is the flight? Long enough for you to properly care for your Erosita.
Khalid replied.
Which reminds me, the bedroom is soundproofed. If you need something, you'll need to use the intercom system. We won't be needing anything.
Cedric replied, his hand appearing before me.
No, I suspect you won't be.
Khalid grinned.
Have a good shower. Chapter 50. Cedric. A hidden society retraining humans on the meaning of life. It almost sounded too good to be true. Except, the concept reminded me of the old world, making it not nearly as far-fetched as one might believe. But I heard Lily's doubts as I escorted her toward the back of the jet. She was struggling to fathom such an existence, her indoctrinated mindset incapable of accepting the possibility. I showered her with knowledge and experience, depicting a past in flashes of thought that had her glancing at me as we entered the bedroom. She didn't speak or ask questions. She merely listened to my memories and opinions, hearing the very real understanding of Khalid's concepts. Did I still wonder if it was all bullshit? Yes. But I couldn't decipher a motive for him to lie about such a world. Everything he'd said made sense. And more, I agreed with his leadership decisions. This new world bored me. There was no excitement or challenge, just a bunch of enslaved humans who bowed to their morbid fates. Lily had been my only intrigue, my renewed reason for life. And Khalid was offering me an opportunity to truly have her. If it was all a lie, we would face the consequences of our hope then. However, for now, I was choosing to believe in our future, to think about an existence where I could be with Lily freely, maybe even turn her, if that was her desire. I just wanted to be with her, to love her, to worship her, to enjoy her. I don't deserve you, little flower. I confided in a mental whisper. But I'm going to spend this entire flight trying to prove otherwise. I was going to help her forget the horrors of the last few weeks. Fuck no, that wasn't good enough. I was going to make her leave all the horrors of her entire damn existence behind. Because I intended to take her to a new place of being, introduce her soul to the future, and ensure she was ready to face whatever awaited us in Khalid region. This could be our final few hours together, or it might be just the beginning of our true destiny. I refused to consider the former and instead indulged in the latter, because Lily provoked a foreign hope inside me, one I felt dwindling in her own heart. Blood Day had changed her. The lycan camp had manufactured a dark reality that had shattered my sweet flower's sense of purpose. So I would stoke the little flame left inside her and ensure it burned as hot as an inferno when we finished. I caught her by the nape and pulled her toward me, my gaze capturing hers. I'm going to remind you that you're mine, love, my lily, my flower. I'm going to make you bloom again. She shivered, causing her scent to sweeten to my senses. She was excited and scared and overwhelmed, creating an intoxicating mix for the predator within me. I wanted to devour her, claim her, destroy her just to watch her grow again, and then give her stronger roots to stand on. Tell me what you want, Lily, I said, holding her just inside the ensuite bathroom. Khalid had been right about the shower. It was an impressive size. Shall we start there, love, with me stripping you and washing every inch of you with my bare hands?
Yes.
She breathed.
I can still feel their presence on my skin, like claws digging into my soul, reminding me where I'm supposed to be right now.
You're supposed to be with me, I corrected her. Because you're mine.
Prove it.
She dared, a hint of fire flickering in her blue-green irises.
Make me yours again.
You were never not mine, I promised her. That much is very clear to me now. But even more than that, I was hers. And I'd been hers since the first moment I'd laid eyes on her. She'd changed everything just by breathing. Her air had become mine, and mine had become hers, marrying our souls before our hearts had ever had a chance to beat. I let her feel the ferocity of my emotions as I took her mouth, my tongue immediately seeking entry and finding her more than willing to accept. Because we were perfect together, combustible, passionate, untouchable. I ran my palms over her, removing her jeans and her sweater, while her hands divested me of my clothes, leaving us naked against each other. It was a dance of limbs and fingers, emboldened and intensified by our need for one another. But this wasn't about sex. This was about touching each other, remembering the feel of us, reveling in our joining, memorizing and claiming each other on the surface, while our spirits intimately connected on another plane. Energy hummed between us, making me feel alive as I deepened our kiss. She moaned in response, her mind flaring with wants and desires and a need to just be here with me, to exist in the solace of our bond. No more Blood Day, no more lycans, no more prospect of the moon chase. I'd saved her, and her roots were firmly grounded in reality now, even if it all felt like a dream to her. I grasped her hips and walked her backward into the shower. The water came on automatically, pelting my back with cold spikes, but I didn't care. It was worth it to curl myself around Lily and protect her from the chilly temperature. She practically melted into me, absorbing my warmth and my strength, and simply existed with me in the moment. You're so fucking perfect, I told her. So beautiful and patient. I meant what I said, sweet flower. I don't deserve you. But I was going to try to be good enough for her anyway. And I would start with this, with caring for her properly. Dried blood stuck to her skin, making this shower more needed than ever. I didn't want any part of her marred by the experiences of the past. Those lycans didn't own her. I did. My Erosita, my mate, my flower to nurture and grow. She wrapped her arms around my neck, her thick blonde eyelashes parting to reveal her alluring gaze.
You're mine too.
I am, I admitted. I've been yours from the day I first saw you. Which I'd already admitted, at least to myself. But it didn't hurt to speak the words aloud. I love you, Lily.
I love you too,
she whispered against my lips, her mind marveling at the changes between us and how far we'd come. The fact that any of this shocked her just further proved how much I had to make up to her. I'd never cared for another like this before. Had never even desired this sort of connection. However, now I found it necessary to prove myself, to be worthy of her, to be the man she could rely on for eternity. The water finally began to warm, allowing me to pull her more fully beneath it. But she didn't seem to notice. Her focus was on me and my mouth, her gaze hungry as she assessed what she knew was hers. Tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you, I promised her. Tell me how to please you.
I want you to make me feel alive,
she whispered.
Own me. Make me feel safe. Make me feel like I'm yours.
You are mine, I told her, my palm gliding up her middle until I reached her throat. And you're safe with me. I squeezed her neck, the action contradicting my words, but that was the point. Trust. That was our strength, our core platform that we both stood on together. She trusted me not to hurt her even when I had every advantage to do so. Because she knew deep down I could never truly harm her. It had always been this way between us, and tonight would be no different. I cut off her airflow for a few more seconds, then soothed away the pain with a kiss and a breath into her mouth. She moaned, arching into me, not seeming to care about the blood still sticking to her skin. She wanted more. She wanted me. And I wasn't going to deny her for another second. My grip shifted to the back of her neck, my opposite palm finding her hip. Open your mouth a little more for me, darling. I want to properly own you. She obeyed, her tongue eagerly meeting mine as I devoured her to completion. My sweet flower wanted to feel possessed, and I was a slave to her desires. The water continued to flow around us, heating our skin and reminding me of our first shower together, when I'd taught her the importance of taking what she wanted. She remembered that lesson now, as she eagerly explored my body with her palms up and down my abdomen and around to my back. There was no hesitation. She claimed me just as thoroughly as I claimed her. My Lily, I breathed into her mind, growling as her palm found my hard cock. She stroked it, memorizing the length, and gently traced the head.
Fuck me,
she demanded, making me smile.
You told me to tell you how to please me, Cedric, and that's how I want to be pleased.
So bold, I whispered back to her. Such a studious pupil, learning how to seduce and please her master. I maneuvered her backward into the wall. My all-star student, I continued. You never give up, no matter how hard things were. I always admired that about you. Even when it had infuriated me. Because all I'd ever truly wanted was to improve her existence in this cruel world, and she'd seemed hell-bent on ensuring her downfall, or for an unattainable desire to join the Vigils. Yet if sheer will could have achieved that goal, she would have succeeded.
I prefer my existence with you,
she said as I grabbed her hips to lift her into the air.
However fleeting this might be.
She recognized that we might not be heading to the utopia Khalid had described, but similar to me, she discarded the worry, because there was nothing we could do about that fate now, which meant we had these few precious hours to exist, and I intended to take full advantage of it. I slid into Lily's warmth, fully aware that she was already wet for me. No preparation needed, our minds having done all the work for us. She wrapped her legs around my waist, clinging to me as I drove into her slick heat, seating myself all the way inside her. Fucking perfection. It was like this female had been made for me. Her pussy and addiction meant to tempt my predator to fall into an unending oblivion. I would never desire another. Only Lily. Only this. Her mind told me she felt the same way, our connection so incredibly deep that she could never grow roots with anyone else. Which was good, because I'd probably kill anyone who tried to touch her. I'm never sharing you, I vowed as I thrust up into her, and I'll spend eternity ensuring you don't want me to. I would be enough for her. No, I'd be better than enough. I'd be everything. I'd worship her, love her, protect her, even if just for a few more hours. It didn't matter. None of it did. Because I had my Lily, my breath of fresh air, my renewed energy, my path forward in life that might just take us both to death. But it would be a beautiful death, and we'd spend forever together in the afterlife.
Bite me.
She begged.
I need your...
I didn't give her a chance to finish, my fangs already sinking into her neck as I continued to fuck her, driving us both to a rapturous existence that no one could ever touch. My Lily, my flower, my life.
Yours.
She chanted back at me, her lips parted on a cry of pleasure as her pussy clenched around me.
Cedric.
My name resembled a prayer, one I returned in kind, only it was her name I revered, her presence I praised, her body I adored. She shuddered, exploding around me, writhing in ecstasy. But I didn't stop fucking her. I didn't stop biting her. I didn't stop taking her over and over again. She wanted to exist, to know this was real, to feel protected and owned and claimed, and I gave her everything, all of me, not once holding back. We came together in a cyclone of potent energy. Then we fucked again, this time against the other wall. It wasn't enough. But I'd promised to take care of her, to clean her, and I did, with both my hands and my mouth, owning her cunt with every swipe of my tongue until she was begging me to stop. Only for her to urge me into her again once we reached the bed. She rode me, her tits a hypnotic display as she took her pleasure and brought me over with her. It was as though we couldn't get enough of each other, shifting positions, fucking like these were our last moments on Earth, and never once caring about our destination. Because we were here. She had me, I had her. That was all we needed. Love, affection, promises between our souls. It was a mating unlike any other, a mating that resembled a dream, a mating that gave birth to a new definition of vitality. I kissed her through a final climax, my blood touching her tongue to help her survive, to keep her whole, to heal the pain I knew was growing deep inside. But my little fighter pushed through it, needing more, needing me, needing to forget everything and everyone else.
Cedric,
she mouthed, her voice gone from hours of screaming. Shh, I hushed her, feeding her more blood. Drink. Her mind shifted to the thought of turning into a vampire, wondering how it would work, if she wanted it to happen. I listened and replied with information on the process, telling her without words that I would give her that if she asked for it. I also told her our bond would cease to exist, because her immortality would override our link. She didn't care for that detail. Neither did I. But I acknowledged that it wasn't my decision to make. It was hers. It would always be hers, and I would respect what she chose.
I don't want to decide right now,
she told me. You don't have to, I promised her. Just know that it's an option. I only ask that you let me be the one to turn you.
I wouldn't want anyone else,
she replied. Good. I nuzzled her nose. Because I think I'd kill your maker otherwise. Her lips curled against mine.
Even Khalid?
Even Khalid, I confirmed, although I would probably die trying. So it's better if you agree to let me be the one who makes you.
I think it would be a pretty even fight.
There wasn't a single hint of jest in her tone.
He wants you for his region because he acknowledges your strengths. Remember that.
I pulled back to stare down at the enigma beneath me. When did you become so wise?
I had a really good teacher,
she replied. My lips twitched. You had the best master. She nodded.
Yes, Master Cedric. I did.
My cock hardened against her again, her coy tone heating my blood. I know I told you that I prefer Cedric, but there are moments where I very much enjoy being your master, Lily.
Moments like this?
She asked. Moments like this, I echoed.
Then master me, Master Cedric.
She arched up into me.
I'm ready to learn.
I smiled against her mouth, my eyes holding hers. That's good, because I still have so much to teach you, sweet flower. So many positions, so many ways to fuck. I allowed her to feel my desire to take her ass, my need to claim that final part of her a stark presence in my mind. But she needed better preparation for that. So I put her in a new position instead, one that allowed me to drive deep into her and made her pant in my name until she could no longer speak again. Only then did I finally give her a moment to rest, my arms wrapping around her in a cocoon of strength. We would be landing soon. Then we'd find out the truth about our future. And I just might take on a sovereign role. Willingly. Chapter 51. Cedric. Lily borrowed some clothes from the jet's wardrobe, a dress and sandals, and waited as I put on one of Khalid's suits. I hadn't bothered to ask permission. He'd offered use of the room, and I'd taken full advantage of his hospitality, something he seemed to find amusing as Lily and I stepped into the living area shortly after feeling the jet come to a stop on the ground. "You look good in black, Cedric," he said by way of greeting. "I know," I replied, eyeing his similarly dressed state. He obviously kept a wardrobe out here as well, and there appeared to be a second shower somewhere because his hair was still damp. I hadn't exactly requested a tour of his jet, but I would be asking for one of his territory. "Shall we?" he asked, gesturing to the already open door. As Emine was nowhere to be seen, I imagined that meant she'd already disembarked the plane. I pressed my palm to Lily's lower back. We're ready. And we were. Because we were in this together now, no matter what. Khalid noted the motion, his eyes falling to where Lily leaned against me, and then he turned to lead the way. The humid air immediately made me regret putting on a suit, but I knew it would lessen when the sun set again. We'd essentially chased away the night and half of the day on our way here, making it late afternoon on this side of the world, which made it early for us to be moving around, but I had no idea what kind of hours Khalid kept in his region. A night schedule? Or was it like the old days when humans slept at night and worked during the day? I would have an answer soon, as it was clear he'd taken us to Khalid's city, which was formerly known as Dubai.
Dubai?
Lily repeated. Yes, a capital known for its massive buildings and unique landscape. It was quite a sight to behold 150 years ago, but I'm not sure what it looks like now, as I haven't visited since the new era began. Most vampires didn't travel outside their regions, and while I'd been near Khalid's territory at the Blood University, I hadn't really considered requesting a visit. It just wasn't something my kind did. Lycans operated similarly. The only region that constantly had visitors was Lilith region, and that was only because Lilith City was considered the capital of the world. Why Lilith had chosen to repurpose Chicago for such ventures was beyond me. While I liked the city, there were others I preferred more. London, Paris. I suppose Dubai would be on my list too, minus the sweltering day heat. Fortunately, Khalid had a car waiting for us. It was a black 4x4, similar to the one we'd taken from the compound to his jet. Only this time, Khalid slipped into the driver's seat. "Join me up front, Cedric," he said, the command clear. As Emine was already in the back, I didn't really have a reason to disobey, so I settled Lily in beside her before joining Khalid up front. He said nothing as he put the vehicle into gear, his silence ominous and underlined by death. But I was used to that with my kind, allowing me to focus on the scenery instead of his lethal presence by my side. Lily confirmed she was doing the same, her mind filling with admiration as she took in the scenery. We were much closer to the ocean here, allowing some greenery to appear, something she seemed quite taken by, as she'd not seen much in life apart from endless sand. I considered that for a moment before asking, "Can we drive along the coast?" If Khalid was leading us into a trap, perhaps he could grant us this final concession. "I'll do one better for you," he replied. "I'll take you to the residence I've set up for you on the coast." "You've set up a residence for us?" I asked, unable to hide my surprise. "Without knowing my decision?" "I already know that you're going to accept, Cedric. I might as well make you and Lily comfortable while you come to that conclusion yourself." "And then what?" I wondered aloud, glancing at him. "Will we be moved?" He'd said he wanted me to become his sovereign, but he hadn't told me which area yet. "Most of my leadership resides in the main city, because that's where the Reformed Blood University is located. The other cities in my territory are primarily maintained as a facade to meet Lilith's expectations. When the war comes, it'll be Dubai we all plan to protect." "Not your entire region?" He owned most of the eastern half of the former Middle East: Israel, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the United Arab Emirates. It was quite the territory. "There are areas of the region I want to keep, but I learned long ago that it's best to focus on a central location when wanting to safeguard resources, and we have everything we need here." He turned onto a road that headed toward the city as he spoke, allowing us to see the sprawling landscape of buildings. While he'd restructured some of them, the overall appearance remained similar to the ones in my memories, except these were slightly more modernized to current times, and clearly bolstered by technology. "What happens when Lilith visits?" I asked him, curious as to how he handled on-site visits. Manipulating camera feeds was one thing, faking an alternate reality with the goddess in your region was entirely another. "We have a protocol for that," he murmured. "But we've only had to enact it twice. She typically leaves me alone because everything she's seen from me is exactly what she wants." He glanced at me. "As you know, it's all about playing the game." I grunted and returned my gaze to the scenery. This entire society is built around political mindfucks. It's built on greed and gluttony. They'll all starve eventually, which is why most of the mortals in Khalid region live here. It's protected by an army of vampires, not human vigils, and a handful of lycans." "Lycans?" I repeated. He nodded. "I've provided sanctuary to several families over the years, and I plan to take in more when the revolution begins." "Lycans like Viper?" "Yes, Viper will be one of them." "Which is why you don't need to pay him. That's what you meant by him getting more from you than money." "Of a sort," he answered vaguely. "He's one of my dragons." My brow came down. "Dragons?" "A story for another day, perhaps, but it's not important right now. What matters is this." He gestured toward the city. "This is my proof of worth." With every mile we drove, it became more and more apparent that Khalid hadn't been lying at all. If anything, he hadn't been thorough enough with his explanation. Because the moment we crossed into the city borders, there were humans roaming about, just like he'd shown on the feeds. Many of them were smiling, some were not, which told me they were still distrusting of their fate, and others were just going about their day as one would have in the old era. A normal city, filled with life, filled with purpose, filled with a sense of ease. There weren't many vampires out, likely because of the sun still being in the sky, but I had my answer regarding the structure of this world. The mortals own the day while the vampires own the night, I marveled. No. We provide them with options, though. Some prefer the sun, others are so used to the moon that they've maintained their old schedules. Classes are only offered at night because the vampires are the instructors. Dubai, or rather Khalid City, has quite literally become a place that never sleeps. Do you prefer to call it Dubai? It was the second time he'd called it that. I prefer to call it home, he replied. I might not have been born here, but I've made it mine over the centuries, and I intend to keep it. What do the others call it? Khalid City, he replied. Mostly, anyway. However, vampires have history, something I think we've discussed at length, so I don't enforce the name. This place can be whatever we want it to be, so long as we protect it. He turned down a street that led us past some of the largest buildings, causing Lily's mind to spiral with shock and awe in the back seat, only for her to practically faint as we started approaching the coast.
Oh, goddess,
she breathed, unable to hold in her excitement at seeing the ocean in front of us.
Is that?
The Persian Gulf, Khalid told her. Yes.
I was going to say ocean,
she thought, but she didn't voice that out loud. Technically it's a sea, but similar enough, I murmured to her.
It's beautiful.
Perhaps we can swim in it later, I suggested, if you trust me enough not to drown you.
I trust you,
she promised, her gaze meeting mine in the mirror.
You'll just fuck me anyway.
Indeed I will, I told her, my lips curling a little. Is there a beach by our new residence? It connects to your residence, yes. So if you find it accommodating, you can remain there indefinitely. Or we can discuss your preferences and go from there. You're certainly promising us a lot, I remarked, looking at him again. Silvano isn't going to like my transition either. He might demand a visit. If he does, I'll entertain him in one of our facade districts, and you'll join me, as my sovereign. He's my maker. He can issue demands. Khalid glanced at me before turning onto a coastal road. I'm not afraid of Silvano, and he can issue whatever demands he wishes. That doesn't mean either of us has to listen. If he's loud enough, Lilith may get involved, I warned him. And do what? Demand I return you? He scoffed at that. You're old enough to be considered for royalty if the right region were to become available. Lilith will see this as a chess move, me taking a powerful vampire and molding him beneath my control. He navigated into a drive that led to a parking area and killed the engine before facing me. When I learned at Blood Day that you were finally considering political opportunities, I decided to make you an offer, one that was leagues better than Silvano's offer. Obviously, you accepted, and you've shifted allegiances in the process. He shrugged. It's as simple as that, Cedric. Meaning that's what you're going to tell everyone. Only those who ask. And if you're wise, you'll say the same. It won't be a surprise. We've known each other for a long time. Lilith might not consider the history of others when making decisions, but that doesn't mean others won't realize that our ages and origins would have crossed over the years. I contemplated what he was saying and nodded slowly. A history we rekindled while you were visiting the university. Precisely. We shared a few humans and rekindled an old friendship, one that reconfirmed your use to my territory. One political discussion led to another, and here we are, he murmured. Here we are, I repeated, glancing at the building before us and the dark curtains on the windows. This is a residence for vampires. Humans too, he replied. But don't worry, you and Lily have the penthouse, which is the entire top floor. The only ones who can access that area are the two of you. Not even I can enter uninvited. His eyebrows lifted. How's that for an old tale? I grunted. A ridiculous one. Vampires didn't need to be invited anywhere, especially ones who could phase, which meant Khalid could enter at will any time but was choosing to give us privacy. Where do you live? On the opposite side of the city in the primary palace. The way he said it had me wondering if that was true. It was one of those sentences that just seemed to flow a little too easily. No, someone like Khalid wouldn't live in an obvious place. He'd maintain a secret residence, one where he could hide anything he considered precious. Things like Emine, I thought, glancing at her stoic expression. Nothing showed in her eyes, not even an inkling that he might be lying, but I knew he was. "You've trained her well," I told him, smiling. "She's excellent with secrets," he conceded, aware that I saw through everything he'd just told me. However, that only proved how real all the other details were, how truthful he'd been about the humans of this region, and his desires to find a way to coexist under new societal rules while maintaining a semblance of respect for the mortals. "Do the vampires hunt?" I asked, curious about how his blood tax worked in this region. Because I didn't want anyone touching Lily, so I had to know if I needed to protect her from blood sports. Would she be required to donate? "Yes," he replied, "but I prefer the term seducing." "So similar to the old days when we had to convince our meal to give us a bite," I murmured. "Indeed. However, for those who don't want to bother with the effort, we have our blood banks. Most food also has blood in it for vampires, same with drinks, and there are feeding dens where humans work willingly. They are well compensated and cared for, no killing allowed." "I see. And will Lily be required to donate?" I asked, voicing my earlier thought aloud. "Only to you, Cedric. As sovereign, you have the right to claim her. The only requirement is that she remain willing."
I am,
she thought, making me smile. "That won't be a problem," I told him. "No, I imagine it won't be." He relaxed into his seat. "But we can go into the rest later. In the interim, why don't you take Lily inside and go explore your new home, or take her for that swim she desires?" The way his turquoise gaze glittered told me he had somehow overheard my conversation with Lily, making me wonder about his ability to read minds again. Khalid was an unknown entity with power I could feel warming the air between us, but I wasn't sure of exactly what he could do. Some vampires possessed unique talents, such as phasing, and something told me Khalid harbored some of the most unique talents of them all. It required a hell of a lot of power to accomplish what he'd done here, yet he made it appear flawless and simple. Perhaps to him it was. "The entry is through there," he pointed. "Your retinas will grant you the access you need." My eyebrow inched upward. "You have imprints of my eyes on file." "I have everything on file, Cedric," he replied. "One day I might just share it with you." I hummed. I knew that day would not be today. That was fine. I could hear Lily's eagerness to touch the rolling waves, which overpowered every other need I possessed for information. I wanted to introduce my flower to the ocean. "Thank you, Khalid," I told him, the words sounding a little stiff on my tongue. I didn't typically display gratitude. "You'll thank me by protecting our home," he replied. "Until then, your first task is to let Lily touch the ocean. Then I need you to remember to pay Damien, as I don't want him trying to track you down. As much as I'd love to recruit him, Ryder needs him more. And lastly, we'll need to schedule a call with Silvano. For that, I want to be there, so be sure to invite me." "Giving me orders already," I mused, my fingers wrapping around the handle. "Tasks," he corrected. "Necessary ones." I nodded. He was right. All those tasks were necessary, except for him joining my call with Silvano, but I suspected that was for his own enjoyment more than anything else. I could understand that. Telling Silvano to go fuck himself would be quite fun. "How do I notify you?" I asked him. "You'll find all your new phones and everything else you'll be needing in your residence." His gaze ran over me. "I even sent up a few tailored suits. I suppose it's a good thing that we're similar in size." My lips curled. I suppose it's a good thing you have decent taste. His gaze went to the mirror as he looked at Emine. "A good thing indeed." He canted his head to the side. "Are you going to join me in the front seat, little Mirage?"
No, I think I'll take a nap back here.
Playing hard to get, I see," he replied. "You know how much I adore that game." She rolled her eyes and didn't reply, making me wonder yet again about their dynamic. But now wasn't the time to press for details. He'd tell me their story in time. Or perhaps he wouldn't. Regardless, I had a mate who wanted to see the ocean. That took precedence over everything else. So I exited the 4x4 and opened the door. "I'll be in touch, Khalid." "I know," he agreed, his focus still on Emine. "Enjoy your swim." Lily allowed me to pull her from the vehicle, her arms eagerly encircling my neck in a hug. Her happiness was enchanting, causing my heart to warm as a result of being near her. "Ready to explore, little flower?" I asked after closing the door.
Yes?
"Then let's explore our new home." I caught Khalid's gaze through the windows, my words my way of accepting his offer, not that he needed it. Because he'd been right. I was always going to accept. It wasn't about his region or the sovereign position so much as Lily and the world our bond had introduced me to. Now I would do anything and everything to protect her, to save her, to give her a life, to ensure she never had to return to the darkness of Lilith's society, to guarantee her safety and happiness. And he provided me with the leverage to accomplish all that. It was still a mind game on his part, a way to control me and take advantage of my age and power. He wanted useful vampires beneath him to function as guards for his world. What better way to ensure my fealty than by offering my heart a place to thrive? Khalid had said relationships were the key to Lilith's failure, and he was right. Loving others created a different platform to fight upon. When all a vampire lives for is to feed himself, he lacks a certain amount of motivation to survive. But when someone else, someone like Lily, relied on that vampire for strength and purpose and safety, he suddenly had a lot more to fight for. I understood that now. It was the biggest lesson I could have learned in life, one I was fortunate to experience before death had completely consumed my mind. Because now I had a reason to live. Khalid might have been using that reason as a way to manipulate me into working for him, but I didn't mind. Because for Lily, I would do anything, including indulging her in an ocean swim, which I did so now. I stripped us both out of our clothes and pulled her deep into the water, forcing her to rely on me for balance, and allowed her faith to wash over me. Her trust in me was a beacon of hope, a discovery I longed to treasure, an experience that would always make me feel that much more alive. My forbidden flower, my future, my forever. Epilogue. Khalid. "Will you join me in the front seat now, little Mirage?" I whispered into Emine's mind. Her blue-gray irises flickered as she met my gaze in the mirror.
I suppose.
Rather than exit the vehicle, she phased into the front and buckled herself in, the display of power making me hard. It was a constant problem I had around her, one she refused to help me fix even with all our little games. I wanted her to beg, but she never did. Which was why I hadn't actually fucked her yet. Oh, everyone else would assume that I had, something I wanted them all to think. It helped me protect her and our shared secrets. Because my darling Mirage was something very unique indeed. I'd noticed it the evening we'd met, when she'd attempted to bow upon seeing me in the infirmary. That wouldn't have been very extraordinary in this world, as humans were taught to supplicate. Except no one else had been able to see me lurking in the shadows. Not only that, but she'd seen me.
My prince.
She'd breathed, as she'd nearly killed herself by rolling off that hospital bed to fall to all fours on the ground. The nurse in the infirmary had chastised her, threatening to just end her right then and there for being such a stupid little cunt for seeing things that aren't there. But I was very much there. As the nurse had soon learned when I'd ended her life before giving the little mirage my blood as a reward for her startling ability. She'd been scared shitless, especially as my blood had accelerated her talents, and thus began my obsession with the little minx beside me. An obsession that had yet to abate, probably because I was playing the long game with her. But it was fun, exciting. A courtship befitting a king and his intended queen. One day she would be mine. However, until then, I would continue training her. My little dragoness.
I'm not a dragon,
She returned. No, not yet, I agreed, but someday. When I decided she was ready to learn about the heart of my dark magic. Are you hungry, little mirage?
Yes.
I nodded. Would you prefer a den or blood-laced food? I already knew what her response would be, but I offered the choice anyway.
Food.
She nearly growled, because she'd refused to drink from the vein. Well, everyone's veins apart from mine. She fed from me frequently because my blood emboldened her and allowed her to go longer without needing to eat. My essence also continued to heighten her powers, such as her ability to phase. That was practically unheard of for a freshling. But nothing about my Emine was normal. That much had been clear from the moment we'd met. Do you have a preference on food type?
Breakfast, please,
She replied, aware that please would ensure I gave her what she wanted. Of course I would do that regardless of her formality. Emine had ensnared my soul, and one day she would allow me to ensnare hers. Breakfast it is, I said, continuing our path home. Because I intended to cook for her, something she already knew. She'd learned my routines over the last few months, understood my likes and dislikes, and anticipated my moves often before I made them. Just as she knew we would spar tonight, particularly as we'd slept for the majority of the plane ride here. I'd wrapped us up in the sheets on the bed just in case Cedric had decided to appear. It would have looked like we were resting after fucking, but the truth was we'd simply talked before going to bed, mostly in our minds, something we'd been doing for months, even before she was a vampire. She wasn't my erosita, but we'd exchanged blood enough times that it seemed our souls had linked in some unfathomable way. Or perhaps it was related to her abilities. Someday we would determine the cause. Then she would become mine. But for today, I placated my desires by taking her home, cooking for her, and training her. Tomorrow we would continue our dance. A dance that would only complete when she agreed to become my dragoness, my queen, my final piece on the board. Only then could the endgame truly begin. Welcome to the future, my friends, where nothing is what it seems. This has been Blood Day, the complete duet, written by Lexi C. Foss. Narrated by Lisa Zimmerman and Cale Williams, members of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2022 by Lexi C. Foss. Production copyright 2023 by Lexi C. Foss.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.